think that was about it. I've probably forgotten some things, but anyway, thank you for the time.
Yeah, you see, I don't understand why it has to be a longer political divide. Either we have morals and a spine, or we don't. And those things are not exclusive, are they, to anybody's beliefs? Now, I'm going to go to Love's Democracy just because I believe there may be an American connection there. Go ahead, Love's Democracy. Have I caught her out when she's in the loo or something like that? Okay.
I don't know.
I'll go to David Bailey then, and we can come back. It may be that she's just not able to speak at the minute.
So I'm. Can you hear me? Okay.
Fine.
Roger that.
Yeah, good. So I'm going back a little bit before the crash, and that was weird, wasn't it? I was trying to come up for a while there and getting all kinds of bugs. Yeah. Anyway, going back a little bit. So there's a lady that was on. I think maybe it was Linda, talking about Jake Sullivan's politics and geopolitical strategy and pivot to Asia and all of that kind of stuff. So I wanted to kind of dismantle that and push back against it. Well, I was going to say a little bit, but quite a lot. So first of all, if Jake Sullivan and Mr. Biden think that the best way of winning the election is making sure that Ukraine suffers, I think he's just woefully misguided and wrong. The best way for Biden to win the election is also to ensure Ukraine wins as quickly as possible, and Ukraine winning on the battlefield would be the best thing for his electoral campaign that he could imagine. So that doesn't add up at all. So that's a stupid policy to start off with. Second of all, pivot to Asia. Okay, so if you think that there's going to be a transfer of responsibility for security within Europe to Europe, and America's going to take less of an interest in Europe and focus more on Asia, then this isn't a completely stupid idea. But if that's the case, then all of the US inventory is designed and only really of use in a massive land war in Europe, because it's designed to kill Russian tanks and Russian artillery, and in a war on the plains of Europe, not a marine war across the Pacific coast of China. So if the US wants to focus its resources on China, it needs to greatly increase its naval assets and naval capabilities, because the thousands or hundreds of HIMARS that they have in stock are going to be absolutely no use at all in those situations. And all of the Abrams tanks they've got are also useless, because you've got to land first on the coast of China or the coast of Asia to be able to use all of that capability which they have, which at the current point in time and which for the foreseeable future is only going to be of any use at all fighting Russia in Ukraine. So basically the best thing for America to do if they want to pivot to Asia is give Ukraine all of the material they've got that supports land wars in Europe, and reinvest in supplying their own army for a navy, for a marine conflict war with China in the Far East. And that's the only thing that makes sense. So that's a stupid policy as well. If they were going to pivot to China, then they should pivot to China, give Ukraine all the military assets that they've got for fighting land wars, and invest all of the money that they need to invest anyway in the military to keep it up to date in naval and aerial assets, aviation assets, in order to gain air supremacy over the Chinese coast and be able to land things first of all. That would probably take a couple of years anyway. So the idea that all of these tanks sitting in storage in the United States are going to be useful to them in a pivot to Asia is just total total and utter nonsense. The allies are the United States in the area, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan are tiny islands or tiny parts of a peninsula. So you're not going to be able to launch a ground invasion from any of those points. So again, this is just a completely stupid policy. It doesn't make any sense at all. And I think that's all I wanted to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to say, how's about we have a little retweet, because I've not done the numbers yet, because you were all in such a deep conversation when I arrived. I know. I got a little bit involved in the conversation, and then I realised that, yeah, none of my routine has happened yet. So, you know what to do, folks. Get a little retweet. Get a little retweet, and I will do what's it called? Yeah, numbers shortly. But first, I wanted to bring you some joy. Well, I say joy because it brings a smile to my face. That things like this are, you know, this isn't going to make a difference specifically to the war, but well, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't. It isn't. Let's see. The Rostec plant, a Russian.
Wait a minute.
Go on. What?
Loves Democracy sent me an article here, and I'm trying to look here. So,
I was pivoting, Prince.
I know, but this is answering Chris's question. Persian Gulf War, George H.W. Bush. Iraq War, George W. Bush. But it has those are the two most recent, I would guess. And prior to that, it was there were 4 presidents involved during the Vietnam War, and that was Eisenhower, Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, and Nixon. I don't know if you want to go farther back than that. So yeah, just saying there.
I think one of the things you've got to think about as well is, again, it isn't necessarily based on party politics. 9/11 happened at the time it happened. Had there been another president in place at the time, no matter who they were, they could have made the same decisions, I suppose, because it happened to them and not the other way around, if you know what I mean. So where was I? Oh, yes. I was talking about the Rostec plant, a Russian state-owned defense conglomerate headquartered in Moscow. They've released a propaganda video, which I think is quite amusing. You see, they say in this propaganda video, here we are working successfully without any foreign equipment. But there's a nuance, as there always is. The workers pose against the background of Japanese sanctioned machines with the names of them very gently blurred out. And, well, you know, when that stuff breaks soon, probably, how will they fix it? Oh, well, I'm sure they'll figure something out. So that was, you know, just, I like to see these sorts of things and know that when that breaks, they can't replace it. Oh, yeah, there's something else as well that's also hitting a BMP manufacturer, because flooding in Russia has reached the Kurgan area. Now, in the Kurgan area is Russia's only BMP manufacturer. Evacuations have already been announced from the areas that are expected to be underwater, and at the highest level, the water will flood most of the city, evidenced by official maps from the city administration. The territory of Kurgan Mash Zavod manufacturing company is quite interesting in this situation. It is the only Russian manufacturer of new infantry, all BMP-3, BMP-4 fighting vehicles are manufactured there, and airborne fighting vehicles. I kind of feel as though they're like trucks with wings when they say airborne fighting vehicles. Yeah, anyway. On the map of the flooding forecasts, it is within the, what they call 12-metre mark. All hopes of the city's authorities now rest on favourable natural circumstances. The peak of the water in that area is expected to be on April the 14th, on Sunday. So I guess that flight with the priests maybe didn't work, Prince.
You think? I wonder why. I told you they should have put a priest in that hole where the beaver beaver broke through.
Indeed. Oh, by the way, talking of beavers, right? Sorry, you've just made me chuckle because.
Oh, that's okay. We can go down this road if you want to.
Well, in the Orenburg region, there is a couple of people who are filming. They're sat in a boat, I think, and they're filming some beavers who are doing beaver things, collecting wood and putting it in a pile. And they say, build with quality, guys, build with quality. So Orsk residents are now wholly relying on the quality of a new beaver dam by the looks of things, because the authorities ain't coming to help. So yeah, they're cheering on the beavers building a new dam.
They're cheering on. Are they having outhouse races yet?
I think the outhouses raced off by themselves.
I know that. I know that. They should have competitive outhouse races during this flood. See which one makes it to the bridge first.
You're assuming the bridge is still there. Sorry. Now then, a new life hack though. You know those massive bottles of beer you can buy if you're having a party? You know, like a keg.
Yes,
size.
a keg. I know what a keg is.
Yeah. So, in the Orenburg region, some men were able to save their cars with the help of these beer bottles. So, they've got these massive plastic bottles. They've obviously had a good time emptying them of beer. So what they've done is they've tied these all around a car, which has allowed, with some bits of wood, which has allowed them to basically create a mini raft out of the car and float it out, which I think is hilarious. So they require around 6 bottles for each wheel, plus the front and rear bumper has to have a bottle as well. This is supposed to enable them to at least get their cars out of the situation. This guy's turned up and opened his boot. Oh, his boot's flooded as well. What a shame. Sorry. Just hilariously funny. But of course, if you've got a lot of empty beer bottles, I suppose that's one way to use them. Waste not, want not, hey? Just thought that was hilarious. Well,
Yeah, alternate life hack. Move your car when you hear the floodwaters coming.
oh, that's a thought, isn't it? Well, maybe they couldn't because they had no fuel. That just a thought. You know, these things always have a knock-on effect. Now then, we were talking earlier, and I will do the numbers shortly, folks. We were talking earlier about the risk of the war spreading to other areas, and how the fact that, you know, they don't just have troops in Ukraine. Russia do have other troops elsewhere in the world. Oh, look, Africa. Anyway, so they're now starting to send troops from their Pacific fleet into the war in Ukraine, according to the GUR, or the GUR, or the HER, however you want to call them these days. So, according to intelligence, due to losses and to staff new military units, they're now sending personnel of the Pacific Fleet, as well as dipping into the 11th Air Force and the Air Defense Forces of that area. So, according to the decision of the commander of the Pacific Fleet of the Russian Federation, Victor Lina, indeed, the rotations to Syria have been completely stopped. Their entire personnel now is sent to the combat zone in the territory of Ukraine. We're talking about an amount of around 2,000 Russian servicemen from Primorsky and Kamchatka regions of the Russian Federation. Now, that's not a great deal of folks, is it? But they're pulling these guys from like other areas. They're not sending anyone to Syria anymore. Well, it seems to me that scraping 2,000 guys from just over there, it's a little bit of a desperate move. I mean, you know, they're not trained in the things that you're going to be moving them into or anything like that. And as far as I can tell, there's a sort of an acknowledgement by Russia that they're not going to get the correct amount of people in their conscription, call up, mobilization, whatever the flipping heck they're doing these days. So it's just something to note. Oh, this is fun. The Russian Empire, right, according to propagandists, will comprise of, listen to this, folks, listen, Alaska, Hawaii, California, Finland, and Poland. Although they've said they'll have to clean them first. Now, when they say clean them, you know what they mean, don't you? That's what they did to Mariupol, a cleansing, apparently, of life. Yes. So, yeah, just pointing that out. Just pointing that out that this is what they're after. So there we go. Californians, beware is all I can say, because yeah, they do like the warm weather, don't they? So yeah, Californians, keep an eye, because you never know, you might have a Russian ship pulling up on your shore at some point. That would be a bit awkward, wouldn't it? Anyway, I have some numbers. Let's do them. I mean, they're not quite as high as they were the last few days, but they're, you know what? They've not really gone down much. You'll see what I mean. So 840 liquidated personnel. Already at 451,000, by the way. So 9 tanks. You see, that's still quite a high number. You can't really complain about that, because, I mean, some days we were happy with like just a few tanks previously.
You remember when we were happy that when they had like one more than they had in the parade in Moscow?
Yes, exactly. And, you know, they've been really hammering the crap out of these things recently. So, you know, I don't see any problems there. 19 armoured personnel vehicles. I'm going to mention something about these in a minute. 34 artillery systems, you see, still cracking ahead with those. But this is the important stuff, I think. 2 MLRS, and again, another anti-aircraft system. Crikey. 57 UAVs and 18 cruise missiles. Now, that's a lot more missiles than we've seen recently. And remember them just sending ones and ones and ones. Well, that was, of course, testing and mapping out the air defense systems. And, of course, then they felt as though they had enough information to send a huge missile attack. And they've been pretty much chucking missiles ever since. and it's devastating. It really is. 41 vehicles and fuel tanks. Still a high number, that's still up there, isn't it? And 6 more special equipment. And just because I'm a bit weird with numbers, special equipment is now at 1888. I kind of like it. So there we go. So, now then, James Heapy from the UK has been saying something, and Chris, you're going to appreciate this. So he is the former, former Armed Forces Minister. There we go. And he says the UK should consider sending troops to Ukraine. He's saying in a wide-ranging interview, the outgoing MP told Sky News that Britain needs to be better prepared. Of course we do. Growing threats in the world, blah, blah, blah. At a time of growing threats in the world, we need to reinvigorate our strategic reserve force of thousands of veterans who could be required to serve again in a national crisis. So he went on to say, firstly, he wants to make the case for more defence spending, which is a good point. And secondly, we reinvest and refocus on strategic resilience, which is also quite important, I would say. He went on to say it was in light of the basic disclosure that the government has no real national plan for defence of the UK or mobilisation in the event of a war, or mobilisation of industry in the event of a war. You see, we all thought we were safe, didn't we? Anyway, officials have now started to develop a cross-government national defence plan, but any shift back to Cold War style ready-for-war footing requires political leaders to make defence a genuine national effort. So he stepped down after 4.5 years in the job, underlying the critical importance of British and wider European security against Russia. He urged the UK and allies to go even further with the types of weapons they're willing to give to Ukraine. I think we need to shake the tree for what more we can give from our current inventories. What is the next capability threshold that we could provide beyond the storm shadow? Ooh, indeed, I like the question there. So anyway, he voiced great support for comments from France, from Macron, and he said about the potential to deploy forces to Ukraine. So some things that Macron has suggested recently are things that really do deserve full consideration. Asked if he was talking about boots on the ground, he said, "You've got to be careful about how you do it. I don't think we should be deployed directly to a combat zone. You've got to be very careful not to make this into a NATO war. But it is worth exploring what sort of deeper the assistance the donor community could do. As for whether deploying British troops on training missions in Ukraine, that is definitely worth considering." Basically, he's all for it, and he said, "Yeah, send some guys to do training and provide relief to Ukrainian forces further back, and then those forces can be released to go on and do their job." So I thought that was actually quite good of him to say that. Just come out and say it, and just be straight. It's amazing when you're just leaving a job how you can be so very honest. Chris, go ahead.
Well, Mockers, I think I better start this one by saying I'm a little bit concerned about what I'm going to say because, you know, loose lips sink ships and all of that, right? And also, I'm afraid that I might get a knock on the door from the Ministry of Defence, like saying, "Windley, you signed the Official Secrets Act," just as a reminder to you.
Don't be getting yourself arrested now, Chris.
No, I was going to say, but I think I'm okay because this is on Twitter, Mockers, right? So I think I'm all right. Yeah. But so somebody sent me in the background, and I do believe I did tag you on this, Mockers, but you might have missed it. And I need to go back and you know, like work out what I tweeted out and who to. But anyway, it was basically from somebody that has been watching certain locations in the UK, Mockers, right? And the phrase was along the lines of, I have never in my life seen so much ammo and weapons. Right? Okay. So I'm assuming that this is one of the normally sleepy you know, ammunition and weapons dumps, or one or more of those, Mockers, right, in the UK, right? So I suspect there's a bit of a thing going on here, which is basically, yeah, we're not really doing anything, but actually we are, right? So there you are, just to put some throw a few sticks on the fire with that, right? And then there was another one, Mockers, which was quite interesting. Listening to Nuno on the space last night. So he, and again, I think I did. I think I tagged you on this, Mockers, and probably Prince as well. But so basically, you know, this subject came up of basically, you know, NATO or UK or French. Actually, it was probably French troops going in to guard the Belarusian border, right? And Nuno basically said, "Oh, you know, like on that subject, go and look in my feed, right, and look for a guy, I can't remember his name, right, who is extremely reliable source on this type of stuff, right? Has never been wrong, I think Nuno said, right?" And he basically said, yeah, this this idea of well, possibly French, possibly British troops, if you like, taking over the border between Ukraine and Belarus to allow the Ukrainians to you know, divert troops to the front lines, if you like. Definitely happening. In fact, there are special forces in place now. So there you go, Marcus. I just throw that into the mix on this subject. Then I just wanted to go back. I just wanted to go back on so, you know, something just to add on something I was talking about, you know, the NDAA and the Black Sea Security Act, which you know, I see Will still there, that he, you know, he knows about that, right? And obviously, as much as I said, and I believe it to be true, you know, that the NDAA and indeed the Black Sea Security Act, right, don't really mention Ukraine at all. Don't really mention Russia that much. But what they do say is, and the reason that it was included is that the Black Sea is an area of strategic importance to the Americans in a bipartisan way, right? And so then so basically, whilst they don't specifically, I mean, they do mention Ukraine, right? But they don't really like go on about Ukraine. But what they do go on about is all of the other countries that border the Black Sea and how important it is to protect you know, international waters, if you like, and freedom of passage in the Black Sea. So which to me means, you know, obviously that means let's, you know, work with the Turks, work with the Romanians, you know, everybody else, literally everybody else that is bordering the Black Sea to make sure that we have, you know, freedom of passage, if you like, under international laws in the Black Sea. So just to add that.
Thank you.
I came back.
You're back.
No, just the speaker because I lost audio.
Oh, well, it's okay. Weren't you swapping anyway?
Yeah, that was supposed to happen, but I thought I would give somebody a break so that, they don't lose their cool while they're trying to do other stuff too.
Nah, I gotcha. Oh, well, I'm all right. Here I am. So, what we're looking at here. The USA has offered to use the profit from the frozen assets to help Ukraine. About flipping time. They've offered to raise tens of billions of euros as a loan to Ukraine, backed by future profits from Russian state assets. We're at a stage where it's necessary to explore all possible ways to maximize the value of immobilized reserves for Ukraine. We cannot wait forever. We do know that. This was stated by Dalip Singh, the US Deputy National Security Advisor for International Economics. He added that this US proposal provides for the restatement of the present value of the future flow of interest on immobilized assets, either through bonds or credits. Now, it's all very well and good talking about this stuff, but let's just talk about it some more, hey? It's not like people are dying and stuff. Yeah, it's pissing me off, this. Just, guys, do or do not do. There is no try. So, let me just say, I have got a few bits here today, but first of all, I want to tell you about the most horrendous flooding I've ever seen. I mean, the UK's had some floods, but bloody hell. This is just going, well, it's continuing to go. The Kemerovo region, the Marasu River began to flood the village of Ust-Kabrizia. I don't know. Anyway, the water level in this particular river exceeded a critical level of 540 centimetres. And, well, as you can see, everything's under control. I'm just pointing out that this is going to be a really nice breeding ground for mosquitoes and stuff. And just to note, the river level in Orsk has dropped from 900 and something centimetres to 891. Workers are still trying to fill up a piece of the broken dam, but unfortunately, the water carried away the stone slabs they were supposed to be using. I know, it's terrible. And in the Kuzbas region, the flood has reached, let me see, they overflowed the dams due to an ice jam. And so there are reports of flooding at the Breeze shipbuilding plant, flooding off the pier and a coastal cafe. So yeah, there's an awful lot of that going on, and it's in some areas supposed to not peak until Sunday, so that'd be fun. That'd be
That's
fun.
great. Now, Mockers, I just have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are there any Russians named Noah who started building a big boat?
You know what? I think they should find one.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I'm starting to think that might be true. I wonder what the Russian equivalent of Noah would be. Yeah, and I'm going to suggest that perhaps they don't take the beavers with them, because the beavers, started this big huge flood, and yeah, they may be, but beavers can swim, so
Well, I just thought it was very, very fun that they were cheering on the beavers building a dam, because that
I
was
think
pretty
it is
much
too.
their only hope. You're our only hope, beavers. Please build a good
Beaver,
dam.
you're our only hope. And I've still got the beavers over Moscow. I cracked up laughing as yesterday or the day before. Oh, whatever day it was. I sent it to Ab's number one. It was I think yesterday, about 24 hours ago. There was a Defense of Ukraine put out a nice graphic of the UJ-26 Beaver, the bomber, the UAV bomber, and it made me laugh so hysterically. I sent it to the Abba's #1 fan, and so yeah, and that was yeah. It's just there's just been a thing about beavers lately, and beavers over Moscow. I haven't seen in quite a while. I wouldn't mind seeing beavers over Moscow. My whole avatar is based on beavers over Moscow these days.
Wow, they've now got a new version of the Bober, as it were. So yeah, we'll see. Now then, you know how you're not allowed to have weapons just generally in Russia. It's not something that they have. I mean, if you're a military person, fair enough. But even then, you know, in society in general, guns are not really allowed. You know, bit like the UK, but it's not enforced, obviously, because a city heating network has been shot up. That is right. Somebody went to the boiler and put some extra holes in it. So, in the region of Baikalsk, thousands of residents are now without heating due to new holes that have appeared in the heating main. According to the regional governor, the pipeline appears to have been fired upon. The police have found shell casings and are now clarifying the circumstances. They're also searching for those who could have damaged the pipeline, depriving almost 4,000 residents of heating. According to information, 161 housing networks and 6 socially significant facilities have been switched off. According to the head of the city, Vasily Temgensky, whatever, the outages have affected residents of the Yuzhny and Krasny Kluch micro-districts. They say that the renovation work will be completed soon and the heating system will be relaunched. However, there's a little video. I'll just retweet this. There's a little video, and on the first video, you see at least 2 major holes in the tank itself, another possible hole, some holes in the pipework. Yeah, it all looks a bit knacked, and it wasn't in good condition to begin with because, well, look at the pipe. It's mainly made of rust. Oh, sorry, that was a video. Yeah, mainly made of rust. And oh yeah, there are some shell casings on the ground there. So you know, if you're a little bit warm today and you need to turn your heating down because the weather's changing, just remember those poor people with no heating because somebody's shot their boiler. These things happen, I'm sure. It's just regular, you know, regular kids running about with guns. Except it's not, is it? I kind of feel as though that somebody did that maliciously, perhaps. Oh, a Sochi to Moscow aircraft has had to make an emergency landing at Sheremetyevo Airport due to a burning smell in the cockpit. Oh, I do wonder how long it's going to take. Those things are going to start jumping out of the air. It's yeah, terrifying stuff. Remember what I said about not flying on any Russian aircraft? Don't fly on any Russian aircraft, folks. It ain't good for anybody's health. Now, a little bit more because you know me, how I like the chaos. The FSB have reported the prevention of a terrorist attack on a synagogue in Moscow. The FSB believes the suspect may have been radicalized in prison after communicating with those convicted of participating in terrorist activities in the past. He began to share the ideology of an organization banned in the Russian Federation, the name of which the Special Service will not specify at this time. But, well, all suggestions are that it might just be ISIS. So, According to the FSB, a foreigner born in 2022 fell under the influence of terrorists while serving sentence in his homeland. After communicating with those participated in terrorist activities, he began to share the ideology of a banned organization. He left the colony in November 23, after which he came to Russia. So, it appears that they may actually have a little bit of an ISIS problem. I don't know. Good luck to both sides. What can I say? Just weird, bit weird. So yeah, good luck to both. That's all I can do with that. If the Chechens want to get involved as well, because that they seem to also be having a little problem, then yeah, three-way fight, go for it. Now then, would you like some weird Russian news? Because there was a story posted yesterday, and it's a repeat of a story from 2019. And there's a debate about the original story as to whether or not it was real. So for some reason, this has this has been repeated, and I will tell you what it's about in a minute. But the media writes this: search and see if you can find reputable news writing about it, and when they did. So this is what they're saying: a homosexual man saved a woman from rape in the United States, not by stepping in and intervening, no, by raping the rapist, because that's how you stop a rape in any society, isn't it? Anyway, so reportedly a 51-year-old man attempted to rape a woman, kidnapping her and taking her to a secret place where he was about to carry out his terrible deed. But unexpectedly, another man arrived. Now then, like I say, this story is almost a word-for-word repeat of a story from 2019. And it's particularly weird, whether it's laziness or AI or something more nefarious, not sure, but it's just very weird that they're trying to sort of make out that this is perfectly justified. See, the Americans perfectly justified in doing this as well. It's a weird story, and it just seems odd that they're repeating something that probably isn't true anyway. Doesn't sound like it's very true, to be honest. Anyway, shall we have a little bit of economic pain? Oh, welcome up, Jenny. Hi.
Hello. Yeah, Tim is disappointed in me because there will be no North Sea Empire today. So he forgot about me.
Oh, I know. He does have somebody to keep him company, though, so it's all good. Now then, I want to tell you a little bit about no shortages. No shortages, except there are shortages. There's quite a few. So, delays are longer than expected, according to the Russian government and some of the stores that are waiting for stock, especially of sugar and buckwheat, which has been out of stock for over a week. Now then, what's the thing that they have an awful lot of when it's buckwheat? That's right, yeah, they like it. It's a good staple. It's a big part of their diet, but apparently not for the last week. So a representative of a Samberry store network said, there is no shortage of sugar. There are just supply interruptions due to delays in railway transport to the Far East. Now, remember what I was saying about them moving fuel to the Far East and the fact that it was sort of clogging up the regular transport because they've only got so many trains and so many train lines, and you know, so they've all been in a lot more use because they're at war, and of course things like fuel or at least oil going out of the country is well, that's money, and that's more important than feeding your population, of course. So, you know, some things have to wait. And I just think there's no shortage. We just can't get it here. That's called a major logistics issue, my friend. And so one of the Sunbury stores said at least a week ago, there will be an announcement posted for the arrival of buckwheat and sugar, which was expected on April the 4th. There is still no product. They state, we are currently undergoing an audit and it is unknown when granulated sugar will appear in our stores. You can, however, still buy refined sugar. A representative of the network then said, there is no shortage of sugar, just supply interruptions. And this is due to delays in railway transport to the Far East. Oh, so difficulties with deliveries of goods by rail to the Far East have been observed since the beginning of this year. In fact, there are hundreds of containers standing idle in queues in the West. So coal transport is one of the main problems. Let me see, difficulties with the delivery have been observed, hundreds of containers idle. The reason is the priority introduced by the government for coal transportation, which now takes up almost all of the scarce capacity of the Eastern Rail site. So, one entrepreneur from Primory told the publication that in November, Russian railways began to abandon Russian rail cars en masse without explaining the reasons. Not to release them at all. The Far East being under the pretext that the priority is our export to China. Oh, this is hurting them. So that they're very close, sort of, I won't call it friendship. They're very close sort of leash from China is causing them to make all sorts of terrible decisions. Anyway, cargoes are standing idle for 2 to 4 months, and transport companies have increased tariffs by rail up to 3 times since the 1st of March, one entrepreneur complained. Oof. On April the 3rd, the presidential plenipotentiary representative, whatever the F one of those is, in the Far Eastern Federal District, Yuri Trutnev, at least I can say his name, instructed the ministries and the JSC Russian Railways to understand the situation and arrange supplies of socially significant cargo as soon as possible, because people are waiting for these goods. What's he say here? No enterprise should stop working. It is necessary to ensure the delivery of all life-sustaining cargo from the northern delivery. No disruptions are acceptable, he emphasised. He also called for solving the problem with already accumulated, just unexported cargo. They've got problems. And this is why my friend, who I've been following very closely and bringing you the information, has been watching the Russian railways very closely, because they are the backbone of all of it, all of their major logistics. They don't use roads, as we can see. Their aircraft, they got problems. And so what's been happening is they've been putting that load onto the railways which have always served them well in the past. They've probably not maintained them as much as they should, but it's always worked. But it's now being really overstressed, overextended, and empty shelves are a really good indicator of their major logistics issues. They have the stuff, they just can't get it to where it's required. And seeing empty shelves as well is very psychologically triggering for some Russians, would you believe? Now, just for reference, Vladivostok is like way over there in the east. And so you can understand that, you know, if they're really only sending China's orders to the east, all of that stuff that used to feed them is waiting in a queue somewhere miles away. And well, that's no good when you've got shops in Vladivostok, is it? So there you go. Buckwheat as well, in particular, like I say, a staple part of the diet. And well, I suppose it's like bread for the British. For some reason, there's always got to be bread in the house because, you know, sandwiches. So, yeah, it's one of those important things that they nearly always have. And when you can't get sort of like a big chunk of your diet, a main staple that you always have in, then that's when you start to feel it, because you're like, oh, what do I do instead of that? And yeah, there's difficult choices being made. And they're out of sugar, so they can't even have something sweet to cheer them up. What do you reckon, Jenny?
I think serves them right. You know, I used to have a saying, karma's only a bitch if you are. So, you know, if you play nice, karma plays nice with you. So it sucks that they have the government that they have. But since it is such a democratic country, they chose the leadership and they chose the misery. That would be my thought. What do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely brought it on themselves. Can't argue with that one, certainly. There is just a, you know, a continuing problem with this sort of stuff as well, with regards to cereals, oatmeal, pasta, bagged and brewed tea, and baby food. Now, this is another major chain, the Remy network, also confirmed the shortage of these categories of goods, assuring customers that this is temporary and associated, again, with difficulties in the operation of the railway. The retail chain also assured customers they were making every effort to ensure that goods would appear on the shelves in the near future. Oh dear. So, what's happening is socially significant food products are now disappearing from Vladivostok markets. Not just one, but a number of them. Correspondents visited 9 of the largest stores in different areas of the city and found empty shelves in more than half of them. So the delays have been longer than expected, and so all due to difficulties in the railways and them basically using coal transport as a priority. So yeah, it's a big old mess, and it's no problem, is it? I'm sure they'll figure something out. Sure they will. So while they've got those problems, let's talk about Ukraine, because, well, it's kind of France / Ukraine, because Macron. Remember me saying, I love a man who can talk the talk, but can he walk the walk? And it appears he is backing up the talk with quite a bit of action. So there's an update. Macron aims to accelerate the transition to a wartime economy, stating that in the long term, we anticipate a geopolitical and geostrategic shift, with defence industries assuming an increasingly significant role. I'm really sort of liking his attitude these days, even though he looks terrible in a cap. Just in a picture of him. He expressed criticism of the United States, emphasising that unlike them, Europe cannot simply abandon Ukraine given their close proximity. As per Aid France, France is set to construct Europe's second powder plant, with operations stated to commence in 2025. They have tripled their production of Caesar artillery, providing significant amounts of new assistance in the form of Caesars to Ukraine. Additionally, France plans to dispatch 100 kamikaze drones to Ukraine during the summer, along with 50 more of the Hammer bombs each month. Lovely. Again, according to Aid France, France will also increase the production of missiles to enable the Ukrainians to conduct deeper strikes. While more actions are necessary, this is a promising beginning. And you know what? I can't even laugh at Macron's black and white punch bag photo anymore, because I kind of like it. Kind of like the dude.
He has grown on me. I can no longer make as many jokes about the French as I used to. I don't know how to feel about this. It was kind of fun to make fun of them, but I'm liking the new Macron, the new and improved Macron. I guess I am a little bit British with the amount of jokes I have made about the French.
Well, exactly. I mean, you know, all this sort of like stuff that I've had bottled up for so long, and now I'm like, oh, I can't do it anymore. They're all right, really, aren't they? Damn it.
Exactly. It's like, this is a weird feeling.
It's like some of our government as well, who have like stood up and been like, you know, for starters, for me, Boris Johnson, I was like, oh God, I hate this man. What kind of buffoon is he, and why the hell is he in charge? And then he really stood up for Ukraine and was like, oh, all right then. Yeah, I can agree with him on that. Yeah, Boris Johnson, I was like, oh God, I hate this man. What kind of buffoon is he, and why the hell is he in charge? And then he really stood up for Ukraine. What's going on? Can you hear me all right?
Now I can. It was like you were on a loop. I don't know what happened. It was really weird. I thought I had been dropped into the audience.
Me too. I was having a little freak out then. I was like, whoa, what's going on? Now I've just heard my voice back, and I want to like just chop my own head off. So thanks for that, whoever. Chris.
I'm not going to get dumped again, am I? Wait a minute. Let me put a cushion on my ass here, right? So before that happens again, mockers. But yes, I do have to agree. I was reading something about the French yesterday, and they were basically saying like that France has been, you know, waiting for an opportunity to take the lead, mockers. And this is it, right? They're grabbing the opportunity now, you know, and the French Statue of Liberty is growing taller all the time, and that one over in America mockers and that. So you're absolutely right. We have to bite our lips, try and erase our memory of all those bad things we said about the French. You know, I do have to say, mockers, right? I did, you know, I spent like many weekends in Paris and stuff like that, and I do actually love Paris and that. But in fact, my daughter was basically brought up in Paris because we were always over there at that time, and they were always so lovely to her and that, you know. They used to come and take her and show her off around the restaurant to try and teach her French and all the rest of it. Yeah. Anyway, just to say, come on, vive la France, keep going, Macron. Actions, not words, though.
Absolutely, actions, not words. That's what we're all about. That's what we're all about here. even though we talk a heck of a lot, you know, we try and inspire action, and we try and do action as well, and that's kind of the point. If you know, we don't sort of continue to speak up about this, well, what's going to happen? We're going to forget about it, and we can't do that. That's not what we're about. Now, I've heard that there are still some technical glitches. So just for your info, it would appear that if you're trying to listen on a browser, you have glitchy sound. But if you listen in the app, it's fine. So what can I do? Twitter is twittering. So yeah, no, we've just restarted as well. Bloody app. Oh, I also notice that I have relief. The lovely Ming is here. Hello, Ming.
Morning, Mockers. How are you? Morning, Jenny.
Oh, I'm not too bad. It took me 2 hours to get the numbers done this morning because we were deep in
Were
conversation.
they that bad for the Russians?
If only they were that bad for the Russians. Although I have noticed that they're not issuing armored vehicles now to anybody below like VDV level. Yeah, they're just getting Ural trucks now with some fancy armor, which I did see a Ural truck like covered in what looked to be like mesh going down the road like something proper Mad Max style. It was on fire as well. So yeah, it looked like it was working well. I will also note there has been another aircraft come down, Ming. Emergency landing at Sheremetyevo due to the smell of burning in the cockpit, which I would imagine would be quite concerning when you're at cruising altitude.
Yeah, I think that would do it. I think that would be cause for alarm.
So I'm going to get out of your way and leave you and the lovely Jenny to carry on without me, because I have stuff that I need to do today. Because it's my birthday on Monday. You know what I want for my birthday? I would love you people to make a little donation to support the SBU. And I've just realised I've not even put anything in the nest. How rude of me. Not even put anything in the nest. Let me pop in our tactical gear fundraiser. There we go. So if you really want to congratulate me for my 47th birthday, that's what you can do. You can send a wee donation on my behalf, and that'll be lovely. Thank you so much. So there you go.
$47 would be good.
47, yeah, 47
Yeah.
of anything. Yeah. You could round it up to 50 though, couldn't you? Not my age, just the
Yes,
yeah.
you could.
Just thinking aloud. Anyway, I'm off skis because I've got to get my nails done today. I've got to have a meeting with my boss, and I've got to do 7 other things so that I'm ready for my birthday on Monday, which is generally appease my family so that they don't pester me too much. So I will talk to you all soon.
Thank you, Mockers, and have an amazing day. Now we're going to see in which direction we're going to steer this ship, Ming. Blah. I didn't, for anybody who wondered, I did get my son up out of bed and out the door. He's on his way to school now because I can drag a 16-year-old boy out of bed while being on this space and talking and sounding calm. How are you doing this morning, Ming?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jenny. Did you ask me something? I'm sorry. I was just putting the kettle on.
I was just wondering how you are and if you are
Oh
you
yeah,
not
no.
caffeinated?
So yes, no. On a personal note, I've been off co-hosting for a bit because my dad passed away a couple of days ago. So I just wanted to take the time to thank everybody for all the really kind messages. Some of them very, very touching. So thank you for that. And normal service is resuming, hopefully.
I am so sorry for your loss. That Of course, you should take time off. Are you feeling ready to come back?
Oh yeah. No. I mean, look, life goes on. He was 88. You know, his quality of life had been deteriorating for some time. So it's all the same things. But I'm now half an orphan, which is a new thing for me.
Yeah, that is a transition. I saw that when my grandparents passed away, especially my dad's mother, and what a toll it took on my dad. Uh, she she passed away in 2022, shortly after the invasion, and my dad, I think, was the one that took it the hardest. I um, but it was hard for me too. It's always hard when you lose a loved one. Prince Heather, go ahead.
I just wanted to extend my love and peace to Ming, for your loss, and um, many of us have been there, and experienced these kinds of losses, even in the midst of being part of MriyaReport, and so I feel you and I understand. I actually lost my one of my moms, just days before I started co-hosting, and I understand the wanting to get back to it, because for me it was, yep, that's what I'm gonna do now, and I also understand when it's time. So just peace and love to you, because sometimes it is hard, it is a hard adjustment, but when you know that it's time, it sort of changes perspective sometimes. So just sending you love, Ming.
Yeah, and I no, thank you, Prince Heather. That's kind. My dad was he's Norwegian, and he was 10 when Norway was liberated from the German occupation. So he'd been through it all a bit. He used to smuggle transcripts of BBC World Service reports around the neighborhood under his jumper, things like that. So but he made it to 88, and a lot of Ukrainians aren't getting that opportunity and are living under occupation as he did. And I can only hope that uh, the outcome in Ukraine will be the same.
Yeah, I just want to say really quick. I bet there were some interesting things that he shared with you regarding that, and I'm thankful for you to be able to have those experiences, to be able to share with others and with your family, throughout the years, and I've heard many of those stories, but yes, I get it. Let's let's just say I get it. I've been there. I know I have 3 parents. It's weird, but yeah, I the 4th one is out there somewhere. I just haven't talked to him in over 20 years. But I have lost 3 parents in my life, and they were all very important, but they were all ready to go, and so that piece is something that is very precious and special. It's good to be able
Absolutely.
to it's good to be able to look at somebody and say they had a really good life, and let's look at how good that life was. So anyway.
That is what I did with my grandmother. She was 92 when she passed away, and she has lived a very full and exciting life. I hope that I grow up to, well, I am all grown up, but I hope that I'm half the woman that she was. She stood up for the ones that didn't have a voice, and she always protected children and animals. And I tried to do the same, try to be a voice for the voiceless, and trying to be s- trying to stand up for what's right and fight against the wrongs in society. I think that is why that is probably why I'm here, to be to amplify the voice of Ukraine, because they there there's not a like all the civilians sometimes feels like they're being voiceless, and when I see Russia striking at the civilian targets, I'm thinking about women like my grandmother having to flee their homes, maybe homes that they have lived in for Lord knows how long, and now have to leave because Russia is being Russia, and Russia is acting like the jealous boyfriend. If I can't have you, then nobody else will, and trying to erase the rich history that they have. So that's probably why I ended up here. Anyway, I'm really glad that you're here, Ming, because I do enjoy our Friday mornings together. And also, you have a knowledge I don't have. I have never been to Russia. I have never set foot on Russian soil or Soviet, neither one of them.
Don't worry, Jenny, you didn't miss much.
I kind of figured I hadn't, but at the same time, I just want to be absolutely clear. Never been there. I'm trying to look through some of the news coming out from Sweden, and apparently my main news reporter doesn't want me to find Ukraine for some reason. I thought that I was following it, and it's supposed to be like up front and center. Um, some of the So one of the things that they were bringing up is the fact that there are how Russia has been targeting their energy infrastructure, and this is this is a really it's really bad. It's there's I don't remember. I saw it yesterday, so I don't remember the actual number, but it was like something that they have taken out like a big portion of the infrastructure, and they have taken out the three biggest plants, not the nuclear ones, but I think it was hydroelectric, and it was another and two other plants, but I don't remember what kind they were because my memory is not what it used to be. And for now, it's bad. It's bad now, but it will be catastrophic when next winter if we can't get them back online. In I don't know how many people in Kharkiv that have electricity, for example, at the moment. Do you know any of those numbers, Ming?
Sorry, Jenny, I don't. I've been sorry, I've been out of circulation for a bit, so I'm not completely up on that sort of level of detail.
Yeah, I saw it flash by my screen and I lost it. Another interesting news is that Zelensky has been in Lithuania, and where he has been in a meeting with the Three Lakes for the Three Lakes Initiative. And for the ones that don't know what the Three Lakes are, it's the Baltic, the Black Sea, and the Adriatic. So it's 13 different countries. In this group, you have Austria, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Greece, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. Why isn't the Nordics in there? Because we're part of the Baltics. Um, because Yeah, they're supposed to be all the countries that have coastlines towards these three lakes. And so I'm kind of sad that Sweden and Finland aren't invited, and Denmark. Well, there's Germany too. They're missing a whole bunch of us that can do stuff. Uh, anyway, so he has stressed the fact that they need air defense because of the intensified Russian attacks. And I do believe that I did come in this morning when this was being talked uh, about the air support, that somebody said that uh, it could be that Russia has tried to do these smaller attacks in order to see what the defense looks like, and then hit the weakest where it's the weakest, and then they ramped up production. So that before, previously, up until now, they have just done test attacks to see where can we get through the defense in Ukraine. And this is why we see an intensified attack, and especially on the energy plants that they have, like the hydroelectric and
Very good.
hello,
Carry on.
Mousy. Did you want to say anything, Mousy?
Oh, that Germany protects Ukraine and Ukrainian family tries to tell them, oh, watch out for Germany. Nah, Germany protects you. We love you. That's all.
Yeah, I
We
think
love you.
yeah, you may have misunderstood. I was asking why. Oh, there's a lot of background noise on your end, so I'm just gonna mute you. Um, my curiosity was why Sweden, Germany, and Finland weren't invited into the Three Lakes Initiative, because we do have coastline towards the Baltic Sea. So, and if you want to contribute more, just raise your hands. You press on the little heart with the plus sign, and all the way over to the right, you see a hand, and then I promise I will get to you. Um, And another news is that Vladimir Putin has said that Russia has been forced to attack Ukrainian energy plants as a response to Ukrainian attacks on Russian targets. And he is claiming that these attacks that Russia is doing is to demilitarize Ukraine, since it affects the military industry, according to Reuters. And unfortunately, we have seen a string of attacks against our energy plants, and we have to respond, he said to Belarus leader Alexander Lukashenko, according to Russian news sources. And then the Swedish paper added, Russia is the attacking party, and it launched its full-scale invasion about 2 years ago. So I don't think that they have the right to complain too much. They should just like sit down, and actually they should just like, go home. That's an alternative. And I also think that this is why I think that they should not be offered an off ramp. Anybody who suggests that Russia needs an off ramp to save face, I have never been offered off ramps or, you know, any leniency when I have screwed up, and I have screwed up plenty in my life. I'm quite old, and I rarely screw up the same way twice. I'm inventive, and so I manage to screw up in new ways. And so I I take responsibility for my actions and my screw ups. And I think it's high time that Russia does too. Go ahead, Stephen.
Many thanks. Well, you used the analogy of an abusive boyfriend in terms of the way in which Russia is behaving towards Ukraine. If I can't have you, no one will. Um, I do agree, although I feel that the analogy is more to a violent rapist. And in this case, Putin's words are literally nothing other than a violent rapist during the commission of a rape. And I'm apologize to anybody this might trigger, but still, it must be said. Um, During the commission of a rape, when the rape victim attempts to fight back, perhaps bites or scratches, the rapist then punches and further brutalizes them with moral excuse, declaring, "You should not have fought back." Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll go over to that analogy instead, because that is the case. And also victim blaming, which Russia's also doing. Like, oh well, they shouldn't have approached the the West. They shouldn't have approached the EU. They shouldn't have approached NATO. And which reminds me of the clip that I came by yesterday, which was a clip with Lloyd Austin and Senator Tuberville, who I was promptly told that he was an idiot, and I'm actually quite up. I believe it because what he said made no sense at all. Uh, he had asked Lloyd Austin, no, Anthony Blinken, the guy that's the defense secretary. So he asked him, he's like, how do you think Russia feels with Ukraine approaching NATO, wanting to join NATO? Perhaps we should ask Russia, kind of asking, saying that we should ask Russia for permission before we even talk to Ukraine when they approach NATO about a possible membership. And I loved that Blinken, no, uh, whoever it was, I get those two, Blinken and Lloyd Austin. I get them mixed up. But anyways, so the response was, well, it's still up to the sovereign nation. It's a sovereign nation. That means I don't have to ask for permission. Like I'm a grown person, and I don't have to ask for permission to do anything before I do it. I get to do what I want because I am a grown up and I have that ability. Same thing goes for sovereign nations. They are allowed to make whatever choices they make. Other people, other countries can have opinions, but their approval is not necessary. There's a difference in those two, I think. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And in fact, of course, this applies to the absurd but oft repeated argument that NATO is expanding. No, it isn't. It is that countries have requested to join NATO, and by universal assent have been allowed so to do. So NATO only expands by the request of the sovereign nation, and to accede even for a moment to this ridiculous attempted casus belli, which is indeed the casus belli of the estranged and jealous former lover and or rapist, um, is to deny that any of the nations that succeeded in joining NATO by their own volition have a right uh, to do so as sovereign nations at all, but rather should act as if they remain under the vassalage of Moscow. Thank you.
Yeah, I find that concept really bizarre that people seem to think that Moscow should have a say in what Romania does, for example. Um, Actually, this was the one of the things when in 2022, when the talks started in Sweden and Finland that we wanted to join, that we were considering joining the alliance, and Moscow's first response was, "We won't allow you to join." What do you mean won't allow? I had no idea that the internal affairs and whatever alliances that Sweden wants to join was any of Moscow's business. If you don't like it, I will, you know, take it under advisement and then I won't give a toss about it. Uh, it's it's really none of their business. Absolutely none whatsoever. And this is, yeah, it boggles my mind that they think that they have the right to say, we won't allow you. It's no, just no on that one. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yes, and indeed, it follows exactly the kind of logic of again an abusive ex, a stalker, who seeks to control their former girlfriend or partner or whoever. Years after that individual has freed themselves of that abuser, the fact that anybody engages in or entertains the idea that this is nothing short of not just ridiculous, but abusive speech in itself, just boggles my mind. Thank you.
I'm right there with you. I find that really mind-boggling, and some of the rhetoric, I don't know what to think of it, because maybe it's like proximity to Russia and not understanding like how abusive that nation, the leaders of that nation really are. It's just weird. I believe Fluffy was next. Go ahead, Fluffy.
Hey there. So, one thing about the whole NATO ascension thing is that I'm pretty sure that Ukraine had absolutely no intention of ever even wanting to join NATO until after the full-scale invasion happened.
Semi-true. So in the 90s, I believe, I want to say, because I did look this up and I could be off on the dates, but in the early to mid 90s, both Russia and Ukraine were invited to be, they set up this, if I understood the thing, the article that or the information that I read about this. So NATO set up this thing called Partner for Peace. And that was a partnership for peace, one of the two. It was called something like that. And that was specifically set up as an invitation for Ukraine and Russia to be able to join, but not really join. But they would be able to take part in NATO exercises, which both countries were invited to do at their, like, when they could and wanted. And both countries did send soldiers to these exercises that NATO invited them to. And this was kind of like an olive branch to reach out and go like, hey, we're not that dangerous. We don't bite hard and, all these kind of things. And Ukraine really, in the beginning, they were like, oh, party. And then they realized, hey, we're getting really good training and we should take this opportunity. So they actually started changing their attitude towards these exercises, and they took part in them and took them seriously and actually improved their military capabilities, while Russia still maintained a party attitude towards the whole in being invited to NATO exercises. And we can see the effects of this. And I said that this morning, that it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog that matters the most. And at the moment, and I've seen this since the beginning of the invasion, the size of the fight in Ukraine is a lot bigger than it is in the Russian forces. The Russian forces is a lot bigger, absolutely, but the size of the fight is bigger in Ukraine. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you. Hi everyone. It's been some time since I've actually listened, so it's just interesting just to tap into the current conversation. But I'm minded that if the current conversation is surrounding NATO and this
this incredibly tired argument, which is what Russia says is about the fault of NATO expansion. It's irrelevant. It's utterly irrelevant now. The situation is, we should all know that whatever Russia says is utter bullshit. It's just lies, wrapped up in misinformation. And so it's what I prefer to be thinking about now is the current situation. And I'm minded of the Ukrainian phrase in this regard, and I'm probably going to butcher my pronunciation, but shobulo to zahulo, which roughly translates as what was, it's in the past, let it be. And so we need to be focusing as to what's happening within NATO and its support for Ukraine at the moment. That includes what I call the entire West, the United States, Canada, the EU, etc., and how we need to desperately come together now because Ukraine is losing. Every piece of feedback I receive, and it's not scientific, but I know enough Ukrainians now that I see on a day-to-day basis, I talk to into Ukraine, and the prevailing mood amongst even the most optimistic that I have met and had the pleasure to meet and have looked after me when I was in Ukraine are depressed. They don't see an end. And that's essentially culpable from the West due to our political paralysis, the seemingly very, very, very effective Russian campaign of undermining our political institutions, possibly for decades. And I think if that is a conspiracy theory, then it's a conspiracy theory that is borne out in current action. We see the situation in the US, where frankly, the administration there is, forget MAGA Republicans, but I'm listening to the current administration and their criticism of Ukraine in how they are prosecuting the defense of their country against genocide. And as an English guy, I'm dumbfounded. I'm utterly staggered. I never dreamt that I would be involved in my life in how I am with supporting Ukraine. Some may know that I'm a volunteer at Surrey Stands with Ukraine. And I certainly didn't envisage in my life a situation whereby a war that is in now, I believe, grave danger of spilling over outside of Ukraine as a result of increasing Russian success. I'm staggered that I'm listening to an American administration that is criticizing an ally that has not had the requisite support since 2014. The West failed Ukraine then, and it's failing Ukraine now. So we need how we as individuals who come together perhaps as a cooperative, not just here, but in many organizations throughout the West, we need to somehow understand how we as little people can influence our legislators and our parliamentarians to do what is morally correct. And I don't know how we do that, but I do know that if we fail, Ukraine will fall. There will be a humanitarian crisis that spreads across Europe. as a result of that. And so I'm at a point now where this is tipping. We are at a tipping point, in my amateur opinion. It scares the shit out of me. It scares the shit out of me for my Ukrainian friends. But something has to happen. We have to forget what's happened in the past, even though it's part of the reality of where we are now. But if we do not come together as a collective West, NATO, EU, US, Canada, Ukraine is going to fall.
Yeah, and Nick, to add to what you were saying there about the potential humanitarian crisis, there's the US obsessing over their southern border and immigration, but frankly, that humanitarian crisis is going to spill over and affect them too.
Yeah, I guess I have. I've got many American friends, and that's their internal politics, just as the UK has had with Brexit. Across, but I have when I say I have no interest in their own immigration issues. Yeah, it's clearly being used as a tool to help prevent the moral and, I truly believe, righteous obligation we have to repair what we have damaged in terms of our support of Ukraine. And I think I'll end it there, because I clearly don't have a solution, and I apologize for my possibly, it's emotive, but I believe my emotive response is born out of what I see to be the reality at the moment. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. I think it is important that we remember that all of this is kind of distractions to stop our focus on Ukraine. Uh, I never thought I'd have to argue with Americans about funding a fight for democracy, for freedom, for the right of a nation to exist, considering what they did in, the 1770s, when they stopped being colonies and became a sovereign nation. They did this fight, and they didn't do it alone. So I'm just not going to, I didn't think that I would have to explain it to them like they were children. But here I am, having to explain to Americans, Ukraine is doing a fight today that you did when you stopped being colonies and became a nation. And this is something that should speak to the core values of your nation. And you should applaud it, and you should help fund it, because you didn't do the fight alone. You had help back then. Otherwise, you would still be a colony. And they kind of shamefully admit that. Also, I like to bring up the Budapest Memorandum. I'm like, you signed a document saying that you would help them. So did Russia. Russia signed the document saying that they would uphold the sovereignty of Ukraine. They did not hold up their end of the bargain. So, in my opinion, gloves are off. And I am on my government to do more, because my government has done a lot, but we're nowhere near perfect. So I'm on my representatives, and I know that Americans are calling and harassing their representatives as well. and I can only help you with providing numbers. I do sound American, so I guess I could like dial through Skype or something and call their offices and pretend that I'm a constituent in their where they are. But at the same time, I'm not American. But I would love to see America stop using Ukraine as a political punching bag where they can score points against the other party and actually do the humanitarian thing. And I'm going to continue later. Right now, I'm going to go hand it over to Fluffy. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that as an American, I'm actually quite ashamed of our country right now. I'm extremely fed up with all the politicians that are and could be in office at this point. I grew up actually being quite annoyed with my country getting into different wars and not always understanding the reasoning behind it, but just feeling like, oh my gosh, why are we sticking our nose into all this stuff? And finally, there's actually a righteous cause in my mind and something that I really feel like we should be getting into. And all of a sudden, I feel like I'm just in some sort of upside down world where now I'm having to call and beg my politicians to actually get into a fight that I don't know. It's just maddening and sickening, and I'm just as fed up as everybody else is about this whole thing. So I just wanted to say, as an American, I do apologize for our behavior, and I'm sickened by it all myself. So Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. I understand that you feel like you should apologize for your nation, but at the same time, this may be elected officials that you didn't vote for because right now they're I don't remember, was it like 25 vote signatures that's missing to get the um for my mind drew a blank in two languages. This is amazing. Proposition 9 or discharge proposition 9. There we go. Discharge 9. Whatever it's called. There's 25 signatures missing, and Americans do have the opportunity to call the representatives that are like some are like walking like on a seesaw. They're balancing between yes and no, yes and no. What should I do? Just remind them, just for any American, call your representative and thank them if they have signed proposition discharge number 9. Thank them for that. And if they haven't, tell them that what Ukraine is fighting for are core American values. I love to play on people's emotions when it comes to this stuff. Like they're fighting for freedom. America is a freedom loving country. They're fighting for democracy. America is a democratic country. Like speak to the true American emotions because they become like emotions, and just speak to that and tell them like we should be proud of what Ukraine is doing. They are fighting back. And when it comes to the corruption, they're fighting the corruption. Doesn't mean that they have no corruption. No, they have some. Every country has some corruption, some more than others, but they inherited so much corruption from the old Soviet Union, and they are doing everything they can to get rid of it. So we should applaud them and show how amazing Ukraine is doing, fighting against all odds. This is why I keep saying it's about the fight in the dog, not the size of the dog that matters. Do you want to
Yeah.
respond to that, Tuffy? Oh, Ming, go ahead.
Yeah.
Ming, first.
No, well, Fluffy, no, go ahead, by all means.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that actually one of we're actually down to 24. We had another signature today, yeah, no, my representative still hasn't signed it, and she's a Democrat and somebody who I have voted for, and I do agree with most of her policies and what she stands for, but it's highly frustrating. And I've written many letters, and I've gone down to her office, and yeah, so I am calling her all the time, and I'm putting out messages to her, and on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, and handing out leaflets for other people to call her, and yeah, it's highly frustrating. So, but yeah, we are doing everything we can, and I'm actually part of there's a local group here in Seattle that has been doing a lot of advocacy work. It's the Ukraine Defense Fund of Seattle, and yeah, we're putting a lot of pressure on her at this point. But it's just really frustrating to have somebody that she says she's behind Ukraine and she wants to do everything for Ukraine, but there's just that one little bit of the bill that she doesn't agree to. So she's going to hijack the whole thing because there's one little piece of it that she doesn't agree to. And it's just extremely frustrating because the piece that she doesn't agree to and the damage that it could possibly do is just nothing compared to the damage that's being done by her not signing it. And so anyway, yeah, it's just frustrating, but we keep working on trying to do the right thing. So that's all we can do, I guess. Thank you.
So Fluffy, in fairness, the US isn't doing nothing, right? So lead story in the FT today, US proposes debt to fund Ukraine using profits from frozen Russian assets. And this is kind of interesting. So I think everybody knows there's been discussion of actually, using the Russian assets themselves directly, but everybody is a bit nervous about that because of the impact on financial markets and the potential precedent that would set for sovereign assets going forward. So there's been discussion of using the interest earnings from these assets. And this basically is what the new US proposal is, except the proposal here, it's kind of interesting. What they're proposing to do is a bond issuance against those forward interest earnings. And while you guys were talking, I did a quick back of the envelope calculation to work out how much this would potentially be. Well, I tell a lie. I knocked up a quick Excel spreadsheet. So it's 260 billion in frozen Russian assets. And that is, let's say, that earns interest at a rate of 2% per annum. So that's 5.2 billion per annum. Now, if Ukraine was to issue a 5-year bond against those interest earnings at a rate of 5%, which strikes me probably around the right level. Now, Ukraine is double-C rated by Standard & Poor's, so that's a couple of notches below investment grade. So we're in kind of high-yield junk bond territory. That said, about a month ago, Ukraine did actually issue a bond, and it was the highest oversubscribed bond in history, right? It was like they could have issued 100 times more of the amount or reduced the interest rate, but they got there 100 times. I don't know if it was actually 100 times oversubscribed, but it was the most oversubscribed bond in history. There was the most demand ever seen for a single issuance. So at a 5% rate on a 5-year bond, that would mean $23.6 billion for Ukraine now. If it was a 10-year bond, it would be a 45.3 billion amount for Ukraine now. So, as I say, Fluffy, in fairness to the US, Congress is frozen, but they are doing things, and hopefully this US proposal will go places.
Yeah, I know we're not doing nothing, but it's just ridiculously frustrating because compared to what we could be doing, I mean, Ukraine shouldn't be having to jump through hoops, and we shouldn't be having to try to figure out loopholes and all this bullshit. I mean, it should just be. I mean, we should have stepped up a long time ago, and I mean, this should have just been over with already. And I have a friend in Kiev that I talk to weekly, and she's at her wit's end. I mean, and it's just ridiculous, and I don't know. I'm just really fed up and frustrated with my government right now. So I'm just kind of venting to some extent too. So thank you for listening to me, and I'll go back to listening. Thank you.
Jenny, have you got the order? I think it was Stephen, then Leo, then Nick, and then Chris. Is that right?
I think it's Stephen, Chris, Leo, Nick. I could be wrong though. Stephen is next, however we twist and turn it.
Many thanks. Yes, I rather appreciated Ming your spreadsheet calculations. They're very interesting. I wanted to say hi to Nick, who I know personally, and who has been indefatigable and dedicated at not inconsiderable personal cost to Ukraine throughout this past couple of years. So lovely to hear your voice, Nick. He brought up the question of conspiracy theory about Russian influence. It is no conspiracy theory, and if anybody has any doubt at all, I would suggest that they go, if they haven't already watched it, to YouTube and type in full interview with Yuri Bizmenov. That is YURIBEZNENOV. The 4 stages of ideological subversion. Bezmenov was a high-ranking KGB officer during the Cold War era. The interview dates from 1983, but remains germane because the tactics that were being used then, which he explains in furtherance of communism, have been turned by Vladimir Putin to further the fascist interests of Russia, most particularly in the last 10 years. And the dramatic social eruption of what we call the culture wars in the last 10 years or so are significantly a result of this, and also of similar actions on the part of the CCP. And how do we know? Well, it should be noted that this does not only affect the right end of the spectrum. We have a tendency at the moment to focus upon that because of this blockage by Speaker Johnson and the MAGA rump. But it actually affects both sides. And an analogy occurred to me yesterday when I was listening to and briefly speaking on bullet points here on MriyaReport, which is that there are certain things that you can see directly, and there are other things that you can infer, and by which I mean you can see directly the table and chairs, the clouds, the end of your nose, your fingertips, and also, of course, the existing political parties in any given society and their gripes. There are other things that you can only see by inference, and one such thing is a black hole. We can only know that a black hole is there because not even light escapes. Therefore, we cannot see it directly. It's not possible because the gravitational power of it is so immense that it bends light around it. So we can see the stars directly, but not a black hole. However, we can infer the position of a black hole and its existence by the bending of the light of the stars. And when we observe our political leaders doing inexplicable things. And our last American friend was talking about his consternation at why many wars of intervention have been engaged in the past, but not this one. And no, it isn't just because of the nuclear weapons, because look at Vietnam and many other conflicts during the Cold War era were essentially fought between the great powers who were nuclear armed. So it is not that. But when we see this distortion, and you can feel it, you can see it, there is a black hole at the heart of American, European politics and our very society. And it is no conspiracy theory. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I said Chris was next. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, yes, thank you. So a couple of things. First of all, just to say, Nick, glad to hear you here, and just to call out the great work that Surrey Stands does, and you do. I haven't spoken to you personally, I don't think, but via Jenny Mokienko, tried to help a bit, and just amazing stuff, mate. You know, so carry on with that. So just wanted to applaud you on that. Ming, interesting. I didn't catch everything that you said there about the bond, but so did you say that the bond had been issued and actually was oversubscribed, like basically a bond for Ukraine? Can I just check that?
Yeah, no, so this was a Ukrainian bond that got issued about a month ago. This is not related to these frozen Russian assets, right? It was another bond.
Okay.
And it was massively oversubscribed,
Okay.
which is particularly impressive given that Ukraine's credit rating is at CC. Standard & Poor's have Ukraine at CC. So that's like 3 or 4 notches below investment grade, which makes any issuance by them theoretically a lot more illiquid, because pension funds and insurance companies aren't generally allowed to buy bonds that are non-investment grade. They're allowed to have small pockets of that kind of stuff, but you know, if you take them out of the mix, and yet this bond was massively oversubscribed, it just goes to show how much goodwill there is towards Ukraine in the financial markets.
Well, okay, so thanks for that, and actually, it sort of goes with a theme that I'm, you know, pushing at the minute, which is just basically give Ukraine all the money they need and let them decide what they're going to buy with it, right? In terms of weapons and stuff like that, right? Which you know, maybe, I don't know whether maybe that's one of the angles that's going on here, but what I was going to say, actually, I mean, just to add to that, right, is I don't know whether you heard it the other day, but I was talking about, there was a great article about Naftogaz in Ukraine, right, where put simply, right, just taking a few points from it, like they were basically saying, like, over the last year, in gas terms, Ukraine has become, you know, does not rely on Russia or anybody else for natural gas now, right? And in the and has opened a number of new wells, and has been supported by a number of external investors, right, in order to be able to do that. And in the coming year, right, they will move into a situation where they are able to supply surplus gas to other countries, right? So that's, I think, I can't remember where that article was now, but I think I probably got it. Oh, I know. I sent it to Will, so I know how to get it if anybody wants to read it and that, right? But so that was basically a story, Ming and Jenny, of, you know, again, amazing Ukrainian resilience, right? That, you know, even during the war they can do this, but also of what you said, Ming, right, in terms of you know, basically the support and the risk tolerance, if you like, right, for investing in Ukraine. And then there's actually been a follow-up to that, Ming, right, where they're talking about basically the same thing happening with Ukraine's oil deposits as well. So right now, they are basically, you know, finding external investors to help them do more. I don't even think they need to do the actual exploration, and Will probably tell me if he's there and available, right? But I don't actually think they need to do the exploration, because the exploration has been done, and I think, you know, the initial drilling has been done, right? All they need to do is the exploitation, if these are the right terms for that, right? So, and also I would just note, Ming, as well, some kind person, when I was talking about this yesterday, some kind person just reminded me of where the mineral deposits and the oil and gas deposits are in Ukraine. Strange old thing, and Stephen's saying 100%. Strange old thing. You know, most of those oil and gas deposits are exactly in the land that the Russians have occupied so far and have been trying to occupy, right? What a weird coincidence that is. So I do have the map there. I mean, we know that the Russians, of course, had stolen the oil and gas platforms in the Black Sea, right? So I don't think it's said enough, right? You know, Russians' aim was just, you know, to do what mafia does and steal everything, and that absolutely includes Ukraine's oil and gas repositories, and also their mineral repositories as well, right? So, Ming, I just wanted to carry on your theme there and say, actually, that there is huge demand or supply, if you like, right, for investment in Ukraine, right? And I made a joke the other day, Ming, say a bit of a joke, saying that since I am an investor in the Ukrainian oil and gas industry, I will be sending my PMC to protect it if I need to, right? And then just a final point on that, just to say earlier on.
So that would be, sorry, bad taste joke, the Windley Wankers group.
Yes, well, whatever, wiggly wangers, you mean? Yes, right. Yeah, you can call them what you like. I call them the Varangian Guard, right? Yes, it's but and Jenny knows why I call them the Varangian Guard, and Slavi does. But yeah, you know, there's a serious point there, Ming, which is that if you're invested in something, you're inclined to protect it, you know, as well, I think. And then the only other point I was going to go on to say was that. Earlier on in the day, Ming and Jenny, I was just saying that I thought that pretty well every war that the Americans had got themselves into since the Second World War was led by a Republican president. And after a bit of to and fro-in, that has been confirmed, right? So Republicans don't want to go to war now, right? Even though they basically led America into every war since the Second World War, right? And if it was a war that Republicans wanted to go into, they would just do it, right? And the other point I want to make on there is, it just quickly is to say that I actually consider ourselves extremely lucky, right? Because if Trump had been in power, the Americans would have done nothing, or worse than that, they'd have come in on the Russian side under Trump, right? So we were extremely fortunate that the great American people stood up and got rid of Trump at the right time. And we were extremely fortunate to have had the help from Biden and that administration that we've had. And that's a bad way to look at it. But I just think it's the reality, if you like, right? Because, you know, American presidents, Republican and Democrat, have been increasingly isolationist over the years and that. And so we were lucky that Biden has done what he's done. And, you know, I also believe, Ming, what has been said, right, that the Biden administration, they may be being held up, you know, in Congress and that, right, but they will find other ways to help, and obviously are, by the sounds of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, regarding Trump, actually, I think that he's so unpredictable that I actually don't know what he would have done. He could have just like said screw it and done nothing, or less than nothing in, like you said, during the Russian side, or he could have sent in special forces and just put in them before the invasion, before the full scale invasion. It's like a toss up. I don't know which one he would have done, to be honest. It's really weird. He's really bizarre that way. I am not a fan of the tangerine dumpster Trumpster, but he is unpredictable, unpredictable as can be. You never know what he's going to do. He's a really weird one. I believe that Leo is next. Go ahead, Leo.
Thank you so much. Great discussions, and thanks for everything that all you people do to help Ukraine. So a couple of things. Well, as far as Trump and Biden go, you know, obviously right now, Biden is the lesser of two evils, really, when it comes to supporting Ukraine. We know that when Obama was president and Crimea was invaded, Obama sent absolutely nothing, and he stood in the way of bipartisan support for sending arms to Ukraine. When Trump was in office, he actually sent the first lethal weapons to Ukraine, and Trump supporters will call on that to rationalize that he's actually very supportive. Obviously, his claim that he's going to end the war in 24 hours is very, very flawed, since he actually was president for 4 years and didn't end the war. So he obviously didn't have a magic solution to how to do that. And then again, you know, when President Biden was during his presidency, Ukraine was invaded. The full-scale invasion took place, as you know, and the strategy of the U.S. was to get Zelensky out of Ukraine, was for Zelensky to flee. That's when Zelensky so famously said, I don't need a ride, I need arms, I need weapons. And why that's important is because you have to think back, what was the Biden vision for Ukraine's future? It was to get the president out. There would have been massive refugee crisis. Everybody would have realized that they're going down. If the president's run away, they have to run away, and Ukraine would have fallen to Russia, you know, in a very, very short order. It was only Zelensky that, you know, put a wrench in that plan. The U.S. plan failed because Zelensky refused to leave, and he's an absolute hero for doing that, and he's obviously incorruptible, I might add, because the hallmark of corruption is to put your self-interests over your political role, and Zelensky's self-interest would have been get the hell out of there. The fact that he stayed means that he does not ever put his own interests over those of his country. So all this like nonsense about him being, you know, Ukraine being corrupted and all that, it's absurd. It probably has the only world leader that we know for a fact is incorruptible. But regarding what we as Americans should be doing right now. It still is contacting your representative to get them to sign the discharge petitions. Congress will be going on recess this coming Friday, a week from today. So we basically have a week in order to get all those signatures before another delay is created. The strategy that I've used, because I see that there's some Americans on already, the strategy that I've used is to call and leave messages, because I found that when you leave messages, you're not usually pressed into declaring yourself a constituent of that representative. Basically, it's usually just an answering machine. They ask for you to give your name and number. Sometimes they ask for the email and to give them your message. And so you could just identify yourself, and then you can go into your message without having to get filtered out by giving your zip code, which tells them right away whether you're a constituent or not. And it lowers your opinion if you're not a constituent. In some cases, you can't even reach them if you're not a constituent. For example, emails, very often you cannot get them through if you're writing to a different district. But we need to reach a lot of people. I've put the spreadsheet to all the representatives, how they voted, what party they're in, and whether they are whether they've signed yet, whether they're on the fence. And so you can go to my page and use the link there. I believe that link is updated hourly or something like that during the day. I think it's even more frequently. So you can definitely use that and not worry that you're calling somebody after they've already committed and so forth. One of my strategies is to point out that signing the discharge petition does not commit you to vote any particular way. This is something that we actually found out. Our advocates, lobbyists actually found out that some of the Congress people did not know that if they sign the discharge petition, they can still turn around and vote against it. So it's not really a commitment. All it is supporting democracy, supporting the democratic process, because Michael Johnson is blocking the democratic process. As we know, there probably would be a large majority of congressmen who would vote in favor of the Ukraine aid supplemental. The other thing I tell them is to sign both discharge petitions. The reason why I think it's crucial to make this a non-partisan issue, because partisan politics is something that is very divisive, especially in an election year. But if you frame it that Ukraine aid is not a political issue, it should be getting bipartisan support, then Ukraine's fiercest advocates, which are mostly on the Democratic side, they can cross over and sign the Republican bill, the Republican discharge petition, even though they've already signed the Democratic one. And as they set an example that people cross party lines to sign, it creates more cover for the Republicans who have to cross over and sign discharge petition 9, which was originated from a Democrat. And so a Democrat discharge petition to overrule the Speaker of the House, who was a Republican, is a pretty difficult political move for a Republican. So we have to make it as easy for them as possible. And if we make it that lots of people are crossing over to sign the opposite party's bills, discharge petition rather, it creates a lot more cover for them to cross over and not seem like they are some sort of a Benedict Arnold, if you pardon. In the event, calling is crucial. As you know, this particular week is going to be the most crucial. There's actually going to be a big Ukrainian conference in Washington. So there's going to be a lot of lobbying, a lot of meeting with congressmen, and this is going to actually soften them. So calls will be more welcome now and more powerful now than ever. Anyway, thank you guys. You guys are the greatest. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Heroin Slava, and thank you, Leo. Yeah, it's I'm trying to find like wiggle rooms, finding the zip codes for the different uh, again, losing words in two languages. That is so embarrassing. Um, I Finding the zip codes is actually not that hard. For most of the time, you can just Google them and they pop up. And the problem is, which is bad. I'm not advocating for lying, but you know, you can lie by omission, and just if you have to do like with the number pad, put in your zip code, then I guess then you can kind of get away with it. I've been thinking about like what can I do in the like to help pressure some of these senators. Also, I am trying to figure out how the Swedish system is working so that I can get on our prime minister to send, first of all, to get pilots over to Sweden so we can finish their training, and second, get Gripens to Ukraine because it is desperately needed. They need more air support than what they have now. And I I really I'm feeling the frustration. I'm so frustrated with wanting to do more, and I feel like I don't do enough. I believe Nick is next. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you. Interesting to listen to, especially from the our US friends, their points of view. I'm sorry, I'm going to hold a mirror up again to the us as being, and I call us the collective West. And that mirror does, the reflection is not good. I hear, I'm tired actually. I'm so tired of listening to what's going to happen in terms of aid. Ukraine has been drip fed aid since day one. In an attempt to avoid escalation, to provoke Russia into even greater retaliation. It started, I think, in 2022 with, hey, we'll give Ukraine some artillery pieces. They got some artillery. Then it developed into infantry fighting vehicles. Then not tanks. I think before that there were some air defense systems. Then probably the chronology was something like tanks and then long range missiles. And I go back to this exceptionally frustrating topic of won't we be using seized Russian monies to give to Ukraine to help them defend themselves. I'm sorry, I deal in reality. In doing humanitarian aid, I know what reality is. I know what all my friends in Ukraine need. And I can tell you the prevailing mood is changing through my experience. Everyone expects, I want to say everyone, I don't expect this, but I hear virtually on a daily basis the gratitude of Ukrainians. Many people sort of talk about needing gratitude, including some of our politicians of Ukrainian gratitude. Now, they are grateful, but I can tell you, they also understand that they have been drip-fed aid, military aid, to the point whereby the Ukrainian counteroffensive last year failed dreadfully because they did not have sufficient weaponry, sufficient time, sufficient training. And that is incumbent upon the West, all of us, our countries. The mirror is not good to look in. And I can tell you this prevailing mood is changing, still from gratitude, but what is being introduced is anger and frustration. Ukrainian friends say to me they're angry because they know what we could have done and we chose not to. The time is now or never. The time is to deliver, because on an hourly basis, people are dying. People are being maimed. The mental disintegration of Ukrainians happens by the minute. We have to change. If we do not change now, it will finish for Ukraine. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. I'm with you. I don't think that anybody does enough. I'm sorry. I don't think that any country does enough. Um, well, I should say every country can do more. Maybe that sounds less harsh, but I'm also done with the, you know, stroking. In Sweden, we say you have to stroke the cat along with the fur. You don't stroke them backwards because that annoys them and then they scratch you. And I am done stroking along the fur. I'm here to ruffle feathers. And if I piss you off, maybe I piss you off enough to take action. Because sometimes you just go along and go like, oh, everything is fine, but it's not. It's not fine. In a war, it should be soldier on soldier. It shouldn't be being cowards and striking from within Russia against civilians. That is enough. That fact alone should be enough to get you off your butt and get you into action and to talk to your representatives to do something. Action. I believe Stephen was next. Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Each of the last several speakers have been truly excellent, and Nick, I wholly sympathise. I'm minded when you were speaking, I was reminded of the scene in the final chapter of The Lord of the Rings. I'm talking about the movie version, when Lord Denethor sends Faramir and a handful of men to the plain of Osgiliath to face absolutely overwhelming and impossible odds. And we have a close-up vision of his feasting and the bursting of the tomatoes in his mouth. Yeah, this is how it feels to me. And indeed, I don't think that Tolkien chose the name Osgiliath completely idly. Osgiliath exists, and the Cossack Plain exists as the Osgil River. They are standing now, and they're defending it now, and there are too few of them, and with too little equipment. Anyhow, I also just wanted to endorse Chris's note. The fact is that yes, all of the other crap, and I think we should really just stop honoring it even by discussing all the NATO garbage. No, the reason they invaded was to steal the gas fields of the Black Sea and the Donbass, and the mineral fields of the central part of Ukraine, and to further corner the grain market. That's all. Simple fact. One last little thing on a slightly lighter note. When Chris was speaking, he mentioned the Varangian Guard. You may or may not know, Chris, about New England. Now, I'm not talking about New England in the United States. I'm talking about New England in very likely the Crimean Peninsula. There was a group of Anglo-Saxons who fled the invasion of the Normans in the 11th century. And they ended up being voyaging, led by a guy called Earl Seward. This is noted in the Jættvarder saga and other chronicles, the Chronicon Universale Anonymi Laudonensis. They ended up in the employ of the Byzantine emperor and as Varangians. And after they had completed their service, he allowed them to retire and withdraw to establish their own colony. And the sources tell us that where they withdrew to was 6 days' sail north and northeast of Constantinople. I can tell you that is Crimea. So indeed, there was a New England in Crimea, and if you go there with your Varangians, Chris, you're in a good historical company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. Yeah, it's a joke with me, Slavi, and Chris. He calls us the Varangian princesses. In Swedish, they're called Varingegardet. So it was a group of Swedes, and they're actually from the region where I live. So obviously, I have to be one of the princesses. And then there's Slavi, who's Ukrainian. So obviously, she has to be a princess too. So we're the princesses of the Varangian Guard. And I have been talking. I was part of another space on a different app a long time ago, 2 years ago, and there was a guy who kept saying if you think that Russia walking into Ukraine trying to take it over for these historical reasons, you're sadly mistaken. There are, and he brought up the mineral deposits, the oil and gas fields, the gas pockets and the oil fields that there are there, and the fertile nature of the land, especially in the east. And he also said the ports, the warm water ports that don't freeze over in the winter, where you need icebreakers so you can have continuous trade all year long. Those are the reasons. And when I bring this up, I'm being told that I'm insane. And most likely,
You speak truth.
yes, I know. And I've been saying this for ever since I heard it. I was like, oh my gosh, this makes so much sense. Another thing that people don't realize is that Russia pretty much has a a big portion, the biggest single portion of the fertilizer market in the world. And if we don't supply enough arms for Ukraine to free themselves, that portion is just going to get bigger. And if you're complaining now about your bread being expensive, let's see how expensive it is when Russia controls the rich, fertile fields of Ukraine, and when they control a huge portion, most likely over 20% of the potassium market. That is fertilizer. Let's see how expensive your bread is going to be then. It's not going to get cheaper. Let me just put that out there. I am not concerned about the petrol, gas, diesel, whatever you want to call it, prices at the moment, because by striking the refineries, Russia is forced to dump crude oil onto the market to other places that can refine it. It's most likely going to affect your petrol, gas, or diesel prices, but it's in a positive way. Controlling the potassium and the fertile fields of Ukraine, that's going to negatively impact your prices on pasta, bread, and all other things that come out of there. And the ones that will be hit first is going to be Africa. And starving people are generally not happy campers. So we're going to see a lot more war going on around the world. And who's to blame? Russia. I do believe Oyvind was next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just one comment. There was also Norwegians in the Varangian Guard. One was called Harald Harroda, who later was killed in Stamford Bridge in Northumbria or Mercia by the Anglo-Saxons. To Chris, about the Republican starting all the American wars. Yes, but Donald Trump hijacked the Republican Party and turned it into something that it wasn't, and something different. And Adolf Hitler did the same when he started his career in 1922, I think. He hijacked the German workers' parties. And there is a parallel there. When Donald Trump meet any opposition within the Republican Party, these people will be called by dirty names. They are either homosexuals or they are disguised Democrats or anything to just mob them out. Adolf Hitler did the same within the German Workers' Party. If he met any opposition, they were called Jews. So it's a parallel there. Although the German Workers' Party was a much smaller party than the Republican Party, but it's just the same game. And we have people up here occasionally in the space that are Republicans, and they just say the same. Donald Trump has turned it into something it never was, and it's a cult, and it's a problem for the true Republican that this cult still exists. And it's a problem for the free world that this cult still exists, because we never know what they are, what direction they will go. Just like Adolf Hitler, he made a pact with Stalin and they attacked Poland, and then later he stabbed her in the back. So you never know what these kind of people are up to, because it's unpredictable, and that is the big problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to give a thank you to Ming, who has stepped down in favor of Yom. Welcome, Yom. How are you doing this morning? And I believe Madi is next up.
Hi, Jenny. Okay. I'm just here to plug a very short gap until the hour is done. But we have loads of hands up, so let's keep the conversation going. As you say, I think it was Maddie next.
Hi, good morning. Just thanks to the last few, well, to all the speakers, but especially to the last few speakers. I know one of them has dropped off, for their input, which I found very interesting and very important. So I've just got two things to actually bring up. And the one is actually something that was posted in the Purple Button by Prevda, it's Ghost. And if people haven't had a look at that, maybe just have a look at that now. And it's the US has, this is about the Budapest Memorandum, but he says, what you are ignoring is Annex 2, which was attached to the Budapest Memorandum. I don't know if this has been discussed or not, but I wasn't aware of this. So he's attached that particular page, which actually, so his comment is, what you're ignoring is Annex 2, which was attached to the Budapest Memorandum, which in fairness, many don't know about. In the Annex 2, the signatories, which included US, UK, agreed to, among other things, refrain from use of force against the territorial integrity of Ukraine and all of Donbass. And this provision was included in the BM specifically because Ukraine was concerned about protecting its borders from incursion by Russia. And in this Annex 2, the signatories to the BM committed to, among other things, building Ukraine's military security to help ensure that Ukraine is not subjected further to the threat of military force. And so it's there, and I would suggest just read it. And I don't know if it has been discussed or brought up, but maybe there's further, comments or discussion about this. yeah, so it says to cooperate in the further development of the security system. They're committed to continuing the process of building a military and security in an undivided Europe, and help ensure the countries and people in the space are not subjected further to the threat of military force. And the leaders also confirmed that an important contribution to the broader process of strengthening security and stability, also made by such agreements as a treaty on conventional forces in Europe, the Open Skies Treaty, and confidence and security building measures. That's just some of the highlights out of there, but I would suggest actually maybe we can discuss this further, but it seems that actually people are falling short on what they should be doing. The other thing is that I found of importance was that in America's war, 2001 against Afghanistan, everyone joined in to help America. So Ukraine was one of the more than 50 countries, apart from all the NATO countries, who actually took part. So they obviously volunteered to take part in as well. So Ukraine, very useful to America, allowed the use of its airspace and air bases to the US and its allies for cargo flights. Ukraine is a participant in the NATO-led International Security Assistance Force in Afghanistan and has deployed troops as part of NATO's mission to the country. So there we are. How useful was Ukraine in America's time of need? And they stayed there for almost the full 20 years, if I am correct. So what is the West not doing when Ukraine actually jumped in and helped as well? Let's not forget that. Let's remind people that that is what they did. The other thing I was just thinking about, so many people rushed to Ukraine, the leaders from the West and all over the world, that seemingly all had to be seen in Ukraine. Was it some kind of special kind of feeling to be in a war zone or what? Now, let's wonder how many of those people who rushed there to be seen and to be speaking to everyone, what have they done? What have they given Ukraine after all this? I mean, I think Zelensky hasn't got time now to be meeting people in one-on-one like that. They can do it via Zoom or whatever, remotely, because honestly, I think that he has wasted a lot of time in seeing people who actually have done just about nothing, or what have they done and they could have done more. So and also spending time traveling the world to go and see other people at these meetings. What has it brought? Actually, what are they doing? It's some kind of a circus. So let's, so I'm also just so frustrated about what is going on, what is not happening. It's absolutely cruel. It's devastating. Yeah, thank you. And I'll go down to speaker to give other people a chance to come up, and I'll go down to listener to give other people a chance to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Maddie. I think we're all extremely frustrated, especially I think yesterday was a particularly difficult day with the attacks on the infrastructure that we saw yesterday, and I think we're all pretty frustrated and pretty kind of angry with what's been going on. The Budapest memorandum now has been kind of torn into pieces, burnt, and sort of shot into space. I think it's terrible that that's happened. Same with the Ukraine helping out the US in the Afghanistan thing. These are things that were done in the past, and they were things that America should be thankful for, and other allies too. And I think the visits to Kyiv were important in that they showed a kind of certain normality was going on inside the war. So I guess they served that purpose there. But I think the important thing is that we stay as calm as we can and look to the future as much as we can. and use things like the torching of the Budapest Memorandum and other things that Ukraine has stepped up to do in the past to, bludgeon our representatives into doing what they should be doing. But yeah, I share your frustration. Yenny?
Yeah, I think we're at this point, we're all super frustrated. I have to say that I don't know who's next. So I'm going to go with
I know.
Leo.
It's Leo next,
Oh,
yes. Go ahead.
oh, it is Leo. Oh, good. Because I
Leo
was
and
going
then
to go to
Chris,
him
yeah.
anyway.
Okay.
Go ahead, Leo.
Thank you again. Wonderful, lively discussion. The one thing about the goals of Putin, I think it's important to keep in mind. You're absolutely right that Ukraine has minerals and Ukraine has warm water ports and the most fertile soil in all of Europe. But I do think the historical significance is also very important. And the reason why it's worth keeping that in mind is because that's the reason why Putin wants to take Kyiv. That's the reason why Putin wants to take the whole country, and he denies that the entire nation even exists. So it's kind of the justification for genocide, which we're seeing here. Obviously, you could take minerals, you could take ports, you could create, some sort of a land bridge to Odessa and make Ukraine into this very much weaker, landlocked country. But he wants Kyiv. He believes that the Russian people, or at least he says he believes that the Russian people originated there, and that somehow gives him a right, a privilege to taking over the country. Of course, that's absurd. It would be just like the U.S. saying, "Well, we originated in England, and so we're going to take over London." So obviously, the fact that that was where they came from originally, as well as the Ukrainian people came from originally, doesn't make a difference whatsoever. But I do think that you're absolutely right that there's so many things that Ukraine has to offer that is reason why Russia wants to take it. But the historical one actually trumps all the rest, because it is the reason why he will not stop until he's killed every last Ukrainian. And either, Putin has said as much in his historical kind of references, or his mouthpieces have stated this. So keep that in mind. The historical part of it is real important. Thank you so much, Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava. So I think that, like you said, oh, sorry. I think that you're absolutely correct. That is the justification, and it is useless. It's a stupid justification, because according to the records, then Sweden and Norway can. I didn't know that Norway had Varinga guide as well. I know that they come from a place in Sweden called Mälardalen, which is Stockholm and the cities around the water, the body of water that is there. That part I did know, but for in that case, then Sweden and Norway should join forces, and because we're brothers in arms, we're gonna bring Finland and Denmark too. Just the more the merrier, and then we'll kick the Russians out of there, and then we will realize that you know uh, we have enough trouble within our borders, so we're going to give it back to Ukraine. But I do think that the purpose, the original purpose, is this is why is the minerals and all of those other things, and this is why you see the concentration of them and why they're digging their heels in so badly in the east. It's because that is where they see money in the ground. And yes, I'm pretty sure that they want to keep. And I'm also equally sure that I hate that idea. And I hate the fact that people use history as a justification, because the amount of times the maps have changed in Europe is incredible. Sweden used to be a lot larger. Um, Germany used to be a lot smaller. In fact, Germany didn't exist for a long time. It was a lot of duchesses, whereas Sweden was Sweden from 1521, but it had a much larger area than we do today. We have no plans of taking that part back. None whatsoever. According to history, I should hate Denmark, and we should be at war with Denmark. We had a 900-year history of that. I don't want to go back to that. I much prefer to, if we're going to battle, I want to do it on the football pitch. I don't want to do it on the battlefield. And with Finland, we will square our differences in the ice hockey rink. So, and that seems to be the way of a civilized society. You can change. Sweden was a war nation for a very. We're not anymore. We were an imperialistic country. We did a lot of horrible things, and we changed. You can change from that imperialistic unwed mother with children view, or child of an unwed mother view. You don't have to be that way. Did you want to respond to that, Lee?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. No, I mean, I think we agree on fundamental things, but the reason why I'm making this point is because back in 2014, when Russia took Crimea and took the Donbass, there were many people, like Henry Kissinger included, that were saying, well, these are areas that were Russian speaking. They want these natural resources. They want the warm water ports. They're going to stop. This is all they want. And we could sort of understand it. And, even though I don't understand it. And at that time, I said, hogwash. They want the entire country. They want Kyiv, because Kyiv is their historical birthplace. And it's a very important distinction, because some of this, like the Trump plan right now to let Russia have Crimea and the Donbass, for the sake of peace, right? That would be only a segue to their invasion of Kyiv and taking over the rest of the country. And so I think that those who are true supporters of Ukraine have to keep that historical perspective at the top of the causes of why Russia is doing this to Ukraine. It is a genocidal war. Ukraine doesn't exist in their eyes, and the capital city is Russia. And the Kievan Rus is Russia. They hijacked the name many years ago, and they now have this identification that most people who don't understand history and how this all evolved will think that, well, yeah, they are Russia, and that was Rus, so that's theirs, and it justifies their invasion and doing whatever they need to do to take Ukraine, to take the capital of Ukraine. So it's very important to focus on that historical aspect, that it's wrong. I agree with you 100%. Timothy Snyder makes a great point that, like, Russia threw a dart on the board and decided that history starts in the year 800, when Kiev in Rus was founded, but obviously it belonged to other people. Before that, you could say that the Crimea belonged to the Greeks, because they had already explored there, 100 years BC. You could say that the entire Mediterranean should go back to Rome, because history says that that was once in part of the Roman Empire. But obviously, we don't think that way. We talk about what's happening now and who's observing international borders and international law. But anyway, we do agree on 99.999% of everything, and you guys are great. Slava Ukraini. Bye.
Thanks, Leah. I think I'd throw one more thing in, is the Kyiv thing, I think, is a big part of it. As a justification, the natural resources are probably a part of it as well. But also, if I don't like to say this because it's a horrible thought, but if Russia can occupy the whole of Ukraine, then they might lose 1 million men doing that, but they can then forcibly mobilize another conservative estimate 5 million men, who they can then go and batter against the states on Ukraine's western flank. It's part of the strategy as well, I think. So they've got to be stopped. I think Chris was next.
A woo. Yes. Well, I was just going to say for the observant amongst us, I now live in Tripilia, and of course, unfortunately, our thermal power station got bombed in recent days, and that. But I would just like to remind the Russians that Tripilia has been there for 7,500 years. So yes, Ukraine has actually been around for 7,500 years, right? Now, so Russians chew on that particular bone. And in regards to Tripilia as well, we should just remind the Russians that they got their ass kicked in Tripilia when the Bolsheviks thought that they would take that part of Ukraine. Not only was it defended, but the Bolsheviks were massacred by the Tripilians and the Ukrainians and that. Yeah, so thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Leo, for your support on that, right? So yes, that's why I live in Tripilia now, you know, which obviously does go back in time. And Stephen, I see you've got your hand up, but thank you for that additional information about the Varangian God. Jenny, Slavi will be, if she didn't know all of that, she'll be delighted to hear that, I'm sure, right? And of course, well, in my research, right, just to let you know that I am half Anglo-Saxon and half Celt, right? And so I actually believe that the Celts and the Anglo-Saxon mercenaries would have resided where you've indicated, Stephen, right? And of course, I also know for certain that the Donbass area is Welsh Ukraine. Stephen, I think again, I'm sure you and others will be able to support me on that, because Huzovska, which is now Donetsk, was of course founded by Welshman John Hughes, right? And so we only lay claim to it in order to ensure that it stays with Ukraine, right? So, and Maddie, I think, made some fantastic points about how Ukraine and, of course, the UK has been dragged into supporting the USA on its various military ventures. And we have always done that like good, loyal, what should we call them? I won't call ourselves dogs, you know, good, loyal Varangian guardsmen or something, Yenny, shall we say that? Yeah, we've always done that. But of course, the maggots and that have no loyalty and that. So they've forgotten how we have always come to their aid. And on the stealing bit, two things. One a bit past and one very current, right? Those of us that were on the space, you know, now almost 2 years ago, will remember the pictures of the convoys of trucks that had already been prepared, right, to follow the Russian military into Ukraine and steal the grain, right? Now, everybody may not have seen that, right? But I'm sure those videos and pictures can be found somewhere on Tinternet, right? Yes, there was a plan. As far as I'm concerned, right, that plan was agreed with China, right? When Putin went to see Xi being desperate for grain, Putin said, "Hey, chill out, mate, right? We're going to solve your grain problem, right? Because as soon as we invade Ukraine, right, we're going to truck out and ship out all of the Ukrainian grain, and you can have it, mate." Right, to feed your pigs and to feed your population, right? Not only that, right, but also you can have the Black Earth, which you've been trying to steal from Ukraine for ages, right? You can have that black earth, right, from Ukraine, because we don't care about Ukraine. We only care about these other things that have been pointed out, right? You can have Ukraine's black earth, right, to try and solve your earth problems that are self-created by you, Mr. Z, in China, right? So yeah, and probably also it's gone out of my head. No, it's not. Also, China, you can have Motor Siege as well, right? That Motor Siege being a very important manufacturer of engines, turbines, etc. Engines that are used in Bayraktar and stuff that the Chinese wanted to take over and was stopped by the Ukrainians. You can have that as well, Mr. Z, right? All of this and more will be yours when we've taken over Ukraine in about 3 days, right? Now, just to bring us all up to speed, and I have to say trains here. So maybe Peter Headley will come up, right? The new Russian train line into Ukraine has had 2 tests, right? The first test on that Russian train line was just to make sure that it all worked. The next test, right, was a first load of scrap metal from Ukraine being exported out of Ukraine, right, to be sold on the global markets for scrap metal. I mean, okay, so like when you're like mafia Putin people, right, you go in, you destroy a place, right, you create all of this scrap metal, right, and then you ship it out so you can sell it. I rest my case.
Thank you, Chris. You're absolutely correct. And also, I try to remember, I think we studied this back in like 3rd or 4th grade, and I'm old. My kids are convinced that I played around with the dinosaurs, and when they're acting up, I tell them like, you're absolutely correct, and T-Rex is dead. I am not. Be careful. That was my way of getting my kids in line when they were acting like little rugrats. And we had 2 names. Kivon, or we call him Ruse. And I've come to realize now we were talking about Kivon Ruse. And then we had another name, and I believe they were the Russians, and we called them Sarker and Sarkland. And a sark is kind of like a smock or a nightgown or a dressing gown or something. And I have no idea why they got that nickname, but that was the name that the Swedish Vikings put on like the people that were living around Moscow, that area. And they were also the people that this is my shameful past. We went there and took them and enslaved them and sold them in Istanbul because apparently we didn't like them. So, there's that. So we haven't liked them for a long time. Just saying. Our beef with Russia has gone back quite some time. Uh, I'm also seeing what time it is, and it is time for me to be replaced. We're having new co-hosts coming up, and so I would like to take a moment to say thank you to anybody who stayed with us and participated in the discussion. I learn more if I have discussions than if I just listen, because I have an ADHD brain, and so sometimes I tune out and I forget if I hear too long of monologues. I miss a lot of information, unfortunately. And so I love these discussions back and forth because then I get to learn more. And also I get to plug Ukraine, because I do love it. Um, So that is something I really enjoy. And talking about like helping Ukraine and plugging Ukraine, I would love to make a shameless plug for our fundraiser, which is for the SBU Alpha unit. And we are buying them gear. I don't know if you guys know this, but Ukrainian soldiers, they are given one uniform per year. That is one. And I don't know, but I imagine that when you are out there being a soldier, you may need more than just one. I'm thinking that there's a lot of wear and tear. And so we have decided to help them with shoes because an army will fall and win based on the condition of the soldier's feet. Trench foot is a thing and it's not a good thing. It's a nasty thing. And we want to avoid that. So a soldier should have at least 2 pairs of shoes and like, a gazillion pairs of socks to keep their feet dry and warm so that they can continue to fight the fight for freedom and democracy. So shoes is one thing. We're going to get them a smock and, or as in the US, we call them jackets. And this one is really spiffy and it has like a ton of pockets. So as a woman, I love it already. I haven't seen it, but I just heard pockets and I'm like, wow, we need to get them pockets. And they're getting ear protection. And I'm doing this from memory because I'm pretty sure we're going to get them more stuff. But ear protection because war is loud. It's very loud. And so, please, if you have some spare change, please check it over to the MriyaReport's fundraiser, and you can skip a latte at Starbucks. Starbucks coffee, it's not coffee. It's kind of like sugar in a cup, and so we're saving you from diabetes if you skip at least one and donate that to the fundraiser. Also, so you're doing 2 things: one, good thing for your own health, and 2, you're helping us kid out SBU Alpha. So I'm going to bid you all farewell until I'm probably going to come back up as a speaker and annoy the next co-hosts. But for now, I'm going to say goodbye. And thank you so very much, everyone.
Thank you, Jenny. Good solid session there. Thank you so much. Stephen, you've been waiting for ages. Go ahead and, well, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, no, I just wanted to, I think, oh no, Chris is still with us. So I just wanted to comment to him and following on from Leo with regard to the historical curiosities about Ukraine. That indeed there was a Greek colony in ancient times on the Crimean Peninsula, which is one of the reasons for some of the names there, and there is indeed a fairly continuous history. But something that people may not realize is that there is fairly good reason to believe. So firstly, the Elysian fields, Elysium, in ancient Greek conception, were not a magical place entirely. They actually had a place in the world. And Hesiod refers to Achilles being transported to the White Isle in the Black Sea, which is joined to basically to Elysium by a narrow strip of land. So there is really quite good reason to think that when they talked about Elysium, they were actually referring to what is now Ukraine. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Any thoughts on that, Chris? Clearly not. Okay.
Yeah, no, I have. I'm sorry, John. I have, but I've just got my fingers aren't moving fast enough. Well, my first thought.
Tell me about it.
My first thought on that is I love it, Stephen. Right, and I'm sure he's got. I'm sure he knows more as well. So I thought you were going to tell me more about Tripilia, Stephen. I thought you were going to say something about that, and I thought maybe you were going to comment on the Celts being part of the Varangian of Varangian Guard as well, which I think I'm okay to say in that. But anyway, all of your comments are very interesting.
Oh, I support you on that. I just thought I'd add that very little known wrinkle about Elysium, because it's rather beautiful, and especially for those of us who have been there, it rings true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Looks like we've exhausted hands. So I will just hang on here while I'm waiting for my relief, because I'm just here for a very short session. I think David will be joining us soon as co-host, and then Tim will be replacing me. Oh, look at that. David has indeed taken the seat next to me. Hi, David. How are you this morning, this afternoon, this evening, whatever it may be for you?
I'm very well. The microphone button's terrible today. I mean, they're very buggy. I don't know what Nels comes up to, but very buggy today. Been a lot. I tried to come up earlier, and there was all kinds of entertainment. Yeah, very interesting discussion. Origins of words are one of my favorite topics. Being a linguist, and there's another one which is kind of my pet theory. I haven't seen it really. It's a remote one, right? So Rus didn't come to be used in conjunction with what we now call Russia, so the Duchy of Muscovy, until relatively late on, so late 1400s. They started kind of indicating that they might have something to do with the Rus. There's this word Malorussia, which is often used for Ukraine, and it's kind of assumed that this is a derogatory term. But you see references to Malorussi in before the rise of Muscovy. So it's a word that was around before the rise of Muscovy, and so therefore you have to wonder in what connection was Malorussi. So Malar means kind of lesser, and so I've read somewhere, but I've also sort of supports the idea that there's some kind of relationship between Belarus and Malorus, which would be north and south. So maybe the lesser is in the same sense as Nederlander in Holland. Yeah. So anyway, that's one of my theories. I don't know if it's any basis in fact, but it's curious that Malorussi existed as a word before the rise of Muscovy, since being exploited by them to belittle Ukraine. But yeah, that was my etymological diversion. Stabilizer.
Yeah, hello and welcome up to co-host David. Great to hear from you again. Have we talked about this, that UK may send Dragonfire laser anti-air system prototypes to Ukraine? And the source is Grand Chaps through Euromaidan Press, and that would be actually a very, very great development. What do you think about that, David?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a great idea. I think I'm surprised that we're not. I mean, we were talking earlier about not sending stuff to test. I think we should be sending stuff to test, but also sending the, the tried and tested things as well. I don't think there's things that can mutually exclusive. Honestly, I don't know how effective this Dragonfly thing is. I mean, I think Tim will know a lot more about this than I do. Directed energy weapons are very much kind of on the cutting edge of what we have available. They're specifically, I think, very useful for drones. I guess that's because the amount of energy you could deliver with a directed energy weapon is, on the scale of munitions, quite small. And so a small airframe would be easily damaged, more easily damaged than, let's say, a fighter jet or something, and also they're not moving as fast. so you're much more able to track it for an extended period of time to allow sufficient energy to be delivered to do some damage. So I think it's great that they're delivering it. If they're cheap, it would be great if there were loads of them. So, but yeah, I don't know. Is there anything in the story, Nella, about details? What's being delivered? Well, I guess not, right? Because it's
No, I mean, this is just a suggestion right now, so they haven't hammered out the details yet. But
I'm
yeah,
all for space lasers. I'm all for space lasers.
yeah, me too. And if they're Jewish, it's
it's a
an
bonus.
added bonus, I think. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, what's more deadly than a Jewish space laser? An Anglo-Saxon space laser. I don't
Absolutely.
know. There's a joke in there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I'm all for space lasers, and however kind of prototypical they are at this stage, then let them have free reign, see what they can do. Thank you, David. It was brief. I think Tim has arrived, so I will drop down and leave you all in his capable hands. Everybody, thank you so much, and I will see you again next time around. Goodbye.
Thanks, John. Slava Ukraini. Tim, you're up as speaker. I guess you're on your way up the stairs, so I'll continue rambling for a little bit. You maybe you've been speaking about the proposal from the US to seize, or not seize, raise finance based on Russian assets. So this is something that we've been talking about for quite a while here on the space. Tens of billions of euros in debt for Ukraine to be seized based on the property of seized assets or frozen assets by Western countries. So I think that's an interesting story. Things are progressing, I guess, in the right kind of direction on that score. Again, Tim being a merchant banker, it's probably better equipped than I to be preaching on that subject. Tim, welcome up.
Hi, David. I heard you talking about Dragonfire, and I did want to give some colour on that.
Yeah, absolutely. That was exactly why I was going to turn to you, actually. So the finance side of it is of little interest, I think, because we've been talking about it quite a lot. Maybe we go into that later, but Dragonfly is definitely a hot topic.
Yeah. Now, Dragonfire is, well, it's a directed energy weapon, so it's a laser. It's a space laser. Don't know how Jewish it is, but you never know. It's made by a consortium of companies. So MBDA, which is, I think it's the old Shorts of Belfast. It's now part of a conglomerate that's part owned by BAE, part owned by Airbus, part owned by is it Leonardo, the old Finmeccanica, something like that. Anyway,
Yeah, they also make the Taurus, of course, don't they?
yes, I think so. Yeah, so it's a kind of Euromush missile consortium. They've got British bits, French bits, German bits, Italian bits. Now the weapon, it's chiefly designed to defend against incoming ordnance. So it's designed to shoot down missiles and mortar rounds, also incoming artillery rounds as well. It's still in development, right? So this is what we have to remember about Dragonfire is it's not a real weapon yet. It's been through various stages of technology demonstration. So they first fired it in public in 2017, and the trials began formally in 2018. They were interrupted by COVID because apparently you can't fire lasers during a pandemic or something, and they picked the trials up again in 2022 on Hebrides Range, which is up in Scotland, where we test fire all our fancy weapons. I think we once tested a biological or chemical weapon on an island in Scotland, and the island had to be abandoned, and they had to bomb it to kill all the sheep because they didn't want some kind of ovine zombie apocalypse going on in Scotland. So they destroyed the whole island. And you're still not allowed to go there. So the poor old islanders of Scotland, they get all our weapons tested on them.
So I've got a question straight away there, Tim. So you're saying that you can hit a mortar shell with this thing and they explode? I mean, that strikes me as being fantastically well. I mean, fantastic if it's possible, because that's a fairly rapidly moving object for a directed energy weapon to be able to trace and focus on and deliver energy to quickly. Is there any detail you can give about that? I mean, I'm obviously not asking for the blueprints, but it's a surprise to me that that's a possibility. But
Well, it is and it isn't, right? If you have a think about the systems that are used to do that, so there's a number of them. So Phalanx is one of them. So there's a land banks version of the Phalanx Seawiz called I think they call it Centurion, and it's basically the Phalanx Dalek, the Phalanx. It looks like a Dalek with a male appendage sticking out the front. They basically put that on the back of a lorry, and they've used that to intercept incoming mortar rounds, incoming artillery rounds. There's also Iron Dome, of course, from our friends in Israel, which is capable of tracking and intercepting mortar rounds. There's a couple of others as well. So there's Mantis, which is the German thing. And it's I think it's made by Rheinmetall. It looks like a tank turret, and I think you can put it on a tank. You can put it on an IFV, and so there's a few systems that do basically that. They're all gun based or missile based. However, there is what's new about this one is this is directed energy, so this is laser based. Not the UK is not the only country doing this. So obviously the Americans are getting involved. I think the Japanese have got something a bit like this as well. Don't know what the French are doing. Don't really care. But yeah, so the UK is not, it's not unique to the UK, but one of the curious things about it is Dragonfire is extremely British. So the development was led by Kinetic, which is formerly the I think it was called the Defence Technology Research Organization. It was called something. It was called something like that before. It was privatized under the Blair tyranny for some reason, and now it's a company rather than a government science bureaucracy. And they've used another. They've used a UK developed laser technology. I don't understand lasers, so I won't comment on that. But it is very spiffy. Colonel Jeff is kindly pointing out in my DMs that Israel have Iron Beam as well. So they have a directed energy and a counter, CRAM project like this. Quite how you have an Iron Beam, I don't know, but I guess they're just doing the Iron Dome, changing the name. That's a bit of a silly name if you ask me, but no sillier than Dragonfire. Now, it's a system that's under development, so it's not. It's been demonstrated. The Army are playing with it. The Royal Navy are playing with it. The RAF are playing with it. They want to put it on the back of the Army want to put it on the back of a Wolfhound, which is the British version of the Cougar MRAP. The Navy want it on their Type 23 frigates, but by the time it comes into service, we will have retired Type 23, so it's going to be on Type 31, Type 26, and maybe Type 45 destroyer. So in terms of sending it to Ukraine, I think we have to be a little careful about what Grant Shapps actually said. So this weapon is expected to enter service with the British Armed Forces in 2032. So we are 8 years away from it, being an actual weapon in the arsenal of the king. However, the Grant Shapps has announced that it was the MOD have announced that it was accelerated, and now it's expected in 2027. So only 3 years until Jewish space lasers. Brilliant. What Shaps has said is that he would see if it can be sped up further, so the Ukrainians can get their hands on it. So to quote him verbatim, he said, "I accelerated the production of the Dragonfire laser system because I believe that, given the two major ongoing conflicts, having a weapon that is capable of destroying drones in particular could have huge consequences." Now, it doesn't take much imagination to see how this could be helpful, for example, in Ukraine. So I'm sorry to burst your bubble a bit. I think it was Nala, but no, this is not going to Ukraine yet, because we don't even have our grubby mitts on it yet, because it's not quite a real weapon yet. It's, yeah. I mean, I think the most interesting thing about the directed energy laser CRAM concept is its cost, right? So we've talked about kind of saturation attacks by cheap and cheerful drones. That's part of the logic behind the Shahed drone, the Iranian suicide drone. Now, the fundamental underlying logic of that kind of weapon is, yeah, they're crude, they're low tech, they're easy to shoot down, but they only cost a couple of grand a shot, right? Now, if you are fighting a war and you are using 100,000-pound missiles to shoot down 2,000-pound drones, then you've got a bit of an economics problem, right? And you not only got a bit of an economics problem, you've got a bit of a production problem as well, because these drones, anyone can make them. Like, should come as no surprises that the Iranians can make them, because the Iranians are actually quite good at making stuff. But it should come as a surprise that the Russians can make them. So they're not difficult to make. They're not sophisticated. They're not complicated. So you can make loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of them. You can't, it's a different feat entirely to make loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of CRAM missiles or Iron Dome missiles or Patriot missiles, pick your system, Sky Saber missiles, ASRAMs, whatever you want. So there's a kind of economic and industrial asymmetry to this kind of warfare. Now, the cool thing about directed energy weapons, lasers in particular, is you don't have to produce ammunition for them. They're a laser. And also, in terms of the electricity cost, they're really, really cheap. So the Dragonfire, for instance, it costs about £10 to fire it. Now, that tells us two things. The first thing it tells us is that's a lot less than it costs to fire a missile. It's even a lot less than it costs to fire bullets. So you think about the kind of specialized ammunition you get in systems like Gepard, the 35mm ammunition. I don't know how much that costs a round, but it's probably several $100. You fire a couple of hundred of those in a burst, and yeah, you've got basically the cost of a missile anyway. This costs £10, so that's cheap as chips. £10 worth of electricity is a lot of electricity, though. So it gives you an idea of how much energy this thing uses, bearing in mind that it only fires for, I think, a fraction of a second. I don't think it works by fixing a constant beam, but I might be wrong. So it uses a hell of a lot of electricity, and that is kind of the limiting factor with this kind of weapon system. Is okay, it's great on a ship. It's fine on land if it's static and you've got something to plug it into. Have to be a pretty bloody big power source, though. If it's on a ship, you probably want. I don't know. It'd be nice to have somebody it'd be nice to have a naval bloke up, because I don't really know how much power ships produce. But I don't know, maybe a nuclear reactor. You'd want to mount this on something nuclear powered, so there's no shortage of electricity.
Something like Zaporizhian nuclear power plant, for example.
Yeah, you want to miniaturize one of those and stick it on the back of your aircraft carrier. That's the idea. So yeah, they are cheap to fire. They don't require ammunition, but they do require a whacking great big power source. So that's currently the limitation. The UK is talking about putting it on Wolfhound and putting it on relatively small surface vessels that definitely won't be nuclear powered. So it looks like the UK has come up with some kind of solution to this. So yeah, that's Dragonfire. No, we're not seeing Jewish space lasers in Ukraine anytime soon because this weapon is not yet deployed in the UK.
You're really boring, Tim.
I wish I was wrong, right? I hope Grant Shapps, breaks out the laser tomorrow and just sends it to Ukraine, but apparently not. I see Colonel Jeff is trying to come up. Jeff, we see you requesting, but I currently can't bring you up. So you might need to restart your phone, my friend. Yeah, I see you kind of bouncing. Oh, hang on, it looks like you're up now. Jeff, you there? Maybe not. Jeff, if you can hear me, please do restart your phone. I see we've got Leo. Leo, welcome.
Hi there, Tim. Thank you. Thank you both. Great space. Regarding lasers, so this seems to be the perfect thing for air defense, since one of the dangers of most air defense is that your missiles that you fire have to come back down to Earth and land, and they can land on your own people. Lasers, they go in a straight line, they never bend, and therefore you don't have to worry about any friendly fire. Obviously, when you hit a missile, incoming missile, you're going to have to deal with the debris. But it's just a very interesting potential use, sort of like where you have lots of power source in your cities, you plug it in, and you shoot it up and knock down the incoming attackers.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, actually. That hadn't occurred to me. This is something that the people who know about missiles talk about quite a lot. But yeah, yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm not sure how that would work in practice, right? You would, but again, it's not going to. In my head, at least, it's not going to like destroy the missile completely, right? It's not going to melt the missile, and even if it does melt the missile, then it's still going to fall on something, right? You can't like turn it into powder. I don't know. Maybe Jeff has a take on this. I can see a use case for it there, but I'm just not sure how the physics of it would work. But I see we have Colonel Jeff. So Jeff, you want to talk about lasers?
I love lasers, right? Lasers are awesome. So actually, laser weapon warfare has been around since the 90s, believe it or not, right? Now, it was illegal. And when I say illegal, the lasers were only powerful enough to actually damage the retinas of pilots. So there were times where our Navy or our Air Force was flying in certain areas, let's say out over the Pacific Ocean. All of a sudden you just go and look at a trawler out there and the guys come back and they've got burnt retinas, right? So yeah, this has been happening. The problem with getting lasers, and Tim's already talked about it, was getting the power sources, right? And the reason that Dragonfire and Iron Beam look really promising is they're the first lasers that are down to a 50 kilowatt range power requirement, right? Other lasers required 300 kilowatts. So you needed like the size of a football field of generators to make that happen, right? So now we're at 50. And I just I posted on my other account what the picture of the entire system of Dragonfire looks like, right? It's got two connexes of support equipment, which is power generation and cooling and all the other things, right? So this is a huge system. This isn't going to go on a Humvee anytime soon. It's not going to go on anything like that, right? So yeah, and by the way, the other big breakthrough in lasers were that if you look at the atmosphere of the Earth, right, The troposphere is the lowest. Then you've got the ionosphere and the stratosphere. The United States built a laser long ago called the airborne laser that only operated up in the ionosphere, and it was on a 747 that needed that much power, and it used coil, which was collodium oxide iodine, right? Laser, which is really weird chemicals to mix together. The reason that they put it on an airplane, though, is they couldn't figure out how to actually get a laser to maintain its power strength and not attenuate. And the way that they figured that out was we got to get out of the troposphere. There's too much stuff in the low level atmosphere, so we can't really have a laser down there. It'll attenuate. Another technology breakthrough was finding out, hey, we can use a laser down in the troposphere, and we can stop it from attenuating to where we can still get enough power out to where we want to hit and kill something. All that being said, now to answer Tim's question, yes. So basically, the way that a laser works, it doesn't blow up the system. It actually picks a spot on the vehicle and then, or on the target, and then penetrates it numerous times with numerous pulses to overheat that thing and then get inside the avionics and basically basically fry the avionics, fry a hole in the propulsion system, and basically turn the missile stupid to where it goes nuts, right? Same thing with an artillery shell or mortar shell. It just continues hitting the side until it burns a hole into it and then causes either an explosion or something else like that. So that's kind of the way that a laser is going to be working. Where I have, look, it's a great day for air warfare, right? When we talk about lasers and being able to come after drones and UAVs, but people need to be thinking about the next thing, right? The laser is instantaneous. So all this money that you're investing in F-22s and F-35s and Eurofighters and everything else, what kind of defensive system do you think it's not easy, but it's capable to defeat missiles, right? Missiles aren't instantaneous, right? So a missile, when it comes at your airplane, you can push out chaff and flares and you have time. A missile traveling at the speed, or I'm sorry, a laser beam traveling at the speed of light at your aircraft, you're in a lot of trouble.
Shaving mirror?
Yeah, the outside of airplanes are no longer going to be low observable. They're just going to have mirrors all over the outside of them to reflect energy. They're going to be really, really cool. And then it'll actually turn out to be Wonder Woman's invisible jet because the mirrors will make it look like you can't see it.
That's fantastic. Fantastic.
The countermeasure here, Jeff, has to be EW, right? It has to be disrupting. Well, for a start, low radar observability is going to be even more important than it already is, and also EW countermeasures that disrupt any targeting system the laser has. Right? I mean, there's no kinetic way to deal with that threat if you're an aircraft, right?
Yeah, you have to stop the kill chain early, right? Because once they pull the trigger, you're done. So you have to disrupt the kill chain at the find or fix position, because the find, fix, finish. If you get to the finish, you're done, right? So it's whether it's the acquisition or the target tracking, you need to be able to disrupt and destroy that. By the way, the iron beam is literally this, as I understand it, it is the same radar and guts and everything as Iron Dome minus the gun. So the only thing that changed in Iron Dome to Iron Beam was actually going from something that actually shoots missiles or projectiles to the laser.
I mean, we talk about the kill chain. Maybe you could correct me here, but as I understood it, even the countermeasures for missiles are a bit of a Hail Mary, right? If you're I read somewhere that in modern air-to-air combat, you don't even see the enemy who finishes you, and the countermeasures you have, such as flares and chaff and stuff like that, and even evasive maneuver. These are kind of wing and a prayer type things. If you've got a missile lock, the chances are you're going down. Is that a correct understanding?
You have to practice a lot, right? So if you just are pumping out chaff and flares and you're not maneuvering and you don't know which quadrant the weapon or the system that's trying to kill you is coming from, there's a lot of maneuvers out there, but you have to practice. You have to, no kidding, actually expel decoys and then go back to debrief and look. The other thing is that you didn't bring up is we also have towed decoys too, right? So you have the ALE, I can't remember what number is, airborne launched expendable. So basically it's a little flying bird that flies behind your airplane by about 50 to 100 meters, and it's supposed to mimic or look bigger than you, right? And those are pretty good. Now we haven't really exported those, and we don't really talk about what true capabilities those things have, but we do have expendables like that. It's just lasers. There's a lot of technologies that I will cautiously say the West has suppressed from coming into the battle space, right? UAVs, unmanned vehicles, drones, these things have been around for years, right? I mean, if not decades. But the military, at least the Western military, was very, very, standoff and say, I don't want, I'm the air component commander. I don't want this. This shit's more of a headache in my airspace than it is a help, right? But the problem is we've not given Ukraine all the things that a Western air component commander would have, to where he would also make the same decision. Like, yeah, get those drones out of here. I don't want them. Well, we didn't give them F-16s. We didn't give them all the shit that they need. So he's like, yeah, dude, I'll take anything. I need shit that flies. I need to use the air domain. So thanks or no thanks, we have a U.S. administration that has basically brought UAVs to the forefront. And now that's actually opened a fucking can of worms, because now you got to figure out, how do you defeat these UAVs that we never really thought would actually come as fast as they did? So now you got to go down and you go, look, well, now we're going to bring in lasers. And there were other people in the air world and the air domain world that were saying, dude, don't bring lasers too fast, man. I mean, we've got billions and billions of dollars invested into F-35, and we're expecting this airplane to be around for the next 20 to 30 years. Well, guess what? If Dragonfire is going to be operational in 2027?
So
Boy, that puts some serious threat into the F-35 being around for the next 30 years.
Sure. I mean, I've got a couple of comments there. I mean, obsolescence in that regard is like, and I know you didn't use that phrase. It's as you say, right? It's a serious threat. It's not. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a game changer to me, right? I mean, you look at all the great kind of new weapons of history, and they represented a threat to the existing order that didn't really exist before, but the existing order remained kind of militarily useful, right? You look at the battleship, for instance. Okay, so the sinking of what was it, the Prince of Wales and the Repulse. Okay, there were reasons for that to do with the AA gunnery system in use by the Royal Navy at the time. But nevertheless, a battleship was still a battleship, and battleships still did play a part in warfare. The USS Montana was taken out of mothball for the Gulf War, for instance. You see the same with tanks, right? I mean, we like to laugh at the Russians a bit when we see their T-55s and T-62s on the battlefield. However, a mobile massive gun that is impervious to that is impervious to small arms, that's still going to be useful, right? That's still a problem. That's still a threat. Even if you are able to deal with it with platoon level weapons like NLAW, if you don't have an NLAW, you're still buggered, aren't you? So yeah, I mean, it kind of brings in this laser weaponry brings in another threat, but these kind of absolutely game-changing weapons developments that suddenly make everything else obsolete, like, they are extremely rare, right? They are like extremely rare. I guess, I don't know, HMS Dreadnought is one of the only examples I can think of there. Maybe the monoplane, but well, sorry, not the monoplane. I mean, maybe the jet fighter, but then the Royal Navy was still using Supermarine Seafire in the Korean War, right? And it did score kills against MiG-21, right? So it did actually still kind of work. Yeah, I don't know. Can you think of just before we go to Stephen? Can you think of any great obsolescences like that, where a weapon really did change the battlefield and rendered everything else pretty much useless? Jeff, any thoughts?
The problem is even if you use an example, right? I mean, I could make an argument that the F-117 on day one in Desert Storm in 1990 was a massive success, right? And that the weapon that it dropped, the carbon fiber weapon that actually took out the electric grids, was wonderful. The problem you run into is the enemy gets a vote. They're not going to go, well, I'm not just going to let this impervious weapon continue to exist without it having some kind of answer for it, right? And then lo and behold, just 8 years later, the Serbians shot down an F-117, and lo and behold, F-117s got retired pretty quickly right after that, right? Because holy shit, they could shoot them down and they could see them. So yeah, it's interesting. I love the term Wunderwaffen, right? I think that German whole concept's great. But again, I've yet to ever see one come into existence where the enemy just said, shit, they got us. Go, let's give up, right? It doesn't happen that way.
Absolutely. Okay. Just one more thing I wanted to comment on the kind of networked UAV or networked UCAV concept with the 6th generation is quite interesting. So you look at some like BAE Tempest, for instance. It's been designed from the off as a manned system that has networked wingmen, UAVs, UCAVs, that sort of thing. It's conceptually very interesting, both from an offensive and a defensive point of view. So maybe with bringing that up, you've kind of answered your own question there about countermeasures. Is if you've got a UCAV that can get in the way, then maybe you've got a countermeasure. Who knows? But let's go to Stephen, please. Stephen, who's had his hand up for a long time.
Many thanks.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just muted everybody. My mistake. I'm so sorry, Stephen. You're unmuted.
That's okay. Many thanks. Yes, no, I have a question for the Colonel, but I would just like to make a comment. Tim, I can't quite agree. I have a real interest in historical arms, and for millennia, the complement was shield, helmet, sword, lance, and horse. And that all ended when the repeating rifle came about. We don't see much of it anymore in use. So no, the repeating rifle and then the machine gun, that's my example. Anyway, with regard to the directed energy weapon, the question is, what really pricked my ears up is the thought of it being used as an area defense weapon against ballistic missiles, because ballistic and hypersonic glide missiles are difficult to shoot down, mainly because, of course, the way we do it at the present time is we fire another missile in the opposite direction and hope they relatively closely intersect. If you have something that is operating at the speed of light and relies on nothing so much as a finely actuated mirror, it strikes me that could end you see where I'm going with this. Please do comment. Thank you.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. By the way, I've clearly spent too much time around my 3-year-old kid, because when you were talking about the the older set of weapons, I'm sitting there in the back of my head going, shield, helmet, lance and horse, shield, helmet, lance and horse, lance and horse. So yeah, no, this becomes a problem, right? When weapons, how do I say this? Here's a better example. Let's not even talk about air domain or land. Let's remove the domain construct, right? The speed of warfare, right, is really what drives warfare. And if we are truly approaching the speed of light, or getting as close as possible, given the physics involved, then the existing speed doesn't matter anymore. It can't keep up. The OODA loop doesn't work. That's why air power was so prolific in what it brought to the war, because if an army can only move at 10 knots, but an airplane can move at 500 knots, you've changed the speed and the pace of war. Well, if things that are flying in the air now, 500 miles an hour versus the speed of light, it doesn't. I can't do the calculation because I'm driving, but I would venture to say that the multitude between 10 knots and 500 knots that's almost ridiculously small compared to the speed of light versus 500 knots.
I just had a related question, actually. Are these laser weapons, are they limited in range? That's kind of a physics question, because I don't really know how light works in that regard. I mean, obviously light gets dimmer as you get further away from it, I guess. Is that the same phenomenon with lasers as well? Are you going to have a range to your laser, or is it about the curvature of the Earth?
So it actually depends on the laser, right? And it depends on some other things. Coil, the airborne laser that we put on a 747, the United States did, was theoretically, it was unlimited in range, and that's why we got it up out of the troposphere into the ionosphere. If there's nothing that can attenuate the laser, then it theoretically could go forever. This is one of the reasons that there was some serious concern when the coil laser was initially created. If it was unlimited, well, you could put laser systems on the surface of the Earth then, and then you just start shooting down satellites left and right because it's unlimited. Now, in the case of these lasers, I've tried to figure out what the actual chemical component of the laser is, which has a significant impact. If it's done something, if the laser chemicals are designed in a way to actually mitigate the effects of the troposphere, in other words, fight through that attenuation of all the dirty air, then I don't know what its impacts would be in the ionosphere, right? I can't answer that. But to your point, Tim, if these are unlimited, right, if there's no limit, now you don't have so much an issue of shooting down, misidentifying another airplane and shooting at it. What happens when your laser continues into space and the target that you were shooting at actually just magically lines up with a friendly GPS satellite out in the middle of space and you destroy it?
Or accidentally hits an alien civilization? Then we've got real problems, right? That'd be silly. Yeah, I thank you for that, Jeff. I think I understand that a little better. Let's go back to Stephen, please. Stephen.
Thanks, Tim. We're talking about radiation, and when we talk about radiation, well, we're each of us on a phone. They are radiating on a microwave frequency. When you use VHF, it is just along the same spectrum. Light is the same thing. But the difference between radiation in a broadcasting fashion diminishes or attenuates by virtue of distance, because the further away you are from the object, the greater energy you would need to reach. So it diminishes as a square of the distance. Whereas lasers don't do that. Lasers are directed. So in other words, the light has been collimated so that it does not attenuate as a function of the distance. What attenuates it in the atmosphere is particles in the atmosphere, the gases in the atmosphere, and also dust and other things like that. By the way, I also just wanted to say, when you mentioned alien civilizations, and when the Colonel was speaking a moment ago, I was minded of the battle in the War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, between the tripods and the Thunder Child, isn't it interesting? He, by the way, H.G. Wells also wrote a much less famous but quite astonishing book called The Atomic War. He literally foreshadowed and understood the nature of atomic warfare before the atom had ever been split. And isn't it interesting that the aliens that he conceives as having come from Mars and taking over the world and overwhelming our conventional weapons so very immediately are indeed directed energy weapons? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if we can do a little segue into literature on the back of that very interesting comment about H.G. Wells, this was one of the reasons why people took L. Ron Hubbard quite seriously, right? It was, or at least they didn't dismiss him out of hand as a science fiction author, is because science fiction in those days was sort of considered a bit of a meta science, right? It was they were considered sort of a sort of very highly speculative breed of scientists who were sort of ahead of what science was doing, but in some way, making what could be considered accurate speculative predictions. And so it wasn't totally ridiculous to people's minds at the time that somebody like L. Ron Hubbard, a pulp science fiction writer, would discover something very, very interesting and important. He turned out to be a total bullshit artist, of course, but it's interesting how the mindset has changed around that, right, Stephen?
There's actually another author, right? So there's an author that actually speculated that a laser, right, used in a certain way, so basically not as a lethal object, but basically could be brought into an almost a battle that's about ready to start, can be used to set fire to trees and have tires blow up on Humvees and stuff like this, and basically with a good information operations campaign could actually quell a potential war, because the enemy would sit there and think, look, something's going on here and we don't know what it is and we can't figure it out, and they run away. And that author, by the way, and that book, by the way, is called Vulcan Reprisal. The author was me.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jeff. Let's go to Stephen.
Many thanks. And yes, I concur with your comments about authors. And Colonel, I will look out that book. Thank you very much. But when we talk about the crossover, well, obviously L. Ron Hubbard was an idiot, but indeed H.G. Wells was very much certainly not. And there is a crossover there because actual scientists also made similar predictions at similar periods in history. So Nikola Tesla said that in the future, the warfare will be conducted in the air by unmanned drones and also directed energy weapons. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So unless anybody has any further questions, comments, or indeed speculations about laser weapons, I guess we'll draw that topic to a close. For those of us who are just joining us, we were talking about Dragonfire, which is a British laser weapon. It's a laser-based CRAM, which is currently being developed by His Majesty. Now, the Ukraine Twitter is rife with speculation that we're about to give it to Ukraine. I'm very, very sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but that is not going to happen simply because the weapon is still under development. Had an initial target in-service date of 2032. The MOD recently announced that is being brought forward to 2027. the big issue with laser weaponry is the power source. The power source is massive. The UK have managed to get the power source down to, I think it was 50 the power requirement down to 50 kilowatts, which is, I mean, it's still a lot. What's that? That's 50,000 hair dryers, I guess. So that's still quite a lot of power. You know, you're not going to be able to plug that in under the sink. But nevertheless, the power challenges seem to be being solved. However, it's not in service yet. It's not a real thing yet. What Grant Shapps said was he would see a use for it in Ukraine. He mentioned 2 wars. I'm not sure what he meant by the other one, but presumably the situation in the Red Sea. But he mentioned that it would be useful in Ukraine. But no, he has not announced that the UK is sending it to Ukraine, because it isn't actually an in-service weapon for the next 3 years. But if the British MOD have got their ducks in a row, expect to see extra Jewish space lasers on the battlefield in His Majesty's service in 3 years' time. David, what else have we got on this afternoon?
You caught me trying to do the title. Sorry about that. What else have we got? Yeah, we've got the assets being securitized. Maybe that's something we can go to. Tim, are you there? Can I be heard? I guess my sound's gone. Oh, I can be heard. Yeah, so the US has proposed raising tens of billions of euros in debt for Ukraine, secured against the future profits generated by Russian state assets. These have been frozen, so the G7 nations have been split about what to do for a while. Washington has now backed the idea of confiscating reserves in their entirety and handing them to Ukraine. European officials believe that this would be illegal, essentially. Now they're saying that we should explore every avenue that we can in order to get the money to Ukraine. So I think it's a positive, very much a positive development. You back now, Tim?
Yeah, sorry about that. I have this thing that every so often my mute button stops, just freezes completely.
Happens to me too, so normal. I'm sorry about that. I was trying to change something in the title. Oh, it seems to have happened as well, which is amazing because it didn't seem to work for me. Yeah, anyway, so you're back. I was just switching the topic to finance and raising or securitizing the assets that we've got in our banks from Russia. I don't know if you've read the story, or you can give any color towards it.
Now, I'm not sure which plan you mean at this point.
So there's an article in the FT this morning. It's hoped that Washington's idea could generate billions of dollars of cash for Ukraine. US proposes debt to fund Ukraine using profits from frozen assets. The US has proposed raising tens of billions of euros in debt for Ukraine, secured against future profits generated by Russian state assets that have been frozen. G7 nations have been split with regard to what to do with 260 billion worth of assets held in the West. Washington's backed the idea of confiscating the reserves in their entirety and handing them to Ukraine, an idea that European officials fear could violate international law and destabilize financial markets. European Union countries would prefer only to give Kiev profits generated by the underlying assets, but the issue of using Russian reserves to help Kiev has become more urgent in recent months, with the war now in its third and additional year. US aid to Ukraine being held up in and US aid in Ukraine being held up in Congress. We're at a point where we should explore every possible avenue to maximize the value of the mobilized reserves for Ukraine, Dalip Singh said, US National Security Advisor for International Economics. We can't wait forever, and we know that. So the US proposal would involve bringing forward the present value of future interest stream of the immobilized assets, either through a bond or a loan. So that's basically the plan. Securitize the assets and issue a bond or a loan based upon them.
Yeah, you see, I'm a little tired of this topic. In fact, no, I'm a little tired of the excuses around this topic. It doesn't matter how you skin the cat, right? If you are in any way using the assets of belonging to Russia's central bank to aid Russia's enemy, you are confiscating those assets, right? So it doesn't matter if you take the principal and you liquidate it and give the proceeds to Ukraine. Doesn't matter if you take the coupons and give them to Ukraine. You are still confiscating Russian property, right? So that line is crossed, however you do it. So all of these wanky excuses they keep coming up with about how, oh, well, we think that's a step too far. Well, no, there's a line in the sand, and whatever you do to them, you are crossing that line. And it's not like, and the international law arguments, these are a little bit silly as well. I mean, there's a lot of precedent here. So if you go to war with another country, for instance, and you've got a bunch of stuff belonging to their central bank in your central bank, then yeah, you take it and use it to fund your war effort, right? That happens every time. There's also more recent precedent in the UK of confiscating the central bank assets of another country, and that was when the British government confiscated gold belonging to Venezuela because they didn't recognize the presidency of Mr. Maduro, who rigged the election, right? So they said, right, well, this gold doesn't belong to you. This gold belongs to the government of Venezuela. You are not the government of Venezuela because you stole the election. So all of this stuff is just Schultzing. We had Uriel Ephraim of the Renew Democracy Initiative up a couple of months ago. We had a big chat with him. The Renew Democracy Initiative have published a very detailed paper about the legalities of this, and I commend you to it. I commend it to you. It's on their website, where they've done the maths. Well, they've done the lawyering anyway, and they have completely dismissed the so-called international law, so-called sovereign immunity argument. It's this latest plan to, if you're going to realize future cash flows today, then that means you're confiscating future cash flows, right? No one's going to take that trade if there's the slightest possibility that Russia's going to get its assets back. So you are, you're confiscating them anyway, right? So it's all just Schultzing. Sorry, David.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a need for some kind of formal arrangement about how this is done, probably, right? I mean, you don't just want it willy-nilly stolen, effectively. But on the other hand, if you're a genocidal invader and you've got your money in banks in places of repute, then you should expect to get them confiscated. Presumably, if you're a sovereign bank in another country, sorry about this. The kinds of places you're going to, the kinds of places you are going to store your cash are primarily London and New York, aren't they? I mean, I don't see sovereign countries storing gold in Moscow, for example, from third countries.
Well, no, but I mean, gold. Excuse me, gold is a bit of a sideshow, right? I mean, gold doesn't really matter that much anymore. The way central banks hold assets now is they do it in physical cash, but predominantly government bonds, right? So you have a whole bunch of sterling. What are you going to do with it? Well, you can keep it in a vault. You can keep it on the balance sheet of a commercial bank, or you can keep it, or you can buy government bonds with it. And
which is what the Chinese do, right? So the Chinese are, I think, the biggest holder of T-bills in the world. Is that right?
yeah, that's because they have to be, right? Because they've got a dollar peg and they've got a trade surplus, so they accumulate enormous quantities of dollars, and they have to do something with them, and so they buy T-bills. So it's not like this is a plan, right? This is just an inevitable result of their trade abuses. So yeah, so yeah, where you find these assets, you find them in the banking systems and the central banking systems of the major currencies. So you find them in London, in Brussels, in New York, and in Tokyo. So yeah, that's where it all is. Specifically, where it is in the eurozone, the bonds have custodians, so they are in LCH ClearNet, which is in Paris, and they're in Euroclear, which is in Brussels. So those are the two institutions that hold. I think it's about 300 billion euros worth of Russian central bank assets in various euro govy bonds.
So the story from your perspective is a bit of a nothing burger from one point of view, but the burger part of it is that they've actually finally agreed on doing something, I guess.
Well, no, I don't think the story is nothing, right? If this is the way they want to do it, then great. I applaud the fact that they've come up with a solution that allows them to, protect their delicate consciences from accusations of breaking international law. But they could just take the bonds. I mean, they could just take the assets, right? They can faff around as much as they want to, right? They can create an almost infinite amount of faffing. All it does is delay what's going to happen, and all it does is hurt Ukraine. How they structure it is, frankly, to me at least, is legally irrelevant. They are still confiscating the future cash flows of the stuff that belongs to the Russian Federation. And when you own a bond, you own the future cash flows, right? That's part of owning a bond. They're priced into the bond.
Yeah.
And also, what we have to consider, right, is a bond is priced according to its future cash flows, right? So everything the market expects the bond to do in the future is priced into the current value of the bond. So if you strip these bonds, removing a coupon from a bond is known as stripping. So if you strip these bonds, you take the coupons away, they will start trading at an enormous discount, right? Because your upside then becomes getting the principal back at par. So that means that if you're confiscating the cash flows, you're basically making the bonds worth like 40, 50, 60% less than they actually are. Like it's, I mean, whatever the economics are this week, like it's still an enormous kind of robbery, right? So there's no easy way to do this. There's no quick and easy way to do this. There's no way to do this that makes it gentler. It's just a load of nonsense. So they're just schultzing. Just take the damn assets and give them to Ukraine. It's really not difficult. But anyway, rant over. Let's go to Daniel Arfar, please. Daniel.
Accidentally, the same topic. I jumped before David or you to talk with enough context because I don't know nothing about finance. One moment. Sorry, it's windy here. Let me find a decent spot where it's less wind.
Okay, we'll come back to you then, Daniel. Meanwhile, let's go to Ming.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, no, so I didn't do anything. I did a little post on this. It's third in the nest, just to quick back of the envelope calculation, how much we were looking at potentially for Ukraine. But I didn't give any thought to the structural issues. But thinking about it, there is a model out there, Tim, that's potential. They could potentially use, which doesn't involve swiping anything that's owned by the Russians. You can basically use the litigation funding model. So basically, it's kind of speculative. What you're doing is you're funding an international legal case by Ukraine against Russia for reparations. And that might be the way to go.
Yeah, you see, I like that one. I like that one. Yeah, exactly as you say, right? There's a there's an amount of there's an amount of damage Russia does, and we don't even have to do it in a post hoc way, right? We can do it real time, and it can be a real time deterrent, right? So whenever Russia bombs a hospital, or whenever Russia bombs a power station, a surveyor appraises the cost of the damage, and Russia loses that much money from their central bank assets, right? And this for me was probably the only real dichotomy about this. The only real dilemma about this was at what point are the Russian central at what point can we get the most leverage over Russia using their central bank assets, right? Is it now when Ukraine needs funding? Maybe. Or is it when it comes to negotiations to get what Ukraine wants, when she has really no power to enforce that on Russia, right? And I'm talking about when every square inch of Ukrainian territory is liberated, how does Russia get the rest of peace? How does Ukraine get the rest of peace? So how does Ukraine get her people back, her kidnapped children back? How does Ukraine get prisoners of war back? How does Ukraine? How can we enforce any assurances of of demilitarization, security, etc., on Russia? Well, it would be a hell of a lot easier if we still controlled a whole bunch of Russian money and Ukraine hadn't in fact spent it on the war, right? So yeah, I think it's a very interesting one, the litigation funding. I think it can be done in real time, but I also think that there is quite a strong case for holding back the lion's share of this money, and having Ukraine use it as leverage over Russia when it comes time for peace negotiations to create a lasting settlement, if indeed such a thing is possible with Russia in her current form, remains to be seen. Thank you very much for that, Ming. You can see the article. We are talking about third from the nest, third in the nest. So thank you very much to Ming for that. He's also put a PDF up there, which is probably a little bit naughty, but there we go. Okay, Daniel, are you out of the wind, my friend?
I hope so. I set a shelter. So I don't have any financial expertise you have. And your input is valuable, but I think we read it in the wrong angle. And I read it in Bloomberg, not in Financial Times. Yeah, Bloomberg maybe is not so fun about Democrats, but what I read there annoyed me so much because it's not about money. So let's make the summarize what they say. The administration doesn't have any alternative to the 60 billion bill. None. And if you are the biggest country, the most powerful country, you know, all the superlatives, and you don't have a plan B, you are a moron. If you tell me, oh, because we trust bipartisan support, no, 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 no. If Mr. Biden will be the next president, which the chances are not very good, but let's say he will become next president, he needs to change his cabinet. It's obvious. You not go in something very strategic, very, very difficult. It's a heavy situation. And you go, one plan. If it fails, we don't have any other plan. Second thing I read in Bloomberg was they are very, very upset on the Europeans because don't want to liquidate the Russian assets in European banks. And my question is, why do you pass the hot egg? Why do you pass this? Why you need to blame someone? This looks for me very incompetent, stupid, and also very political. They don't want the solution because if Republicans, they have their stupid issues, you know, cultural wars, immigration, all that bullshit, which are issues but becoming something different. The Democratic administration looks for me like no big difference. Let's put it this way. How can you blame Europeans they don't donate Patriot batteries? It's the same bullshit like F-16. Who has it? Who produces it? Europeans or America? Who has stock? Europeans or for America? This bullshit from America must stop today. I cannot expect America to deliver same number of tanks like United Kingdom. Are we mad? You cannot blame someone else for your failure. You cannot design politics which are easy to be combative, you know, because the others didn't do it. Remember the Storm Shadow discussion? If French and Brits allow and deliver the Ukrainian Storm Shadow, maybe Americans will deliver a second. How many? Hey, maybe 20, because they don't fly to send 200. You know? For me, this looks like Jack Sullivan is stupid as fuck. If someone wants to convince me, this guy who works in Moscow, he despises Russians. He wants to fight them and he's not afraid and he has a very good rationale for how he's acting and push his politics to Oval Office, I will hardly disagree. You cannot blame Europeans for your failure. You cannot go on this road. We don't have a second plan. Or you are extremely incompetent. Or you don't give a fuck. That is the reality. You don't give a fuck. Because in the past year, so last summer to now, they delivered Saudi Arabia, Israel, and we don't talk about, you know, few guns, a shitload of things. For Saudi Arabia was 200 Abrams. If you call me about their contracts, all contracts, they will need to be assessed. No, they are not. The French, they put it this way. No older contract will go before Ukraine. It's ammunition, Caesar, doesn't matter. This is the French way. This is the way you act when you really care about the church. And don't tell me about business concerns and other bullshit, which I'm totally inexperienced with. But politics, I can see it like a clear glass. I will beg everyone to contradict me with real arguments, not like I'm a proud American. I don't care about that. This is a bullshit scheme. Because let's face it this way, Central European Bank, if you will move something very different in contradiction with US Treasury, will be a big conflict, huge conflict. And I don't see Miss Yellen coming to Brussels to talk with the guys there and say, this is the plan. And you'll do it first because, I don't know, some fucking argument. This is bullshit. Real fucking bullshit. And if you tell me at this moment when Iranians already threaten Israel, they will take military action against them. And to say to me, there is more important for Israel, who has a big army, big stock, including artillery ammunition. I will say, you are dishonest, you are a liar, and you look like not so trusty ally. I saw today the analyst, the first time a meeting, a summit, Japan, United States, Philippines, because, you know, warring in South China Sea. If they bet Manila and Tokyo are stupid and cannot see through the American politics, I have a bad news for you, America. We'll never forget you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Let us go to Jenny, please. Jenny.
I've advocated before for the non-consensual donation by Russia to the war cause in Ukraine. I still think that's a great idea. But Ming had a better one, but you know, this is a non-consensual war, so they can make a non-consensual donation to the war effort on Ukraine's part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Okie dokie. So, what else have we got going on in Ukraine? Perhaps it would be a good time to plug our fundraiser, David. What do you think? I'll take that as a yes. Okie dokie. So, as you know, we at MriyaReport, we are a volunteer organization providing round-the-clock coverage, news, expert analysis, and exciting expert guest speakers, all centered around the Russian invasion of Ukraine and support for Ukraine generally. But we also cover other geostrategic issues of interest, as well as advocate for the cause of freedom and democracy around the world. We have been a registered charity in the United States, a 501c3 nonprofit organization for over a year now. And we have been using that status to raise money for Ukraine and Ukraine allied causes. We run periodic fundraisers. So every couple of weeks, we hit our target and we start another one. And our current fundraiser, excuse me, I'm still digesting my lunch. Our current fundraiser concerns SBU Alpha. Now, what is SBU Alpha? I hear you cry. Well, SBU Alpha is the Special Forces element of the SBU. The SBU is the internal security apparatus of the Ukrainian state. So it's kind of the FBI, MI5, and the gendarmes rolled into one. Not really a Western analog. It's kind of a post-Soviet thing. To have a kind of heavily militarized state security organization, but nevertheless, it seems to be working for Ukraine at the moment. The SBU, they handle threats to the sovereignty, integrity, and security of the Ukrainian state. So they look at counter-espionage, they look at Russian infiltration, they look at anti-corruption as well, and they look at sabotage and the like. Now the SBU, they have a special forces capability, so big, horrible, ugly blokes who kick your door down, and they are known as Alpha Group or simply Alpha. We've got a really good relationship with Alpha. We've raised money for them before, and last time, a couple of cycles ago, we raised money for combat trousers, so special trousers for them, so they didn't have to go commando. Get it? Because they're commandos. Yeah, I see what I did there. We are once again working with them on this fundraiser. This time we are raising money for ear protection, plate carriers, combat jackets or combat smocks, and boots for two SBU Alpha units, currently fighting to keep the Ukrainian state and people safe from the Russian genocidal invader. So if you like the service we provide here on the Maria Report, one way you can support us is by coming up to speak, by liking and retweeting the space, leaving comments in the purple pill down at the bottom left, which increases our visibility. Another way you can support us is by donating money to our fundraiser of the moment. So go to our website, MriyaReport.org. You can set up a regular donation or you can make a one-off donation. Our 501c3 status not only ensures that we are subject to regulation by the United States government, so we have a duty towards good governance and transparency, but it also means that if you are an American or a Canadian taxpayer, you will receive a tax receipt for your donation, and you can offset that against your federal income tax. So you get a little tax bonus as well. You can also donate your little tax bonus. See, that's fun, isn't it? So check out our website, MriyaReport.org, and give us some money. So that's my shameless begging out of the way. Let us go back to. Oh, sorry, David, you're up.
No, I was just going to say sorry for that. I was on the wrong screen and then my thumb wouldn't work on the mic. So yeah, sorry about leaving you in the lurch there. I just noticed a story about Niger. So we know that there was a coup there recently and they called in Russian military support. Well, Niger television is reporting that there's a bunch of Russian military instructors that have just arrived on a plane loaded with military equipment. So not good news. Another example of why we should take Russia down, because they're causing all kinds of aggro in sub-Saharan Africa. And with that, I guess we go to Daniel. Daniel.
Okay, I will get in the cover in less than 10 seconds. I didn't finish what I needed to say. For example, at this moment, I'm in the same place where I talked last time with that Ukrainian soldier who come on this space 2 years ago. I remember putting a stupid question to him. And I remember I didn't know the man. He was buried in Kiev with honor. And every Ukrainian told him how wonderful, how great activist was, right? I'm in exactly the same spot because, memory of trauma remains with you. And you know what I remember very, very well? What I listened today in the morning, Guardian Space or Telegraph, I don't remember what, but the official decision, official declaration from NATO, from the horse mouth, was something like this. The assets, the means of production, and stocks of weapons and ammunition are just 20% in Europe, in all NATO alliance. 20%. So when I quote that stupid Bloomberg article, maybe it's anti-Biden, it's pro-Republican. I don't care. The administration wants Europeans to support with more weapon and ammunition. How? For any American who is very, very upset because I slapped them, and I slapped them. Guys, this is not a war like you did in Afghanistan. These are not stupid Taliban. They are not ISIS-K with some Kalashnikov and some ATGM or IND. This is a huge war. The numbers matter. The quantity matters. Not your damn switchblades, which are not working. Not your drones, which are not working. The damn 155 shells we keep in stock. Fragmentation, normal, everything. You keep in huge stocks, never used. They are in Germany. We can deliver tomorrow. Then we keep them under your fucking ass. Why? I don't know. But if you tell me America plans to start a war with Paladin against Mexico, I will laugh for days. You use missiles, air supremacy, carriers, tomahawks, and you are cheap bastards keeping 155, which you have in stock in Germany, in the United Kingdom, can be delivered in a week, are in the front in 2 weeks. Again, read from the horse mouth. NATO official, 20% of military production, military ammunition, stocks, equipment is in Europe, in NATO area. And don't tell me about why did you build your defense industry. I will tell you why. Because I remember very well after 9/11, Pentagon, General, Secretary of Defense coming to countries and say, your army is too big, need to be nimble, you need to be ready to deploy, be expeditionary force, we need to fight counter terrorists, we will not fight country against country. This is official American discussion for 20 years. And now you go and say, why you destroy your military industry? Why you don't produce enough artillery shells? Because it was your plan, stupid. You lead this alliance. Stop being so pathetic and take your fruit of all your stuff, political, military, geopolitical, strategical, everything, and decide. You are for democracy, you want a democracy, you want a system in the world which is working, international system which is working, or you want to make, I don't know, something different in America. You are tired of this bullshit called democracy. Maybe are too many people who are drowned. Maybe too many are complaining. Maybe some strong men you need to rule and say, tomorrow we'll change this. We'll get this in 24 hours. This is you want? You want to experiment dictatorship? Enjoy it. You are incompetent. You don't care because Colorado is more important than it will be every time Mariupol. Okay, it's a choice. But after that, after the result of indifference, don't cry me about democracy, international system, rule of law, because we don't have time for you. No, you not let your allies, you don't let your trusted friends be treated like shitbags. How you can get UK foreign office to go United States and the head of House of Representatives and Jack Sullivan refuse to meet the man? You have only one big ally in all world. That is United Kingdom. And you treat former prime minister, now foreign office secretary, like crap, both of you, Republicans and Democrats. And you'd call me, oh, I'm an anti-American. I'm not. I watch what you're doing, and I'm not happy. And I don't think is anyone happy. Ukrainians, Europeans, Japanese, Australians, South Koreans. I don't think is anyone happy with you. And this shit, blaming others, no, Republicans' fault, Democrats' fault, administration, no! It's all your bullshit. And when someone tell you and criticize you and explain you, man, it's wrong for you. Before me, it's wrong for you because you destroy your system, you destroy your future. You cannot say you're blind. You know, there are many experiments when people voted going there. Look at Hungary. Look at Slovakia. No way. Go there. You say, fuck it, the vote. I don't care about democracy. I need money. It's your choice. But I'm here not judging you. Just yelling for help. Wake up, people. Wake up. How you can go 50 years ago, occupy Washington for Martin Luther King? And now you can't. Why? It's so expensive gas. The gallon of gas is so expensive in the United States. Are you joking me? MAGA people is more enthusiastic and more energized than, decent human beings who are citizens of the United States. I'm ashamed of you. And I repeat, I am pro-American. You get a pro-American, a total pro-American to say, what the fuck is this shit?
Thank you very much, Daniel. I would remind you, though, please, that we don't encourage swearing on the report. I know it's. I know we all get frustrated, but it would be nice if you could keep the blue language down to an absolute minimum, and the absolute minimum is, in fact, 0. Thank you very much for that. I do share your frustrations with the outcomes that the political system of our American friends seems to be producing at the moment. I don't know. I don't understand the politics well enough to make partisan judgments about it. What I see is the results, and the results coming out seem to be a wholesale abandonment, not only of a leadership role, but of a global responsibility. That said, I like to call this mess a multi-chef broth. It should not be beyond the capabilities of the continent of Europe to arm Ukraine to a satisfactory standard and to fund that armament. If we're casting blame, I think we can heap a fair bit on Uncle Sam, but I think we must shoulder some ourselves. Military spending and military capabilities in Europe are universally a joke. We have been deliberately doing down our military capabilities for 30 years now, and we have an awful lot of things being said, but very, very little being done. So we have President Macron trying to push the Overton window towards greater European armament and a more aggressive defense posture, if that's not a contradiction in terms, across the European continent. But nevertheless, I still don't think he's ordered any more storm shadows for Ukraine. So we're kind of burning through the initial production run, which can't have been more than a couple of thousand missiles between France and the UK, and we fired a whole bunch of them at Colonel Gaddafi. So I have not heard of any more orders being placed either in France or the United Kingdom, and this is particularly egregious because France has a live production line for the export version of Storm Shadow, which is called something else. It's called Black Viper or Black Panther or Black Mamba or something like that. So it's not like they couldn't produce them at a moment's
Mamba.
notice. They're choosing Black Mamba. That's the one. They are choosing not to. And this is replicated across all of the countries that imagine themselves to be major players in defence. We're simply not spending enough. The glimmer of hope comes perhaps from Sir Keir Starmer, who is the leader of the Labour Party in the United Kingdom, and almost certain to be the United Kingdom's next Prime Minister. He has announced that his government will increase British defence spending to 2.5% of GDP. Okay, it's better than cutting the army like the current clown show are doing, but nevertheless, it's already 2.3%. So we're talking about an increase of 0.2% of GDP. This is ridiculous. There's war in Europe. What is wrong with these people? Anyway, that's my little rant over. I will go to Booyah, please. Booyah, welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So here's the thing. While Russia is trying to dismantle my democracy from the inside, mainly through the actions of a certain party and a certain candidate, I find it unhelpful at best to, I don't know, demonize Americans, scream F you, especially in this room, right? Because you're preaching to the converted. If you're in MR outside of the Russian bots that like to listen in, you're already converted. You know how important Ukraine is. I agree with you, Tim. I think that this is a wide governmental failure of many countries, mine included. So yeah, I'm all for criticizing, but Americans are tired. A lot of us have been fighting this crap for a very long time. For a very long time, we got gaslit about this and about Russians and about how dangerous they were, not just by our politicians, but also from our fellow Americans, right? And we can go down the list of why that happened, and it doesn't really matter anymore because it happened and now we're dealing with the issues. There are people that are in this room. Forrest has got his hands up. He's the one that I can see right now that I can point to that are literally working their butts off to make something happen, right? So maybe while Russia is dismantling my democracy from the inside, we don't necessarily need all the vitriol. Criticism, sure. Vitriol, no, it's not helpful. And honestly, that Bloomberg title was kind of BS. If you go back and you listen to the actual video, Austin didn't slam Ukraine. Do I think that the messaging from the administration is, I don't know, piss poor? Needs improving? Absolutely. That's been a long-standing in office. But I do agree with you, Tim. I think, you know, Europe should be capable of arming Ukraine with everything they need while also protecting themselves. And it's specifically for instances like we find ourselves in right now. Okay. Slovakia and Hungary, yeah, obviously their governments are leaning towards Russia. I find that very disturbing, quite frankly. You know, and it's going to continue to happen. So ultimately, I believe that a coalition of the people that know what's going on, right, all over the world.
We keep losing you, Booyah.
Sorry.
We just lost you for a few seconds there. All over the world.
Gotcha. Sorry, what did you hear?
All over the something.
Yeah, I don't know. I lost it. But anyway, that's
I
my
lost
point.
it ages ago, don't worry.
Yeah. That's I think why you and I get along. Even though you're conservative, I still like you, Tim. But yeah, so I find the infighting that's going on to be supremely unhelpful, especially right now. And that clickbaity article title was meant to get you all mad and to get us all fighting. And it happens, it seems like, about every week, every other week. There's some new article where everybody is going, what the F? What's going on here? You know, and it's meant to give you a visceral reaction, right? And a knee jerk reaction and a lot. So don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. And here's the other thing. If you're just in these spaces, you know, complaining, I challenge you to take that complaint and turn it into action. And if you're an American, I think you probably know what you need to do. We're preaching it, you know, day in, day out. You know, but get to work because the problem isn't just in America, right? It's all over the world right now. And we can fight each other or we can fight Russia. I choose to fight Russia because I know who the main bastards are. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you very much, Booyah. I should remind you that the main bastard title belongs to the United Kingdom and not to Russia. That's one that we've earned. That's one that we've earned. Okay, thank you very much for that, Booyah. Let's go to Forrest, please.
Okay,
Forrest.
maybe real bastards. You guys are the main bastards, but the real bastards are Russia. How about that?
Okay, I'll take it. Let's go to Forrest.
Hey, Booyah more or less said what I wanted to say in better words, but I will just suggest anyone feeling that righteous anger, and it is righteous anger, come with solutions. Tell me right now how to fix my country. Oh, I got some sirens coming my way. We're putting in the work. We're doing the things we need to do, but as of this moment, a large portion of my population in my country is cheering for Russia, and those people have power, and those people use that power to vote in people who also support Russia. And so the government is on a nice edge. The majority isn't large enough for the Democrats at this very second to be able to just do whatever the hell they want. And I feel like the biggest part about this infighting that's been going on that Booyah mentioned is this utter lack of nuance of thought into why things happen and why things don't happen. I've been arguing for about 24 hours about Patriot batteries and how the U.S. isn't just going to send $1 billion Patriot batteries without replacement costs being covered. It's never going to happen. If you can find a loophole in some law or some ability for some transfer, it's one thing. You can find it, but it's never going to happen. So even mentioning it, all that does is bring up this vitriol and this anger and this anger at the Biden administration, which again, I'm all for criticizing as long as you support Discharge Petition 9. I will listen to you. But if you and your candidates don't support that, I don't really want to hear it. And then you need solutions. Tell me how to get that funding to cover that replacement cost. And I only see one way to get funding, and that's through Congress, through the House, because that's how it works. So it's a very bureaucratic and boring process on how we do things here in America. And the politics in America right now are extreme, and the Biden administration has to be reelected in 6 months. They have to be. For people like myself, it is existential. It has to happen. And if you're not considering that in your thought processes as why they're doing what they're doing, you're missing that entire thing. In America here, he has to be reelected. The man won by 40,000 votes over 4 states. He had 7 million more votes than Trump. But because of the way our system works, he won by 40,000 votes in 4 states. He can't lose a vote. And so every single decision he makes is being run through all that back channel nonsense and being polled and all the stuff that's obnoxious about politics. He's doing it every day. And let's be honest, he's not doing it. There are people doing it for him. So I'm all for criticizing. I'm all for pressuring him. I'm all for doing it. But if you can't solve the problem of what our politics are at this very second, you can be angry all you want. We're all angry. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to help us. It's not going to get Joe Biden to suddenly not fear escalation or Jake Sullivan to start pushing more. That's not going to change. So we've got to come up with these other methods of doing things. And I would say the best one right now is Europe taking the lead. I love what Macron's doing. I hope it's followed up with even more action, but we shall see. But Booyah said it probably better than I just did. Have a wonderful morning, evening, or night, and I will talk to you later.
Thank you very much, Forrest. Always such a pleasure to hear from you. Let us go to Brian then, please. Brian.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see the homie Forrest and the homie Booyah in here also. For those in the United States who weren't on last night when I reviewed this specific topic, so someone was able to get a list from the House Rules Committee, the House of Representatives Rules Committee, which kind of is in the process of preparing for discussion of possibly bringing legislation to the floor on Monday, the April 15th, this coming Monday. These are the bills that are actually on the list to be considered in the House of Representatives. The HR 6192, which is Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act, HR 7673, the Liberty in Laundry Act, HR 7645, the Clothes Dryers Reliability Act, the HR 7627, the Refrigerator Freedom Act, HR 7626, the Affordable Air Conditioning Act, and HR 7700, last and not least, the Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act. So it hadn't occurred to me that you could actually insert grievance politics into the kitchen and the laundry room, but here we are, right? So this is what these knuckleheads are actually working on while we're short artillery and other munitions in Ukraine. So what I would suggest that any American in this, I mean, this doesn't even pass the laugh test, right? I mean, I couldn't make this up. I'm good, but I'm not that good, right? So what we need to do is we need to be citing this particular thing. It's on my timeline within the last 7 hours. You'll see it. You'll pull it up. Call your representative, even if they're a local office or in DC, and read them I politely read them the riot act for this. It's just the crap that you're working on when we have. I mean, forget the border, which has been crying about for all this time, in the southern border of the United States, but just take this list and basically, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why are we working on this? We sent you to Washington to work on actually important stuff, not this crap. So use it as fodder against the people who are being obstinate and with delay and obfuscation. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you very much for that, Brian.
And actually, Tim,
Yeah.
one of these things has actually been stuck. Apparently, there's been some controversy, incredibly. So, I mean, they can't even get. Maybe they need to consider a discharge petition for the Dishwasher Act. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Brian. Let us go to For Every Child, please. For Every Child.
Thank you, Tim. I so appreciate what I've been hearing the few minutes that I've been back online. I just leave on a regular basis when things get more than I care to listen to about how President Biden can't win and President Biden this and President Biden that. It's not just the Speaker of the House that is obstructing funding for Ukraine. The Republicans only have a 1 vote lead as a majority in the House of Representatives, and one of those votes is being held by a Republican from Illinois who happens to be a Ukrainian expat who just won an award from CPAC for being a star conservative. It's in my timeline. But nevertheless, it's we're fighting as hard as we can, and it's not productive for us to listen to how the one person that must win the election, quote unquote, can't possibly win the election, or most likely won't win the election. Slava Ukraine.
Heroim Slava. Booyah.
Yeah. Thanks, Forrest, and thanks For Every Child. And I'm sorry For Every Child that you feel like you need to leave the space, but I understand why. Right? Like, we're tough, right? Me myself, I've been fighting this stuff for a really long time, and so I think we're fatigued. I think we're all traumatized in various different ways, but also because of this war. I know I am. So I try and give people a heck of a lot of grace, and especially in MR right now. Like, it's not lost on me. We are grieving right now. Christopher was a big part of our worlds, right? So especially here, I think it's natural to have some. I don't know what you would call them, but I'm just trying to give everybody a big dose of grace, including myself and including the people that are, slamming my country and slamming Americans and, I don't know, profligating stereotypes about Americans. Yeah, they're funny. I laugh at them too. But here's the thing. Not all of us are bubbas that are going to shoot a cop that comes into our yard. Right? That's the stuff that gets presented to you guys across the world, right? It's the clickbait stuff. Most of you, and Tim's one of the few people to admit this over and over and over again, don't know what the heck is going on in this country, right? Don't know what the heck is going on with our politics or with the needs, wants, and wishes of our populace. Yeah. So you guys are getting fed a certain image of what's going on, right? And it's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily accurate. It's not necessarily representative of the populace as a whole. So just remember that. Like, I don't criticize Germans, right? I criticize shoals. I criticize their government. I don't criticize, heck, I had a hashtag going for the longest time that was hashtag Vichy Macron. Boy, did that get under some people's skins. But I love French people as much as an American can love French people. Looking at you, Great Britain. But, like, I love French people. We love taking the piss out of each other, right? Like, it's kind of a thing in between all of us. Just watch that taking the piss doesn't turn into vitriol, right? Because you're going to turn away all of your allies that are in those various different countries that do get it, understand it. Those are the people also that are talking to their communities, right? That are advocating not only for Ukraine, but for the other things that we need to advocate as, you know, people that love big D democracy. And I love big D democracy, by the way. I am a product of big D democracy. I would not be where I am without it. So yeah, thanks for coming up and having my back, fellow Americans. I love y'all. So there you go. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Although Vichy Macron, of course, is a grave insult to Marshal Pétain, I think. No, I'm teasing. David?
I was just laughing. That's funny. My
It
French
was
friends
meant
would
as a joke.
obviously, yeah, my French friends would say very similar things. I think everyone that goes into the Elysee is an object of ridicule for French. So, yeah, I think the French sense of humour and British sense of humour is more similar than German sense of humour and English sense of humour. It's a strange but true fact.
I think the Germans mostly just like poo jokes, don't they?
Yeah, it's very scatological.
Dear. Okie dokie. So the honor of the United States successfully defended. Let us circle back to Ukraine. God, look at the panel. You guys are everywhere. We got Brian, we got Forrest, Booyah for every child. Crikey, we're surrounded. We're surrounded. Okay, so back to Ukraine. So the biggest news on my timeline is the ongoing attack on the power infrastructure of Ukraine. Um, the Tripilska coal, which is a coal-fired thermal plant near the capital, has been destroyed. This is according to an official at Ukrenergo, speaking to Reuters. Now, the there have been successful attacks against. Last time I checked, there have been successful attacks on 80%, 80% of the power generating facilities in the entire country of Ukraine. Some of them have succeeded in damaging or putting the power plants offline, but not all of them have. Ukraine has a greater degree of resilience towards power outages than it did during the last than it did before the last campaign against this infrastructure. So it's very common to have private generators now, so domestic generators. If you're a business, like you're a shop or a restaurant or whatever, the chances are you've got an independent source of power. The key bits of infrastructure as well, such as schools and hospitals, they were prioritized for standalone power generation during the last crisis. So they will be, they will be fairly well equipped to weather the storm. But nevertheless, this is not a sustainable situation, right? So you can't rely on small generators to power the whole country because the fuel will run out, the generators will malfunction. There aren't enough of them for a start. I mean, they're fairly common, but there just aren't enough of them to cover the electricity usage. And of course, we have to think about industry and infrastructure such as the railways, which can't run on little 2 kilowatt diesel generators for obvious reasons. So it's a bit of a crisis. It's a bit of a pickle. It could cause a very large scale humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, thinking particularly of the city of Kharkiv. If you think about how important electricity is, without electricity, you have no refrigeration. That will affect the food supply. Also, without refrigeration, you have problems in the medical sector as well. And also, without electricity, you cannot power your water pump. Now, it's fairly common in Ukraine, especially in more rural areas, to have a private or a communal borehole supplying water to the settlement. The pump that gets it out of the ground will be electric. The pump that I've got a private water supply at my country place. If the power goes out, then we can't get the water out the ground. So it's a bit of a problem. And when you have a sophisticated and delicately balanced settlement the size of Kharkiv, when this stuff starts to malfunction, then things start to fall apart very, very quickly. And before you know it, you have 1.5 million people, for that is the population of Kharkiv, who need to be somewhere other than Kharkiv. So this is it's a bit of a concern, and of course the solution is in our hands. The solution is more air defense for Ukraine. There have been direct and repeated appeals by the president of Ukraine and numerous other participants in the Ukrainian state, as well as supporters and observers, that the air defense situation in Ukraine is absolutely critical. They can deal with this threat if they are given the equipment to do so. That means more Patriot batteries. Now, there are a lot of Patriot batteries in existence. The United States has over 1,000 of them, of which 480 are in service. The Germans have over 100, I think. The Spanish have got them. Who else has got? I think the Dutch have got them. The Belgians have got them. Like, there's quite a lot of countries field these things, and they could be given to Ukraine to aid her in her hour of need. So thank you to all of our friends, particularly in the United States, who are keeping up pressure on the elected machinery of government over there. But if you are in Europe and your government operates Patriot, then you need to be putting on a little bit of pressure too, I think. David, anything to add?
Yeah, I'm hesitating to get into this because we had a long discussion with Forrest about this yesterday. But regarding the Patriot, so there's a point here about Patriot batteries from the United States, given that they've got 480 in service and 1,000 in their inventory. They can't just be handed over because the cost would have to be recouped. But is there any reason why US Patriots couldn't be put into theatre in Europe, still owned by the US government, in order to relieve, let's say, German or Polish Patriot batteries, which could then go to Ukraine? Is that remotely feasible or not?
I don't know. I mean, that sounds like a kind of Lend-Leasey type thing, right? Presumably that has a funding mechanism, because the loan itself will have a book value. So it's kind of rent a Patriot, hire a Patriot. That loan in and of itself has an accountable value. So I assume that's the reason they can't do that. If there's no money, they can't lend it, because lending it is worth something.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, there's military hardware on Royal Air Force air bases, right? So I don't know how that works. It's an academic question, because it's not going to happen anyway. So let's put that one to bed and say that the Americans have got their own reasons for making sure that doesn't happen, for whatever reasons that is. That's something else.
Maybe Dan, beg your pardon, maybe Forrest has a take on that. Forrest.
So I lost audio of David, but I could respond to what you said. What was David's key point there? I can recycle and try again.
So David was asking, well, Uncle Sam has loads of Patriots, right? Has 1,000, has manufactured over 1,000 individual launchers, has 480 in service. So the rest presumably in some state of mothball. Why couldn't the United States rebase some of its Patriot units to Europe, or even perhaps lend the equipment to Europe, And so German Patriot batteries can just give their systems to Ukraine, right? Because what they will be worried about, assuming this isn't just mindless Schultzing, is if Germany gives her Patriot systems to Ukraine, well, what's covering Germany?
Yeah. So again, you basically had the gist of it. It requires funding. It requires funding to rebase them. That money's then coming out of the DoD budget, which it sounds crazy for me to say that a $750 billion budget is strapped, but because of the way we've been running our government for the past 10 years, and because of the stupid projects that they greenlight sometimes, it would be billions upon billions of dollars. And on top of it, Patriots cost $1.1 billion to procure. I believe it's 400 million a PAC-3 missile, and you're looking at 32 missiles per launcher, or per battery. So it's an astronomical cost that we would have to rebase. But we aren't even doing that with our old stuff. We're not sending Bradleys in that manner. We're not sending HIMARS in that manner. And the HIMARS and stuff that we did send was like ancient. The Bradleys that we sent originally had to be rewired before they could go because the wiring was so old. So it's a fantastical idea, and it's an idea that in another world maybe would be something that could happen, but I put it at a snowball's chance in hell that a single Patriot will be rebased without significant funding from the House passing to allow this to happen. Which, after the aid bill that's on the speaker's desk today, pass that 61 billion, bring up a Patriot Act. Well, maybe let's not call it the Patriot Act. Bring up a Patriot bill into the House and try and secure funding for it. It could pass, but without that funding mechanism first, there's no chance that it happens.
Thank you very much, Forrest. I've got a related question that's always mystified me. Why is nobody talking about European money buying American equipment?
I don't have an answer for you. At the moment, it's easier to yell at us Yanks than others, but I don't see why we couldn't. If Germany wanted to buy a couple Patriots to send over there, that seems like it would be a more sufficient way of getting them. But I don't know.
David, you wanted to jump in.
No, I think that's a really good question, and I don't really see any reason why that wouldn't be something that we would want to do. Maybe it's something that they're thinking about doing, in fact. So, yeah, it's a strange one why that's not happening. Daniel.
I hear the criticism of Buya, and point taken. You are right. I'm over the line, and I don't want to talk with each other. It's not our interest. Look, last year, around this moment, maybe in the summer, was Doman here. And the discussion which showed me the direction where we are now was a very Romanian thing. Because it's connected, what you talked before, David and Forrest. So Romania is in a buying spree, buying from the shelf, right? Anything military. Because we're preparing, we are like Poland. And you have no idea how hard it is in Europe to buy American stuff. You don't know how much political discussion, debate, how much French and German criticize Romania buying F-16, for example. And put a lot of contact on the road. I don't need to tell you, corrupt politicians, all the crap, commission, doesn't matter. What I want to tell you is, after we buy the Abrams, not many, 50 probably, we did, I can say, the stage before the contract, his approval in parliament, all the show, all the jazz, to buy 1,000 APCs, and the 1,000 APCs were chosen to be American, not Fuchs, not Patria, American, because this is our way. When Germans call us pejorative names, us and Polish, we stay with you in any choice. We didn't ask we go in Iraq. We didn't ask we go in Afghanistan. And I believe, and I still believe, was the best choice ever, because we are with America. Anything else. And my doubt started when I understand gone in the Congress, the approval of Congress to sell Romania 1,000 APCs. I don't know, was something like more like a armored transport than a real APC. They refused it. The refuse, I try to understand. I read Romanian sources, American sources, why was refused. Romanians wanted to get some percent of production in Romania to maintain the vehicle, not a real lead, not a real offset, no, something small, not the level which Swiss did it for that Iranian, or what Elbit is doing in Baku. And was a short, straight refusal, 1,000 pieces, from an ally which already is facing the war. The war is in our border, and it was a straight refusal. And I wondered why Americans choose this. This is job for America. For Romania, it will be insignificant. We don't produce enough stuff, right? We don't have the enough technical and expertise to do, something like Turk do. Take some military and develop and try to sell it. It's not that. After that, I hear about Abrams. And when I heard the numbers for Ukraine, I was enraged. And first explain, you have this replacement thing, Look, this blame war pissed me off because Europeans doesn't do this replacement. Yes, they have accountants. They have finance department, ministry. But most of things are going to Ukraine are donations. You know that? Sorry, just police. It is just donation. Finland, Netherlands, Germany, everybody. Donation. Even the French, remember that they opened €500 million loan. Take Ukraine, buy your stuff, buy anything you are interested from the French industry. So I say we because I feel very European, most and foremost. Europeans choose to donate weapons. And there was huge debate in Germany. Don't need to go in that political quagmire, right? There are people who are saying UK is not doing enough. French, called Macron, called Putin. Putin left job. I expected America to come like a bulldozer. When I saw Mr. Biden in Warsaw, I said, okay, things are okay. It will be very okay. No problem. When I saw HIMARS, I said, really, Russia is dead, will be destroyed. Russia has no chance. After that were the winning in Kherson, in Kharkiv. And I said, maybe they will be in Crimea this year. I never put my bet on Germany. I remember very well saying, no Panzer elected because of a show. And I was wrong. But look how the things evolved from the powerful speech, which was powerful, symbolic, and extremely important political for all your allies, but especially in Europe and especially in Eastern Europe. You know, you are the model, political system. Your democracy is a model. We don't have the same system. It's very different than America. Europe is extremely different, and us, we have even the laws very different than yours. But somehow we embrace you with such a huge enthusiasm you probably are not prepared for, because Eastern Europe wait you 45 years and need to wait you another 20 to show up. And I see what is happening. I don't see too many political debates in Europe. We know who are the bad boys: Austria, Hungary, and Slovakia, trying to play the both sides more elegant than Orban. But you don't see this kind of debate, what I see in the United States. And I mean official. I don't talk about Newsmax, Fox News, or damn Bloomberg. I see the image, the projection. And I see it not like in media titles. Media titles can be lies. I see how politicians act. European politicians start acting extremely prudent. That's why Macron exits and says, the courageous guy, he's a politician. He's a mega politician. I will not go and say, I'll trust Macron. But we needed this leadership, because when trust is over, everybody will look for each other. Will be less cooperation, will be smaller alliances. Smaller alliances. Remember, before the first German act in World War II, Europe was a patch of small alliances. People trust, Romania, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia. The small Entente. With systems like this, which were bullshit, failed miserably in the front of an aggressing country, in the front of political destruction, in international law going on the window. For me, the concern is not like I will make fun by Orange Man, which wants to become again president. My fear is America will become so absorbed by his needs, the tension inside, political tension, fake tension, And my question is very, very simple. And I put it, and probably I didn't use the right tone. How is possible most of Americans to believe in democracy, in freedom, and elect this type of people? I know it's difficult. I know the grand electors. I understand that. But still, these guys will not act like this if most of Americans will be very pro-democracy. Very in that idea, we cannot allow Mr. Cameron to be treated like nobody by two officials of the American government. This is my worry. And the pain of the future is horrible for me. Horrible because I don't have your stockpile. I don't have your atomic weapons. I know tomorrow you can decide exactly like in Kabul, we leave Romania. And they will need to face it like Ukrainians, this aggressor. And I don't like that either.
Yeah, I think we all feel the same about that, Daniel. And I think also it's not a problem that's limited to America, though. I think that everyone in any liberal democracy around the world is guilty of, during the Cold War and consequently failing to constantly renew our democracy and failing to instill in the education system sufficiently robust structures in order making my life more difficult. Failing to make our education systems robust enough to make it very clear to everybody why liberal democracy is good and what's wrong with the alternatives. I think that's something which is a massive oversight and something that hopefully we'll get around to slowly addressing as a consequence of this war. Forrest.
I completely agree with you. I think, in my opinion, outside of not doing more for Ukraine, Biden's biggest failure of this war is not using the bully pulpit, as it's called, to be out there promoting democracy first and then pushing this agenda of saving democracy and fighting it wherever it comes up, and giving cover to all the politicians beneath him to be more proactive and be more vocal. And yeah, I think if I could tell him one thing today besides what I would say to some of his advisors, it would be that we need to hear from him, and probably needs to be daily, almost like a fireside chat from Roosevelt back in the day. I don't know if
Yeah,
you can do that.
I totally agree, but I think again, it's not something that's limited to the United States. I think this is something that applies to basically everybody. Every single country which counts themselves as a liberal democracy has done an extremely poor job of communicating, first of all, to their citizens why democracy is the good thing, and second of all, countering the Russian disinformation machine, which has been very successful in. So. I think one of the main things is that since the financial crisis in 2008, there's been this narrative that the system is broken, and there's no doubt that with free market capitalism there are always going to be issues, but there's been a propensity on those opposing liberal democracy or those financed by the Russian propaganda machine to use that as saying that there is some kind of magical alternative to liberal democracy and free market capitalism, which is superior, and that's clearly not the case. And it's, from my perspective, one thing that Russia's been pretty good at capitalizing. Sorry for the pun. Upon Daniel.
I would say more than this. The failure is we didn't connect prosperity, freedom of choosing everything you want in a free country. We love to say free country. Maybe are not so free, maybe are some rules, maybe I'm so low, but we fail to connect our good life we have. Yeah, I can envy an American or a Swiss or a Norwegian, but we live better almost every place on this planet. Most of the places people doesn't have food, water, doesn't have a doctor. And we fail to connect this. Democracy means no absurd oligarch coming from the political leadership and confiscate a business. You don't escape jail because you are rich, and the values matter. Morals matter. I live in an imperfect democracy. I live in a country with corrupt politicians. Everywhere are corrupt politicians. Sorry to tell everyone. Don't believe that South Romania is the most corrupt country in the world. This is a bullshit. But imagine this. I lived the best life I had until this 46 years. I know how it is to live in a country where you cannot talk. You are starving. You are freezing. And I think I tell you many, many more of you. And it was not about communism. Every dictatorship, every system like this is a disaster for humanity. And if you think money can compensate the lack of freedom, you are totally wrong. I'm not rich. In fact, I'm very poor. And I still believe in the system. I will go to elect like you will do, choosing less evil, less corrupt, less worse, in my opinion. Right? But we need.
Sorry, that was my fault, Daniel. I pressed the wrong button. I just wanted to say anyway that the news to everybody is that we all live in imperfect democracies, and democracies will always be imperfect. And I think that somehow is also the challenge that we face in the communication topic. But both with regard to with regard to liberal democracy, it's not an answer. So this is what the opposition is basically saying here. Here we've got a solution, and this is what you do. If you do A, B, C, then you get to heaven, basically. And that's not what democracy is all about. Democracy is about saying, we don't really know what the answer is, and we need a way to work out the best we can do for the time being. And this is somehow a less attractive kind of proposition in many ways. So you can kind of understand the appeal of a popularist, fascist, or communist idea because it's pretty simple, it's discreet, and covers. I don't know, it covers everything you need for a government in one way or another. But it ends in the gulag and genocide. So somehow we have to make this point through the education system, but also constantly in the media. Going to go back to Daniel first because I cut him off, and then to Forrest.
Okay, I will give you the roundabout what is the problem, because I see it here, I see it everywhere. And this idea was seeded in my mind in the 90s, when we just acted on a system and, was similar with Moscow in the 90s. And I met a lot of people from around the world, including Americans. And I asked them, why you come here? Look, our streets are shit. We don't have anything interesting. Our apartments are gray. Why you come here? You know what they tell me? They are bored. Boredom. And I was a young, stupid man. And I tell them, I want to live in a boring country. In a boring country where you don't have events, you don't have, huge uptakes and changes in your life, in your society. I want a boring life. And even now, 46 years old, living in an imperfect democracy, I want to go in a boring country to spend my last years. And I think this is the problem. Why Orban took power? Why Donald Trump is so appealing for the people? People are bored of democracy. They feel it's slow, it's not mature enough. Too many decisions, too many commissions, too many committees, too many bureaucracy, Look at them. Look at them. He decides and everything is done. Spoiler alert, nothing is done. You can take Hitler, Stalin, Putin, everyone. Nothing is done. It's just a show. And people need to understand, when you have so many checks and balances, so many institutions who survive the man, the leader, the manager, or the president, things work, good or bad. Sometimes they have greater people inside, sometimes, culture go under other places. But this seduction of Orange Man is this. I think in American mind, somehow, some places, people bored of political correctness, of police language, of all the bullshit, are tired. And they want something stronger, powerful, to change something. And they don't go on revolution line, You can make exactly like French did in 68 in Paris. It was a real young revolution and had their effect. No, let's elect a strong man, a fat, obese, mental disabled man, like strong man. And that is the road from the democracy, failed or not, to dictatorship. Watch elections in Germany and Weimar Republic. There are so many lessons there. Watch the contemporary Orban, how you can make something like a democracy and what is now, which is not even close, remotely a democracy. And this is my rant over. And again, Booyah, I'm very, very sorry I hurt you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Forrest, you've been waiting for a while.
Oh, no worries. Daniel, I appreciate you coming back and adding to your comments. I tend to agree with a lot of what you just said. I feel like I failed earlier to mention to all the Americans. I was scrolling through, and it looks like there's a decent amount of Americans waking up listening to MR this morning. And if it's all right with you, can I put some phone numbers in the nest from one of my tweets, David and Tim?
Yeah, do it.
All right. So I'll pop those up and remind everyone. I mean, if you're not an American, that's cool. But it'd be lovely if all the people listening that care about Ukraine could make a couple phone calls today. I urge you to call the 3 mics. I realized the other day that the 4 most powerful men in the United States House of Representatives are all white men named Mike. Kind of a weird realization to have, but Mike Johnson, Mike McCall, Mike Rogers, and Mike Turner all could use some phone calls. But if you could only call one, I believe Mike Turner is the closest one to signing on the discharge petition 9. So you can call his DC office, call his Ohio office. I think he might be out of Dayton, Ohio, somewhere in Ohio. Boring place, awful place. But give him a call. Tell him to sign on to discharge petition 9 for HRS 1016.
So is McCall among these
Yep.
guys?
Mike McCall is.
Right. Okay.
Yep. They are the 3 heads of the most powerful committees. So it's McCall's Foreign Affairs, Rogers is Armed Services, and Turner is House Intel. So these are the guys who have the most info on what Russia is up to in the genocide. They all know they've got no excuse for not being on discharge 9.
100%. If you're an American, these guys talk the talk but don't walk the walk. They need to really fully get behind this bill. They're sensible guys. They're not stupid, and as Forrest said, they know what's going on, probably to a greater degree than any of us in the space. So they should be 100% behind this bill. Talking of bills, oh no, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, hi, David and Tim, and thanks for all your hard work. I wanted to reply to Daniel, but he seems to have dropped down actually. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's any point, but
No, reply anyway. Reply
okay.
anyway.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he was basically. I was listening to him yesterday as well, and he's kind of like I do see where he's coming from. I think he's from Romania, right? So, like, I understand what he's saying, but he kind of sprays his comments kind of widely, and a lot of it, I think, is about the United States. But just now, he was saying about Orban and Trump being popular because people are bored. And he said, you know, I want to be bored like that. Yeah, I kind of get what he's saying, right? I understand that it's a luxury thing, right? To be bored, but I disagree. All right, I have to disagree with this comment because it's not. You know, people are not supporting Orban and Trump because they're bored. They are supporting Orban and Trump because Orban and Trump have weaponized immigration, right? And it's about the information space. And behind this is the hand of Russia. We have seen plenty of evidence of connections with Russia, between Russia and Congress, men, women. And we've also heard congressmen, women repeating Russian talking points. So I don't think it's okay to just leave that comment like, you know, people are supporting Orban and Trump because they're bored. It's not to do with that. It's much more complex, and we know this, and we've gone over this many times in this space. Yeah, so I just wanted to come back on that.
All good points, I think. All good points. So, Tim, I was reading in Ukrainska Pravda that they think a new cruise missile from Russia has been used in the attacks over the past few days. Are you aware of this at all?
Is this a Zircon?
This is a Kh-69 or an X-69 as it's written in Cyrillic, or a KH-69 as it's usually transliterated in English. Side fun fact: do you know what Kh stands for?
No.
Kharkiv. So this series of missiles, so the whole series of missiles which you see with KH, they're, as I said, written with X in Cyrillic, are designed around, or the first iterations of these missiles were designed in Kiev rocket factory. Sorry, not Kiev, Kharkiv rocket factory. So, yeah, very ironic. Anyway, it seems like they've got a new one. It's obviously based on an old one, so it's nothing really new. I don't really know what's new about it. It should have been able to be brought down with a Patriot missile battery, they say. They used this to attack the Tripilia thermal power plant. It looks very similar to a Storm Shadow, so it's kind of square in shape and long. Maybe I'll post a link to it.
Yeah, I'm aware of this one. It's basically a KH-59 or VOD, known in NATO terminology as a King Bolt. This is but it's so it's stealthy. It's a stealthy version of a KH-59 VOD. So that's why it's square. That's the kind of low observability characteristics. Now, this is, I mean, this is a fairly basic cruise missile. I mean, it's subsonic. It's got a fairly limited range. So it's got a excuse me. got a range of
So
around 200 kilometers. It's kind of a Storm Shadow type equivalent weapon, really.
yeah, the kind of thing that if they could manufacture it in volume, they'd be using a lot of, and it's probably reasonably cheap to manufacture, you would assume, right?
They generally come in at about $1 million each. I don't know how much these ones cost, but that would be typical of a missile of this capability.
Is that cheap or not cheap? I don't know.
That's pretty cheap. I mean, there's really no such thing as a cheap missile. The standard ones, so Tomahawk land attack missile at the long end, kind of Storm Shadow, Scalp, Taurus at the medium end. They're about $1 million each. As far as Russian missile options go, this is probably one of the cheaper ones. So one of the flaws in the hypersonic missiles concept is they are eye-wateringly expensive. So a Kinzhal missile is estimated to cost between $10 and $12 million to manufacture, and that's in Russia, right? So they are really, really, really expensive. I mean, would you rather have one Kinzhal, which often miss their target and can be shot down, or would you rather have 10 of these newer iteration KH-69s? I think I'd rather have the KH-69s.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. I think that these are something that they should. Well, they probably are focusing on producing more than flashy things like zircons and Kinjals.
Yeah. Bull Terrier, you've got your hand up.
Oh, hi. Yeah. I was just my attention was caught by a couple of articles in the Telegraph. One is about a new laser weapon. Maybe you've talked about this already, but one's a new laser weapon called Dragonfire, which apparently is going to be fitted to Royal Navy ships within 5 years, and it's £10 a shot, you know, and it burns through metal. And can be used against missiles and drones, and there's a kind of implication that they might be looking for somewhere to test this out, which is I think very interesting, since there's an active conflict which we know very well going on at the moment. And then the other one is the RF DEW, which is radio frequency directed energy weapon. So these both are in the Telegraph at the moment. And this one is electromagnetic pulse technology, which disrupts electronics. So there's clearly been a very concerted effort to develop weapons which can take down not just drones, but swarms of drones and as well as missiles. I just wondered if you had noticed that and had any comments on it.
We started the session with the Dragonfire weapon system, and yeah, this is interesting stuff. You might notice the Saxon space lasers in the title. That's what we were talking about. So yeah, it's not clear really whether there's any real quantity of these things being supplied to Ukraine or what impact they're going to have on them on the battlefield. Probably nothing at all. So it would be really nice for them to get loads of space lasers, but probably unlikely because the British Army doesn't have them. Is that right, Tim?
Yeah. So this is Dragonfly. This is Dragonfire. It's not the only laser-based CRAM system that's being developed. The Israelis have got one called Iron Beam as well, which is a very silly name for a laser, but there we go. And that's basically just Iron Dome, but the thing that does the pew pew is a laser rather than a missile. Dragonfire is was first tested in 2017. It was due to enter service in 2032, but the MOD have just sped that up, so it's going to be 2027 when it becomes a real viable weapon if all goes to plan. It's interesting because it looks like the UK may have solved the power problem. So I can't remember the exact numbers, but one of the issues we have with lasers is they require an absolutely enormous amount of electricity. So a prohibitively large infrastructure of electricity has to go into making a militarily effective laser. The UK seems to have solved that problem, and they're talking about putting it on, mounting it on the back of a Wolfhound, which is the British version of the Cougar MRAP. So it's a big old vehicle. Don't get me wrong, but it's not, and it's not the size of a power plant. The other thing they're looking at doing is mounting it on ships. So they've talked about Type 23 frigate. That's obviously due for retirement. It's getting replaced by Type 26 and Type 31, but that's not going to be for a couple of years yet. They're still building those. So yeah, it's very interesting, but it's not a real weapon yet, or at least it's not in service yet. Grant Shapps, the Defense Secretary, he made a remark about there being two wars going on at the moment, where this would prove extremely useful. I assume he's obviously talking about Ukraine, as well as the situation in the Red Sea. However, unfortunately, 2027 is the planned date, and we all know how military procurement tends to go. So we're not going to be seeing these on the Ukrainian battlefield anytime soon. Bulteria?
So just to jump in quickly, the other one I think was interesting in the context of the Havana syndrome, right? So we were talking about several different kinds of directed energy weapons, and there's some discussion about what that was, the Havana syndrome one. So the radio frequency one would be interesting, even if it's not radio frequency that they're using in the Havana syndrome case. In both, some form of sound wave and some form of electromagnetic wave, both kind of behave in the same kind of way. So you can imagine having two emitters at different phases interfering in a way that they reach a point of amplification at some point, some fixed point in the distance, if that makes sense. So I'd be interested to read a bit more about that. Bulteria.
Yeah, I couldn't send you the full article, but I've sent both of you a DM to the front page. This electromagnetic weapon pulse technology. Would you like me to read it out? It's only a short article.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hang on a sec. So for some reason it says British troops to test Ocean's 11 style electromagnetic weapon for the first time. It's a long time since I watched Ocean's 11, so I can't really remember what this has to do with the movie. But basically, the EMP, electromagnetic pulse, uses radio waves to disrupt electronics and fry circuit boards. And it says, now this is the interesting thing, is to be tested by British troops for the first time. So again, we are at a very early stage of this. And apparently it's been given to the 7th Air Defence Group this summer for testing as part of plans to improve the targeting of drones. Why is all this stuff in the Telegraph? You would think this would be kind of secret information, but I don't know why I'm able to just read this out. It's very strange.
I don't think there's any secrets about this.
Right.
Land Rover had an issue with their engine controllers. Right. Well, I guess this would have been early early 90s, and the way they discovered it was a Land Rover was driving down a beach dune opposite a ground radar from I think it was a French military facility, and that knocked out the ECU, so the engine stopped, and rescue company was called, and of course they were driving a same model year Land Rover, which got stuck on the way down as well. Yeah, so these things happen, and the mechanism isn't new; it's kind of widely known about. While we're on the military topics, I wanted to ask Tim about the B-1B Lancer, because they're apparently America's bringing them back into service. This is also in the Telegraph. In fact, I think was it David Axe? I think David Axe has written about this. So very big swing wing, kind of impressive Cold War bomber. Apparently there are 144 of these available. I've not read the article to be honest with you, so I'm kind of hoping somebody will do me the favour of explaining to me why they would be doing that.
Well, I mean, we've just luckily enough, I just wanted to have a quick finisher on directed energy weaponry. Now, of course, the use of energy-based weapons is not new. So they exist in the kind of they exist in the non-lethal space. So there are sound-based and radiation-based weapons that are used for crowd control, for instance. There are also blinding laser weapons that I think have been banned now. But of course, the Chinese still use them, and the Chinese use them for public order as well. So people make a fuss, you just blind them. That's fine. So they're not particularly new. And they've also got there are also systems that produce sound and radio frequencies that make people feel physically very uncomfortable. So it's like the urban myth of the brown note. David, are you familiar with that?
No, brown note.
So,
I'm familiar with the brown Windsor soup, but brown notes.
So the brown note is an urban myth in musicology, that there is a particular frequency that if you play it, everybody who hears it will soil themselves. So apparently it was some spoof about it was like a new church organ in some enormous concert hall somewhere. They had accidentally installed a pipe in the organ that produced the brown note. And of course, as soon as the organist played something, everybody in the audience crapped themselves. But it's total rubbish. Of course, there's no such thing as the brown note. But it's a bit like that, right? So they have these public order crowd control weapons that produce a particular frequency, a particular sound that makes people feel very, a deep feeling of malaise and makes them a bit physically and psychologically useless. So there's nothing new about this kind of energy weaponry, and there's nothing unique about Dragonfire. So there's a number of other systems under development as well. But anyway, we covered that. We did a deep dive on that topic earlier on this afternoon, Bull Terrier. So if you want to rewind, if you rewind about 3 hours on the YouTube, then you should be able to hear that if you're interested. Okay, so as you mentioned, aeroplanes. We have Latam, who has come up, and he knows everything about aeroplanes. Latam, welcome.
I don't know about everything, Tim, but I try to read as much useless information as I can get my hands on. And hey, David, David, you were asking about the B1. There is actually a tie-in to the Ukraine situation there, I think.
I thought there might be. That's why I brought it up. Yeah. So thanks very much for coming up.
Yeah, it's the tie-in is the Tu-22s, Tu-160s that the Russians have been using to launch cruise missiles. The B-1 was originally developed as an aircraft that would take a different approach. In the 70s and 80s, it was a different approach to to attacking the Soviet Union by launching cruise missiles after penetrating Soviet airspace at low altitude. And the low altitude part of it, that's still very relevant. And the Russians have shown us that the delivery of cruise missiles from large aircraft like that is still a very useful capability. So yeah, the B-1 is a type that really saw a lot of cutbacks after the Cold War, because it was really seen as a Cold War project. It was something that that President Reagan actually brought out of. It was canceled by the Carter administration, and it became a very big, in the early 80s, it was a very big symbolic program for the administration for in terms of showing that, you know, America was going to pay whatever price was necessary to fight communism and all that, you know, that sort of idea, which well, I guess in the end it worked. But it certainly, I think that given some of the contingencies that the U.S. is looking at right now and the lessons that are being learned by the West in the Ukraine, in this current Ukraine conflict, because the learning doesn't just go, it goes both ways. The West is learning a lot. And I think it's probably a reminder that standoff delivery of cruise missiles by an aircraft that can carry quite a few cruise missiles is a useful thing to have, notwithstanding that, of course, the U.S. has the B-52, but the B-1 has other characteristics that make it, characteristics and capabilities that make it unique. So put that aside for a sec. The again, I wish that I could come with good news, right? The air war continues to be a big thing right now. It's most people that are supporters of Ukraine following what's happening. You know, every day, every morning I tune in to listen, and it's the last probably since March, right? We've been seeing this Russian bombing campaign increase in intensity, and it shows no signs of letting up. I think we're in a definite inflection point here as far as the Russian air war over Ukraine, because they have found a number of it's about 4 different weapon systems, air-launched weapon systems, that are having a real impact on Ukraine. Sorry for the pun, but and primarily that's well, we can Shaheds, glide bombs, cruise missiles, to which we can add now that new one, which is troubling in some ways. I would caveat that, and you were referring to it a few minutes ago, David, the KH-69. I think you're right. In general, it's in configuration and capability. I would call it very similar to a Storm Shadow. It is launched by Russia's. It's going to give Russia's tactical aviation much more reach than they've had up till now. Considerably more standoff range than the glide bombs, which I'm sure the Su-34 crews will appreciate. And it appears to be quite accurate. But we have to caveat that with how many can they actually produce. That said, we've already seen they've caused real problems. They've done real damage. So this is a real threat. It's not imaginary, and it's something that is yet another. Now, that said, I don't see anything that I've read yet about it that tells me that it is uniquely stealthy, uniquely low observable, or very low observable. Of course, the Russian propaganda will always make any new weapon system sound. They'll make an old weapon system try to sound like it's invincible. But I see nothing aerodynamically or in terms of any kind of special coating, although those are probably a little less of a factor. I think ultimately it's the design of an aircraft or missile that is really important. Probably the primary importance for low observability. So that said, I think that one of the advantages of this, not advantages, but one of the things to keep in mind about it is that it can be intercepted. It's yet another cruise missile that seems to have longer standoff range for Russian tactical aviation. We already know that the Russians have a series of cruise missiles they've been using from the beginning that their bombers launch. This one will allow aircraft like Su-34, 30, 35 to launch what looks like right now a very effective, accurate cruise missile at long range, so thereby preserving their crew and aircraft. But it is interceptable. But that ties us into the broader problem of Ukrainian air defense. And a little while ago, I think, when I say a little while ago, let's say at the beginning of the year, the picture that I was seeing was that the ground-based air defenses were holding while Ukraine was beginning to build up the or prepare for the delivery of Western aircraft, the initial lot of Western aircraft, thereby strengthening what was already a pretty solid and evolving ground-based air defense. There's a problem with that. That appears to be changing right now. Russian targeting appears to be improving. It's not static. They are improving, and we have seen ground-based air defenses being hit, launchers being hit. We saw a case, I think it was sometime in March, of a forward operating location for the Ukrainian Army aviation. They were refueling and rearming helicopters, and they got hit. That was pretty rare up until now that we saw, anyways, in open source. Those are troubling trends. If it does point to Russian targeting improving, and especially against dynamic targeting against moving targets, that creates all sorts of problems. That means that, can the Ukrainians really lean on their ground-based air defense the way they have up until now? Will it create more holes in their integrated air defense system? Even if it's not by losing launchers or batteries, but also by them having to move them around a lot and shut them down more than they would normally. There's a lot of questions there that remain unanswered, but they are potential real problems for Ukraine. And if the Russians, this is why the helicopter forward operating location getting hit was something that I really noticed. You know that they're going to try to do the same thing with F-16s when those aircraft are deployed. There will be at the top of their targeting list, and those aircraft will be operated in dispersed locations like that, not on grass strips, but in actual airfields. And they're going to have to be moving them around pretty quickly, maybe more quickly than they thought a few months ago, if Russian targeting is in fact improving, which I personally think it is. I've spoken to a few other people that follow this, and they agree that there's a troubling trend there. So, yeah, like, I wish I could be more positive about it. I think right now they're facing some serious challenges. I believe Ukraine will survive as a nation, just to go big picture for a minute, out of my lane. But the way that Russians are using air power right now, I have my doubts that I think there's a real possibility that a city like Kharkiv could end up in ruins at the end of this. The Russians would be fine with that. We all know that. They'd have no qualms about that whatsoever. And they seem to be increasing their aerial arsenal that will allow them to do that. And also the other spillover effects, like you said, Tim, like the refugee crisis, all the other things that would be a result of a sustained bombing campaign against an urban center like that. These are very troubling things. I'm going to tie this into the political for just a minute, okay? Because, I was listening a little earlier to our American sister. Sorry, I didn't get your name. And I totally take your point about, don't blame all Americans. It's very easy when you're frustrated to do that. Look, I'm Canadian. I love America. I love its founding values. Have many friends there, et cetera, et cetera. And so I kind of look at it as like a family member. That's how Canadians, we often think of ourselves, with our relationship with Americans. And, the American experiment right now is under probably the biggest threat that it's been under since at least the Great Depression. What comes of that is in the hands of Americans. We'll see what happens. And I'm tying this into this because, look, I'm getting a little tired as a Canadian of hearing references to the isolationist wing of the Republican Party. It's not an isolationist wing. It's a pro-Putin, pro-Russia wing of the party that wants Russia to win, that wants Putin to prevail, because they want America to be like Russia. They want Trump to be their Putin. Okay, so political rant aside, what that has translated into in the current situation, real world consequences, is that you've got basically a crazy person, maybe one in particular, but a few others that I can think of in the American government, democratically elected, have every right to be there, that have been slow walking and stalling American aid to the point where that has opened a window for the Russians. We know about artillery shortages on the Ukrainian side. We don't hear as much because I suspect it's there, but the shortage of interceptors of missiles for their ground-based air defense. Now we're talking about the scenarios that some of us looking at the air side of things were playing around with more than a year ago. But what happens if major gaps begin to form in Ukraine's integrated air defense system? That was at the time when they were using primarily Soviet era equipment. And what happens when they start to run out of or run low on missile interceptors for those systems? Okay, so the West stepped in and started to send their systems, and those have been very effective. And that was the situation we were in for quite a while. But then we had the stall of American aid, and now we're seeing the Russians improving their targeting. So I'm putting the U.S. the U.S. political situation aside in my mind, day to day. Every now and then I hear on the space or other platforms, other spaces, and it's always interesting to kind of touch base with it. But to be honest, it's bloody depressing. But that will sort itself out whichever way it does, one way or another. Hopefully something significant in November. But for the Ukrainians, they have to consider what that means for them going forward. They have an integrated air defense system and an air force to build up along Western lines with Western equipment. That's a long-term project. We have now this latest announcement of Norway. We have more specific numbers on what's coming from Norway. I'm hearing now in back channels, people I take seriously and trust, that maybe we're talking about 75 F-16s now, but that's not going to be this year. That'll be eventually. That's still a very low number. That's you got to consider air-to-air kills and aircraft that will be destroyed on the ground. Particularly worrying if Russians are improving their targeting of ground targets. That's something you have to consider, that there's going to be attrition on the ground of these aircraft. Important in the immediate, because if we're talking about new threats like KH-69, okay, it's not a super weapon, but it seems like a very effective cruise missile. And add to that, it's another type of weapon, a low-flying cruise missile that can be targeted by a modern fighter with a good radar, especially with what's called good look-down, shoot-down capability. Its ability to, at altitude, or at least higher than the cruise missile. And apparently, KH-69 cruises very low. But with a good shoot-down, look-down radar, you're able to see through a lot more of the ground clutter and pick up targets like that. Cruise missiles was one of the reasons why those radars were developed back in the 80s. That's where the Western aircraft come in, because the current radars that Ukrainian fighters have, and we know that they are out there on a daily basis targeting Shaheds and cruise missiles, they're severely limited not just by range, but by their ability to look down at these targets. So that's one area where Western fighters will make a big difference, even a relatively small number of them. But beyond the numbers that we're currently looking at, with the possibility of attrition, it's a complicated picture, and it's not something I'm sure that Ukrainian leadership and staff in the Air Force are looking at and thinking, are not worried by it. I have no question in my mind that they're looking at this with a lot of concern, because they're going to lose aircraft. And then what comes after that? You have the existing Soviet fleet that is not going to last forever. America is completely stuck. There's no indication of anything else coming from there. So that's where I think France comes in. Even though we haven't seen anything concrete announced, even though it appears that there were discussions, and the Ukrainians and the French, as we understand from what's been reported in open source, came to an understanding that, okay, we'll just leave it where it is for now. We'll concentrate on getting French surface-to-air missiles and radars and other things, and not aircraft at this point. But here's what I'll finish my thought with. I've said many times that I think we need to listen to the Ukrainians. If the commander of the Ukrainian Air Force puts out a statement on Telegram where he specifically mentions different types of aircraft, which I believe is exactly because of the American gridlock, where he and his staff understand that maybe a force of 300, theoretically 200, 300, whatever you want, F-16s down the road, maybe that's not such a great idea. If all it takes is one QAnon nut in Congress to create serious headaches for you. So I think France is in a position to help. I hope that we hear something on that. I think the Ukrainians, if somebody were to fly in a number of aircraft, surplus aircraft with support equipment and all the technical manuals and everything, the simulator, and just drop it, I think the Ukrainians would be able to do something useful with it. Now, I don't think that's a scenario that's actually that's not a practical thing. That's not going to actually happen. But I say that to make the point that there are options that are not being considered, because on Twitter, I get tired of hearing people say, yeah, but that particular type, for this reason and this reason and this reason, it won't work. Those reasons are often based on our Western assumptions, like air superiority, of how things are supposed to work. This war is different. If that's not clear by now, well, it's just not going to be clear to you if you don't see it by now. But the rules are very different here. And the Ukrainians are adaptable, and we need to listen to what they are saying that they need. And if it's surplus and it's available, deliver it to them. Because I'm worried that soon we may end up in a very desperate situation that could have been avoided.
Thank you very much, Latam. It's another series of fascinating and incisive takes. Unfortunately, I would love to loiter around and talk to you about this all afternoon, but my relief is here in the gallant form of Alan Brewer and Tracy, the SBU fella. So I will leave you for today. I don't usually co-host at weekends, but as I'm going to be in my country place this weekend, I may be able to sneak in a few hours over the weekend while I'm manning the barbecue. So thank you to my co-hosts this afternoon, David Bailey, and also to all of you who came up to speak and give us stuff to talk about. Please do check out our latest fundraiser for uniform and other equipment for the SBU Alpha Special Forces units. And as always, Slava Ukraini, everybody.
Heroin Slava. Perfect timing, Alan. Jinx, hello. Good morning. Welcome.
Good to be with you once again, Tracy. Looking forward to my morning with coffee and Tracy here at MriyaReport.
Thank you so much, Alan. It's lovely to have you as always. So, everybody, I've been listening all morning. There's been lots of conversation going on and lots of activity, which is what we like. Lots of engagement from all you lovely listeners that then can transpond yourself up to, what's it called? Is it transpond? What's it called? When they use a transponder? Is that what it's called? Anyway, you can beam yourself up to speaker. So whilst we do the switcheroos, consider retweeting the space for us and bringing everybody else here, telling them what we're talking about. Alan and I will be bringing you all the latest updates, and no doubt we both have some interesting things to talk about too. There's never enough time, and there is always too many topics, but that is not necessarily a bad thing, as long as we are getting good news as well, because things are pretty tough right now. So apologies. I know I've been a bit miserable the last couple of days, have been quite tough for me as well. So apologies, everybody. But nevertheless, we all plod along together, don't we? We pick up our boots, as we say, because this is what Ukrainians are doing, and put that to one side and deal with it later. Or that's what I do. I know it's always not that easy, of course, and if you need to step aside, we do understand that. Actually, in fact, I will put some resources in the nest. That just reminds me, I have a little post, Alan, which I've started using regularly, because one thing is it's great to put it there, and I think it's a good idea to put it there if you're talking about difficult topics, such as in the Understanding Genocide segment on a Friday night, which is with the wonderful Prince Heather, Nancy M, and Gina Christian, and that's at 10 p.m. Eastern every Friday. And they talk in detail about lots of different things, United Nations reports, independent reports that have been done on the genocide that's happening in Ukraine. So, because that's a difficult topic, the wonderful Nancy M did put together some resources. So these resources of numbers, contact numbers that you can use for your respective countries, should you feel like you need to reach out and get some support and you're not really sure where to turn. So I've popped those numbers in the nest because increasingly more and more with what Russia's doing, it becomes that these difficult topics that trigger people can crop up at any time, Alan. And of course, you don't know what's going to trigger somebody. If you've not suffered through trauma, you don't understand that probably. It's difficult to, isn't it? Imagine yourself in somebody else's shoes like that. And then even if you have suffered tragedies and traumas, that you still don't necessarily understand what's going to trigger somebody. And even sometimes the person doesn't know themselves. So it's always good to have those resources there. Be stronger than me and reach out and ask for help if you need it, because these people, they are there because they care. That's the main thing to consider. And, you know, we all need help at some point in life, no matter how small or large that help may be. So be stronger than me and reach out for help if you need to. So thank you very much, everybody, for waiting whilst I just do that. I got a little sidetracked there, Alan, but the opportunity came up for the segue. So thank you very much for waiting and welcome to the co-hosting seat.
Thank you, Tracy. Good to be here. We do have a lot of news to cover this morning. It was great to have Latin with us. Taking a look at the F-16s on their way from Norway first, all approved by the United States. So we know that these F-16s, both those that are capable of flying and, you know, a half dozen that will be dismantled and used for spare parts and maintenance. So it is a step in the right direction. Not sufficient. Latin would be the first to point that out to all of our listeners. You know, some headlines have caught my attention this morning, Tracy. Tim Mack, who was formerly a NPR reporter, you know, in Ukraine, now an independent reporter in Ukraine, and a very good one, I might add. He brings to everyone's attention a headline from Forbes magazine. The clock is ticking. Russia has a 1-year reserve of weapons. I would emphasize these are Soviet era weapons. And this is important to consider here when you read Russia may run out of Soviet military equipment by mid 2025. That's not all military equipment. It is Soviet era military equipment. But we do know that Russia cannot replace these losses on the battlefield. Russia produces about 500 new tanks, 1,000 new military vehicles a year. But we also know the success Ukraine has had taking out the Russian tanks on the battlefield. In fact, it's interesting that just recently, Ukraine's force of FPV drones have been responsible for 65% of the Russian tank destruction on the battlefield. That's pretty significant. So, and we know that Ukraine is successfully destroying Russian tanks at the rate of more than 1,000 annually, and in more than 2,000 armored vehicles annually. So, with resumed U.S. military aid and all the support Ukrainian troops on the front line need, Ukraine will be able to press Russia extraordinarily hard, but they need aid. Tracy?
Yeah, sorry, Alan. I was screen away, beavering away there. Apologies. No, you're absolutely right. They do. That discharge petition number 9 has got to go through. That's got to be signed. People need to be contacting their representatives. There's some numbers in the nest there, actually. If you look, the third post in the nest, so you can contact those numbers. That's very important. And actually, you know, you can use the what's it called, the democracy IO or something like that. I think it is, Alan, and people from around the world can make their voice known as well, because it's got to be done. It's really hard at this stage and worrying, isn't it, to see what's going to happen. But all we can do is just keep doing what we're doing and keep pushing in the right direction. Keep talking about finding solutions, ideas, suggestions, forming groups. I think the idea of protest is becoming even more and more important, I think, Alan, not just in the US, but around the world for various different reasons. So, I mean, we've had protests in Hungary recently, haven't we? That was promising to see. Was it Hungary? I think it was Hungary, Alan.
Yes, the massive demonstrations against Orban on the streets of Budapest is something to see. You know, there are times when you want to see such protests in your country for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's a demonstration of the power of freedom of speech in democracies. That's number one. Number two, all of those people demonstrating for change are also voters. And that is the most powerful tool you have in any democracy around the world. It is a tool that Russians do not have, Iranians do not have, Chinese do not have, North Koreans do not have. And this, of course, is the axis of terror that Putin has assembled. He wants to take away your individual tools in democracy by changing the world we live in. And we're not going to let him do that.
Absolutely not. We are not going to let them do that. And this is what I keep saying to everybody, Alan. We've got to bring more people across. We've got to find more ways of bringing people across, all those different ways that we talk about. And we have to keep doing that. We have to keep sharing that out. And that's why I said start with that coffee meeting, start with that one person, invite them round for a part of MriyaReport, a coffee and cake that they might like to listen to a particular segment that happens. You know, different co-hosts like to do things slightly differently, and maybe you have a preference, certain things that they might talk about, like I said, even a Spotify podcast, because we've got to get more people talking about these things and you know, opening their minds to all the information that we need to give them, because there's so much going on in terms of I mean, the amount of psychological operations that Russia's pushing out, Alan, it's absolutely staggering. The warnings coming from the intelligence community, the hacking going on all around the world, the multi-pronged attack everywhere that Russia is doing. I mean, you know, the US, I like Mocker's explanation. The US is frozen right now because it's under attack. You know, they're defending themselves. This is like essentially like a metaphorical act of war, the hybrid war that Russia is committing against the US, not just the US, but more so there, I think, because they know that the elections are coming up and they can try and make those manipulations. But it's going to happen more and more everywhere. The intelligence community warned of it. They warned of how Russia already was interfering in politics around the world. They mentioned the UK specifically as well. Of course, we've got elections coming up, as you know, Alan. So all this is time. So we have to fight this. We will fight this because this is good against evil. And if we don't fight this, well, then the world is lost and in a very sorry state. So like Ukrainians, we shall pick ourselves up and we shall fight until we are unable to fight anymore. And that will win, because good will win against evil. I know that sounds a bit like I'm a romantic, Alan, but I'm really not. But I actually do believe that good will win against evil. Just the heartbreaking thing is how many Ukrainian lives it takes for that to happen. That's what's in question. I think, for my mind, it is anyway. Alan?
Yes, that is the key question. All of those Ukrainian lives, the lives of soldiers lost on the zero line, but also the lives of Ukrainian citizens lost in their cities, in their villages, in their homes. All of these lives are given for defense of Ukraine, but also protection of us, frankly, in fighting for its freedom and its future. Ukraine is also fighting for our freedom and our futures, and this is something we should never forget. Even though here in the United States we are tens of thousands of miles from the front line, we have to begin thinking as if we are on the front line, because we are. Our democracy is, our standing in the world as a powerful ally is on the line, and we need to begin acting accordingly. Bull Terrier, and then Latin is back with us. I'd love to speak a little bit more about F-16s, look down radar that F-16s will be carrying into battle, and how those F-16s might be used and at what risk. But first, Bull Terrier, please.
Yeah, hi Alan and Tracy, lovely to see you, hear you, and appreciate, as always, all your hard work. Yeah, just with the Hungary demonstrations, I just wanted to connect the dots there. There's a very good Reuters report, actually from I think yesterday, about Peter Magyar, and it's I think worth reading out a little bit about this, because he's described as a former ally of the Prime Minister Viktor Orban, but he registered a party late on Thursday to run in the European elections in June. And they're saying that this is a test for his abilities to challenge the nationalist leader, so Orban. So Magyar was behind these demonstrations. I think he accused the government of widespread corruption in February, and running a centralized propaganda machine. And then in late March, he was the one that published the recording of a conversation with Judith Varga, then his wife, and Hungary's justice minister, in which she detailed an attempt by Orban aides to meddle in a graft case. And this revelation, I beg your pardon, that led to these large protests in Hungary. And so opinion polls show, I'm just reading from the report now, opinion polls show that Magyar would get about 13% of voters, whilst Fidesz support was mostly unchanged. Magyar took over an inactive party called TISA. He's starting a countrywide campaign tour next week. Still a lot of work to do, he says. We're a kind of garage company. But at a rally last week, he told his audience that he, quote, wants to take Hungary back and restore democracy. And he's standing up for the reform of healthcare and education systems, and reiterated that he wants to cooperate with the European Union. So yeah, I mean, he's standing for European elections, and it seems like that's an interesting and credible possible alternative to Orban, but I think he has a long way to go yet.
That's important information, Bull Terrier, and yes, you do have to pay attention to those polls and what standing potential candidates and leaders have in the minds of voters who will or won't support them and bring them to the forefront. You know, so much attention is given to American elections coming later this fall that people ignore other important elections taking place around the world in free democracies. One in particular, I think, is equally important. This is the election cycle in Moldova that is arriving in October, so before the American elections. Why are the elections in Moldova so important? It's because the Kremlin has already targeted Moldova to undermine its democracy, to influence its elections, and to continue to use this fake People's Republic of Transnistria, which is a thorn in the side of Ukraine, in the side of Moldova, of Romania, and also, frankly, a thorn in the side of NATO itself. It's a sliver of land between Moldova and Ukraine. And this is where Russia has set up another fake People's Republic in order to, using air quotes here, protect Russian speakers. Russia is the only nation in the world that I know of that has weaponized language. I mean, Spain is not saying to the United States, you know, we are considering military action in order to protect all the Spanish speakers in the United States. There's no fake People's Republic in Florida. It is Russian weaponizing of language with propaganda, disinformation, and right alongside it, military action and intervention. This is why the fake People's Republics of Luhansk and Donetsk were created by Russia. This is how Russia started its war against Ukraine 10 years ago, not only through the illegal annexation of Crimea, but through the illegal establishment of these fake People's Republics, and right alongside that, of course, the military presence and the attempt to inflame war inside Ukraine, not only war between Russia and Ukraine, but war inside Ukraine. And they are failing on both counts. Tracy?
Yeah, absolutely. You're completely right, Alan. They are. I apologize. I was just looking at the notifications from the air alerts that have been going out. So there's activity of enemy tactical aviation in the east. So, of course, that means a threat of using aviation weapons, apparently threat of X-59 in the southeast. So we'll see how that goes on because, of course, as we know, Alan, that's just Russia being Russia. I was just looking also, and I was thinking as you were talking about that then, the different things that are happening. And as we said, we have to point out that a lot of aid is coming from the US in terms of humanitarian aid and those types of things, economic aid, USAID are doing all sorts of different things. But it's just, of course, the military aid and this bill that needs to get passed. But a little bit of good news, although there's no mention of anything specific like air defence. That's what I was looking for. The Netherlands has allocated an additional billion euros for military aid to Ukraine, and another 400 million euros was also allocated for the reconstruction of Ukraine. So President Zelensky has announced this following a telephone conversation with Prime Minister Mark Rutte, and so yeah, it doesn't go into that. It just says, let's have a look. Accelerate the supply of shells for artillery, ammunition, and air defence. So some movement is good news. Something's better than nothing, as the saying goes, Alan.
And yes, and all kinds of good things do come from the Netherlands. Mark Rutte being one of them. He is now, I think, the leading candidate to replace Jens Stoltenberg as the NATO secretary. Rutte in the Netherlands has been a strong supporter of Ukraine throughout this war. And it's small nations like the Netherlands, like Denmark, who have made some of the largest contributions of military aid to Ukraine. Denmark giving all of its artillery to Ukraine. Denmark and the Netherlands together sending their F-16s to Ukraine. And I think, in part, this leadership that Rutte has shown probably pushed Macron in the same direction, enabled him to make this 180-degree turn from picking up the telephone and calling Putin looking for an off-ramp 700 days ago to declaring that any further discussions with Russia about anything are futile. And further than that, saying that any military materiel in France, in reserve, produced, and now headed towards the scrap heap. This is decommissioned military equipment. It's not going to be scrapped. It's going to be sent to Ukraine. And of course, we also have Macron talking about the necessity of using NATO forces in any number of missions on the ground in Ukraine. Now, this is simply an open discussion, but it is a discussion needed much more today than ever before.
Yeah, I completely agree, Alan. I couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, that's where we are, isn't it? This is, like I say, Russia be Russia, as they say. So, where would you like to go now, Alan? Do you have some specific things that have interested you that you have seen today? Or should we just go ahead and have a rundown of the news and the headlines?
Well, one thing that has interested me, Tracy, is trying to follow and assess the Russian destruction of Ukraine's power infrastructure. And so here today, we know that 200,000 people in the Kharkiv region are without electricity. Over the past 3 weeks, Russia has targeted at least 7 thermal power plants and have destroyed at least 2 completely. This being the Zamiska thermal power plant in the Kharkiv region, the Trapilska thermal power plant in the Kyiv region. They have both been completely destroyed, and it's a significant escalation by Russia, and it is an escalation, Tracy, a significant escalation by Russia aimed at Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. Make no mistake about that. This is Putin's attempt to make Ukraine uninhabitable, to, as Latin said earlier this morning, to quite possibly leave the city of Kharkiv itself in complete ruins. It's a city of 1.3 million Ukrainians. It's under fire every single day. with artillery and with cruise missiles and Shahed drones. It's only about 40 miles from the border with Russia. So it's a completely exposed city, still called home by 1.3 million Ukrainian citizens. Tracy, I wonder if just before taking a look at further news this morning, as long as we have Latin with us for a few more minutes, I would like to talk to him more about the F-16s, few in number, but still powerful, coming into the Ukrainian. Latin, earlier this morning, you were talking about the look down radar that these F-16s carry, and their ability to possibly target these new cruise missiles that Russia is firing. But to use that look down radar effectively, don't these F-16s have to fly at altitude, and doesn't that expose them?
Well, it depends on what altitude the cruise missiles are flying at. They may be able to detect them. I know this one of the capabilities that KH-69 appears to have, and the truth is, there's not a lot of it. A lot of this is speculative on its capabilities, but apparently it does have a lower cruise altitude than some of what the Russians have been using up until now. I think it's important to mention because I was just reading a little more about this, and the International Institute for Strategic Studies recently did a write-up on, or at least some analysis on the KH-69, and they believe that it's actually a repackaged KH-59. If you look at that may or may not be the case. Over time, we might have more information on that. But if you look at the specs or what we know so far about this weapon, its flying characteristics, it's the aircraft that launch it primarily. I mean, one of the big differences is that it was designed to be launched by the Su-57, but the Su-57 is not an aircraft that's been playing, for all of the hype surrounding it, is not an aircraft that's been playing a big role in this conflict. And there's no reason to think that it's particularly, certainly not in numbers, because they don't have that many of them involved in this current bombing campaign against Ukraine. But that was one of its features, is that it was to be, it could be launched by that aircraft, presumably from its weapons bay. But in terms of flight characteristics, the way it's launched, its warhead size, I'm not seeing a lot of big differences. It's possible there've been some improvements in self-defense. It might even have, I haven't seen any visual evidence of this, but they might have some defensive systems on it that might make it harder to shoot down. Its cruise altitude, yes, that appears to be one thing that might be an advantage over the say a KH-59, and that would make it less vulnerable to ground fire, primarily flying very low. But of course, it has its guidance system better be pretty good, because its terrain following capability better be pretty good, because otherwise you fly that low and there's that many more things that you might hit. So we'll see how this plays out. I got to say that on initial read of some of this information that's out there, I wouldn't be surprised if this is an attempt to repackage an old weapon, which is essentially what the Su-57 is. It's a dolled up Su-27. It does have some important capability improvements over the earlier aircraft, but it's not an F-22. It's not Russia's stealth super fighter. It's just nothing of the sort. Never has been. And I gotta wonder if this is just an attempt to make something that looks more like a Storm Shadow, and which is not to say that it's not an effective weapon. If it's taken out a power plant, then clearly it has the potential to be effective. But of course, the Russian propaganda will make it sound like a super weapon, because they're always doing that.
Latin, what is Russia doing differently in its targeting and in its use of air superiority in Ukraine? It simply strikes me that the number of close air support missions being flown over Chasiv Yar and west of Avdiivka is a kind of engagement of the powerful Russian Air Force that is somewhat different than we have seen earlier in this war.
Well, yeah, it's pretty opaque. I mean, it'd be hard to say exactly what's going on there. It could be that local, like the authority to launch an attack has been loosened up a bit. I mean, we hear so much about how there is this Soviet legacy about the way that the Russians operate. Their targeting would be an example of that. Maybe over time, if there's one thing that they could learn, would be to allow more local operators to make the call on whether to hit a target. I know that drones have been apparently playing a big role increasingly in spotting for them, in visually acquiring targets. That could be something else that's at play. By the way, just to your point, Alan, because I'm not sure I really answered it, but about the radars that Western fighters could bring to bear in this in defense against this Russian bombing campaign against Ukraine. Look down, shoot down capability is one thing that you get an improvement on that. I mean, the legacy radars that the MiG-29s and Su-27s have in the Ukrainian Air Force do have look down, shoot down capability. They were, as I recall, the first generation of Soviet radars that had that. And that's a capability that over time just gets improved, whether it's in Russia or America, China, Europe, wherever. Over time, they improve that capability because it's an important one. With every successive step, even with the original legacy radar that the F-16s have, or if you take the next potential step up to the next generation mechanically scanned radar that the American F-16s, F-16Cs, and Ds carried, you get an increase in all of those capabilities. So things like range, look down, shoot down is an important one. Also resistance to jamming, which we know the Russians do a lot of jamming. So they every new generation of radar has greater resistance to that, but that's a back and forth thing. Greater processing capability, so the ability to track while scan, especially with electronically scanned radars, but also just the increased ability to track and engage multiple targets, even in a jamming environment. Those are all, it's a whole bunch of different things. Even the radar that the original European F-16s have is an improvement over what the Ukrainians currently have. So, regardless of the target, whether it's an Su-34 at range trying to launch glide bombs, or a cruise missile, or a Shahed, I think these are all the targets that more than likely the Ukrainian pilots who are hands-on with F-16s are. Those are the kind of targets that they're training up on, because they know that's what they're going to be going after. But again, a lot of it, it's such a variable, it can't be overstated, is what exactly, which radar, which weapon systems will be provided with the aircraft that, and there may be different configurations initially, maybe later things change. But they all have the capabilities that are better than what they currently have. And then we have to wait and see, as observers in open source, whether we see those aircraft deploy, assuming we know about it, assuming it becomes public, and you begin to see an uptick in Russian losses again, which right now are kind of static. Of course, there could be a deployment of those aircraft without being announced, and we see that uptick. That then you don't know for sure which way it is. Is that an enhancement of ground-based air defenses? Is it introduction of fixed wing? Is it both? But that could be happening. Well, the introduction of fixed wing for sure will be happening within the next few months, probably by the summer, and then we have to wait and see what that looks like.
Yeah, the arrival of F-16s flown by newly trained Ukrainian pilots in the sky over Ukraine has been delayed a number of times. Originally hoping to see those F-16s in April, then in May. now in June. And this is partly because of all the moving parts of getting these F-16s into service in the Ukrainian Air Force. It's not just trained pilots; it's trained maintenance crews on the ground. It's having spare parts, and of course, this is all-out war on the ground, in the air, in Ukraine. Some of these F-16s are going to be shot down, and they also have to be protected on the ground, which will call for increased air defense to go to Ukraine just as quickly as possible.
The other side of this equation is that the Russians are going to try to overwhelm whatever. They're going to try to continue to overwhelm, saturate the Ukrainian integrated air defense system. And I mean, to an extent, they are already doing that. I think it was 2 nights ago when the infographic that was put out by, that regular infographic put out by the Ukrainian, I think it's the Air Force that puts them out, but that shows all the aerial targets that were taken down. The one from a day or two ago, which was extensive and included multiple air-launched weapon systems. That was an example. When I saw that one, my first thought was, there it is right there. That's a night in which the Russians were able to swamp it. They were able to because they managed to get enough munitions through. So expect more of that. And it's that constant back and forth between the two, what one side is doing, what the other side is doing. What is this going to look like next week? What's it going to look like in May? What's it going to look like in July? We can't say for sure because there's so many things that are not known, but eventually we're going to see the results of it. And the results of it could be more Russian aircraft or aerial weaponry or aerial ordnance being shot down, destroyed, or targets on the ground, Ukrainian targets on the ground being destroyed. And that's where we're seeing a troubling trend right now, and leads us to think that the Russians are improving in their targeting, which maybe was inevitable. I mean, they've shown us that they can learn. They're not. I've always thought these buffoonish representations of Russians is just not helpful. They're not stupid. They can figure things out. They're showing us right now that they figured a few things out that could really have an impact in the next little while.
Oh, I think this is something that that most analysts have pointed out, and that members of the Ukrainian military itself have pointed out, that Russia is learning, is improving, is changing tactics on the ground from their experience in this war. Russia is also receiving from Iran upgraded, updated, more lethal drones than it received from Iran 700 days ago. And Russia has built drone factories inside Russia where Iranian advisors are on hand to build these more lethal drones. They're bigger, they're faster, they carry heavier payloads. They are harder to detect. So there are so many elements of this war that have changed in over 700 days of war. And it is worrisome that the Russians are becoming a better fighting force. And as General Cavoli said the other day in testimony in Congress, Russia has also reconstituted its armed force on the ground in Ukraine, and actually enlarged it by roughly 15%. So the latest estimate is that there are about 470,000 Russian military personnel engaged in this war in Ukraine. But the other thing that and I am an amateur at this, as you know, Latin. I'm no expert about anything, actually. I just look at the news and questions float up in my mind. But I have always wondered throughout this war, with the air power that Russia has, why haven't we seen Russia use that air power, say, as any NATO nation would, or as the United States would, trying to command air superiority? And Russia really has not done that, although it has air superiority at many places along the zero line, and we see the effectiveness of the air war against Ukrainian cities. Still, Russia has not thrown its air force into this war in the kind of overwhelming way that American military doctrine would have dictated. Is that accurate, do you think, Latin? That
Yeah, it's still accurate even today, to this day, because they built up what looked like on the surface. If you looked at their propaganda all through, certainly since Putin became president, they were sending out signals that, well, we can do this too. We can do Desert Storm too, because all the pieces were there. They were developing aircraft that looked a lot like, and the kind of multi-role 4th gen, 4+ gen, and supposedly 5th, but not really. I'm talking about the Su-57, but all those parts that were pointing us to the message they were sending was that we're a modern Air Force too. We can do this too. But what they showed initially from the very first days of the war was that they weren't very good at scaling that up to the kind of large combined air operations that is at the heart of the U.S. doctrine that you're talking about, which air forces around the world that model themselves after the Americans, or are at least influenced by that doctrine, they have similar approaches. And I still remember the early days of the war when I would see these 2-ship formations of Su-34s and thinking, what are they doing? Like, is this part? It didn't appear to me to be part of something bigger, and in fact, it was not. Over the days and weeks, I would read analysis that was showing that no, they're not doing that big picture type of operation. They're doing 2- and 4-ship formations and here and there, and they've never been able to scale that up because, like I've been saying for a long time, anybody who knows that doctrine, who's familiar with it, understands it's not something you build up overnight. You have to build it up, and then you have to practice it and get really good at it. So that's not going to happen anytime soon. So that's why the Desert Storm scenarios, everything that we in the West think of as air power in the modern era, the way that we do it, the way that the NATO alliance does it, the way that Israel does it, the way that there are other countries around the world that have similar kind of visions of how to do it, it's not going to happen here. Instead, we see a Russian Air Force using Su-34s with Cold War era dumb bombs with these contraptions strapped to them, which of course are very deadly. But that's not something I foresaw in 2022, that the Russian Air Force would have to resort to something like that. But the bottom line is what they are doing is fairly primitive, but it's effective. They're launching, and so they're in the middle of right now, a sustained bombing campaign against Ukraine that they clearly have the resources for now to continue with. It will be sustained. They may be able to ramp it up. I think they will be able to ramp it up personally. I think that's one of the things I'm watching for, and it's a real concern for Ukraine, is that they can take this to the next level. That they have an incredible amount of these bombs, and they're scaling up just to look at that one system, not to mention something new like KH-69. But they have, I don't think, I've said this before, the flight profile I've seen and the way that they launch the glide bombs, that's not something that I think would take a tremendously long time to train up on. They just launch them at level flight at altitude. And all they would really need for that is some more pilots and some more aircraft. They've got plenty of old airframes lying around. There was a bunch of MiG-29s that were retired at Kursk around 2022, or just before the full-scale invasion. And satellite imagery showed that they were there, and sometime in 2022, around October, I believe, they were all gone. They went somewhere. They weren't exported that I know of. So there's potential for them to try to not just scale up the production of glide bombs, for example, but that's something they're leaning heavily on now, but also of the number of aircraft that could deliver it. That's something to watch for getting into the warmer weather, because they will want to really leverage that aerial artillery to support whatever it is they're planning for those hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground that you just mentioned. And that is the Russian Soviet ways, to just bomb the hell out of whatever's in front of you. We've seen that already in this conflict. We've seen it with artillery. Now they're doing it with air power in a way that they hadn't done it before, and they continue to scale that up, which is why air power is playing such a big role right now. It's critical. It's not U.S. doctrine. It's not NATO doctrine, but for the Russians, it's proving very effective right now. And given the space that the American political gridlock has given them to be able to do that, because it has weakened Ukrainian defenses. It has weakened Ukrainian defenses. So it's having a real on-the-ground effect. Where that balance back and forth is at, in, like I said, in pick your period of time, the next few months, is going to be critical to what happens next in the air and especially on the ground. But one of those outcomes could be that the Russians are willing to destroy a city, maybe just to make a point, maybe just to. I think Putin would be happy to take that back to his people and say, the smoldering ruins of Kharkiv and millions of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees from Kharkiv, from that region, moving west, and take that smoldering ruin to his people and say, "There's your victory."
Latin, I am sorry to say, I think you are 100% right here. And it's also important to understand what Latin is saying. If you are knowledgeable about NATO or American military doctrine, get out of that bubble and into the Russian military doctrine, because that is how they fight, and it's what Ukraine is fighting against. Another very speculative question here for you, Latin, because there have been some renewed calls to close the sky over Ukraine. That would require, as you know, NATO air power to be deployed. And I'm not saying it's going to happen. In fact, I know it's not going to happen. But there have been renewed calls for such use of NATO air power, and renewed discussion of what it would take. Would it be possible to close the skies over Ukraine with NATO air power, and how would it be done?
Close the skies. I take your point, Alan. But that's a big term, and with a lot of implications, and in such a large country. My opinion, no, I don't think that would happen. NATO intervention post-Cold War, and air power has always been a favorite method. Why? Because it's politically more palatable back home. There are no boots on the ground unless somebody gets shot down, and then it's only one guy. It could be a woman now too, since the beginning of the Cold War, we have women in flying as combat pilots in Western Air Forces. So what would they be able to do? A small number of, and I would emphasize that since the Cold War, you look at those interventions that NATO has done. Libya comes to mind. That was triggered by a lot less, I would argue, a lot less of a human toll on the civilians than what we're seeing now. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, just as a matter of fact, NATO intervened and shut down the Libyan Air Force. They went in because the Libyan Air Force was bombing civilians who were opposed to the Gaddafi dictatorship. That's why NATO got involved there, and it was very effective, obviously. But in this case, it's a much greater scale, magnitude of human suffering. So, at what point would they? That's the political side of it. But what could they do militarily? Honestly, I see it as being very low risk, with potential to really hamper this ongoing Russian bombing campaign. A relatively small number of Western fighters. If you're talking about Western fighters now, you're not really talking about F-16s anymore. You're talking about, if it's Europe, because there's no way the U.S. will deploy anything in Ukraine right now. But if the Europeans, maybe the French, who've been a little more aggressive lately, if they were to make that decision, that we can't let Kharkiv be reduced to rubble, Then you're talking about aircraft like Eurofighter, Rafale. Those are 4+. Those are aircraft with very advanced, the latest generation of AESA radars with a lot of reach, like 300-kilometer plus reach. They would give the Russian Air Force a lot of headaches. You wouldn't need a lot of them, and they could operate over Ukrainian airspace. They wouldn't even have to deal with the possibility of being shot down and captured. But that's on the military side. I think they could do a lot, but the political decision is a big one. Granted, it's Russia. It's not Serbia. This is not Bosnia. But if you're asking me what it is that they would be able to do, a lot. They could really alter the current situation.
Well, you know, with the relentless air campaign that Russia has unleashed here, with cruise missiles, Shahed drones, and those ground-launched air defense missiles that have been converted for ground-to-ground attack. And it's the Russian Air Force, of course, that comes into play here. Over the Caspian Sea is a launch area, and they are launching these cruise missiles from over Russian territory, targeting Ukrainian civilian infrastructure largely, as well as sending Russian fighter jets to fly close air support in the skies over Chasiv Yar, over Avdiivka, for example. But I think Latin is right on target here, talking about what Putin could potentially do, intentionally leveling Kharkiv, just as Mariupol was leveled, as Bakhmut was leveled, as Avdiivka was leveled. But this is a city of 1.3 million people, a beautiful city, a very European city that is under bombardment every single day now. The message of this Russian destruction, it hasn't changed the political dynamic in the US Congress, and the political dynamic must be changed before there's military action. That's what precedes all military decisions, in both in the European Union and in the United States. There is no military action without political commitment to that action. But I think the Europeans, frankly, are much closer than the Americans, and for a good reason. And you know, the other thing, Latin, I look ahead to the summer, to the 75th NATO summit, which will be held in Washington, D.C. It is exactly the kind of date that the Russians have probably circled on their calendars as well. They want to achieve something both before that 75th anniversary summit, during it, and after it. So July is, to my way of thinking, going to be a particularly dangerous time in this war.
Unfortunately, Alan, I agree with you. And I think that this summer is going to be, it's going to be a very long, hot summer for Ukraine. Things are not shaping up good right now. Like I said before, I still believe that, not my opinion. The people who look at bigger picture and outside of the laser focus on air power agree that Russia does not have the capability to take over Ukraine. That's discussed often here in the space, that bigger picture. But it's especially with what the Russians are doing with air power right now. It's the question is, at what cost? What is this summer going to look like? From where I am right now, I'm not optimistic. I think Ukraine will be able to hold off, but there's so many variables on the side of their allies. Like I said, that an intervention like the one that you're talking about would change the picture profoundly. It would be a major, it would be a sea change. But where we are right now, it's not looking good. And we don't know why. We don't know exactly why the number of Russian aircraft shot down has gone down dramatically. it might be that simply a few batteries were taken out. Again, the Russian targeting improving, and the Ukrainians decided that they needed to pull them back, not risk them so much. And I'm not convinced that they're still not at risk. I mean, we have to wait and see what's happening. Whether the Russians are, because those are priority targets for the Russians. They will continue to try to take them out, especially Western systems like Patriot. But it could also be a shortage of the missile interceptors for those systems. If the U.S. is announcing a few days ago a move on Hawks, I think that points us to a problem in Ukrainian ground-based air defense. That they're having to push a very modest number of an older system, which could be useful, could still be useful to them. But I think there may be a problem that is not being discussed, probably shouldn't be. The details of it, I mean, I don't have any information on it. I'm just putting two and two together. But the ground-based air defense situation on the Ukrainian side, I think, has deteriorated significantly in the last month or so.
Yeah, I think it has too. And all the evidence from the ground, the success in March and over the last 3 weeks of the Russian air campaign argues that Ukrainian air defense is probably at its thinnest since receiving those 3 Patriot batteries. I also, and I can get pretty pessimistic. I understand that. I'm not even a half glass full kind of guy. I just see the convergence of events, and Latin, I think, is right on target. Putin understands he cannot occupy Ukraine. He might have been able to topple the democratic government of Ukraine had his 3-day special military operation succeeded, 790 days ago, but it didn't. 470,000 troops on the ground are insufficient to occupy Ukraine, and obviously insufficient to break through significantly anywhere on the zero line. So if Putin is truly making this choice, but now between occupation and destruction, then we clearly see that the Russians have made the choice for destruction, and they are undertaking a campaign to literally destroy Ukraine so that Putin can have what he wants, which is a Ukraine without Ukrainians, a Ukraine that has been rendered unlivable, uninhabitable, and it would trigger the next huge wave of Ukrainian refugees moving west inside Ukraine itself, or moving into the European Union itself. So I see these converging events that make it possible or make it worthy of discussion, especially this summer, especially as we approach the 75th anniversary summit of NATO in July, being held in Washington, D.C. I see these converging events opening new discussion about intervention, especially in the skies over Ukraine. And that's an amateur's opinion.
Alan, and I see that Bill has his hand up. I'll make this quick. We have a lot of people on the space that advocate on the American political side, call your congressperson, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all valid exercises of democratic right. That's all great. But I think that the scenario you're describing, which is the one that I'm thinking will develop in the war as the weather warms, it's actually European, and we have a lot of Europeans this time of day on this space. I think we're headed in that direction where Europeans are going to have to start making a decision about whether an intervention, and it would probably be probably involving air power, will Europe, while they're playing the Euro tournament and having fun in the summer, will they sit back and allow a large European city to be reduced to rubble. That may be the decision that's coming.
I think it may be the decision that's coming too, and it would be shameful, in my opinion, equally shameful for Europeans as for Americans to allow this scale of destruction and deaths of civilians simply to continue unconfronted. Bill, welcome and go ahead, and then to Jenny.
Hi, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Hey, bringing up closing the airspace over Ukraine again. Wonderful topic, I think, and a good discussion. Something I have thought about, wondered for a while. What if NATO started shooting down, or not necessarily NATO, but countries bordering Ukraine? Anytime a Russian aircraft of any kind strays or violates a sovereign nation's airspace, if it just gets shot down, just like Turkey did a few years ago, because we all know that Putin only respects brute force, and I know it's not going to happen. It's a long shot, but personally, I think that would go a long way. Latin, what do you think? Would that ever do anything? Would that ever happen?
Well, it's an interesting scenario, and I mean, we've seen a few of those, right? And when you say, like aerial targets, I mean, yeah, you're probably including in that things like cruise missiles and basically anything that strays into the airspace of another country, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because we had that example. Yeah, we had that example not long ago, and I think it was a cruise missile overflying Polish airspace. Ultimately, it's a political decision because the Poles were tracking that with, well, ground radar, but they also had F-16s in the air that had it in their sights on their scopes, and they could take that down in a minute. I mean, it would be effortless. But there are bigger considerations with a target like that, and not least the possibility of letting it fly through the airspace on its way to a target somewhere else versus shooting it down and the potential of it actually killing people on the ground in your own country. Like, that's a real consideration they have to think about. But I don't know. I don't have an answer to that really, Bill. It's a political call.
Would petitioning the NATO Secretary General, outgoing and incoming, would that have any effect?
Possibly, but I mean, there's the bigger question of what's actually being accomplished by that, right? I mean, the Poles are not exactly pacifists when it comes to Russia, and yet they allowed it to go through their airspace. So there were obviously considerations they had in mind that had to do mostly, I think, with the safety of their citizens on the ground. I think that probably really would be one of the biggest stumbling blocks here. Now, if they were to determine that an aircraft or a cruise missile or some kind of an aerial target was not just transiting through airspace accidentally, or maybe not so accidentally, but was actually on its way to, like, they make that determination. That's part of what an integrated air defense system has to do, is not just identify or locate targets, but then process the threat and figure out, is this actually a threat? In that Polish case, they obviously quickly came to the conclusion, this is headed for Ukraine. It's better for us to just let it go through. But again, these are the big picture political considerations.
Okay, wonderful. So the decision for neighboring countries is a matter of political will, and then, of course, assessing possible damage. There was an article I glimpsed about a couple Russian aircraft that was on their way to drop bombs on Ukraine, and they strayed into I cannot recall whether it was Denmark or whose airspace it was. So the integrated missile defense, air defense, certainly would be able to determine that a Russian aircraft is headed toward their airspace. So would another deterrent simply be to intercept them at the border and say, stay in Russia? Is that a easier political pill to swallow?
I don't know. I think you'd have to ask the Europeans on the space. What I know is that the majority of the Russian air operations come from within Russia, near Ukraine, and from bases in occupied Ukrainian territory. So primarily from the east, primarily. The only places right now that NATO has regular encounters with Russian aircraft are, well, European NATO is near Kaliningrad, the Baltic, and now we're hearing of some. I think it's going to probably build is in the north flank. Sweden, Norway, Finland, I think, are going to have more encounters with Russian aircraft, and the most of that is just poking around. It's Cold War tactics. They did that a lot. They did that here in Canada. They still do it every now and then, just to kind of keep us on our toes, just to screw around with us, essentially. Those are monitored and tracked and intercepted, but not shot down. But so NATO, if NATO were to get involved with the primary threat right now, it would mean deployment of maybe ground-based air defense, but certainly of a fighter aircraft in eastern Ukraine to take down cruise missiles, Shaheds, and possibly the odd occasional shot at a ballistic missile, and Russian aircraft, tactical Russian aircraft that would be well within range, that they'd be able to, the aircraft, for example, launching glide bombs. The NATO aircraft would be able to target and take them out, I think, pretty easily.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for your time. I will sign off. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Bill, and thank you for your questions. Really good ones. And thank you, Latin, for continuing this conversation. Jenny, please go ahead.
Yeah, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Bill, because I am European. I live in Sweden, so one of the countries where Russia comes to visit. We do not give them coffee, nor do we shoot them down. One of them is we can get into a direct conflict with Russia. Not at this point, because frankly, except for the other Nordic countries, and I don't think that even though it would not benefit Russia to have another front open, I don't think that we are going to start shooting them down. They come quite regularly to our end of the world. I know, and the thing is, the paper, they come so often, so it doesn't even make the front page news. That's how sad it is, and how often they do this. And it's like Latin said, they come to make sure that we know that they still exist, and they make sure that we know that they are still there threatening, and we have enough threats. I think that Russia would suffer more than we do if we open up another front. I've actually had a discussion about this with Tim in one of our mornings, where we were discussing what would happen if we did what Russia did, a mass, huge amount of troops along the Russian border. Whether we do it in Poland, the Baltic Sea, in Finland, or Norway, it doesn't really matter. And when they start to question, we're like, it's an exercise. And we should do it in the same kind of numbers, not crossing that border, just having them sit there and see how nervous they get and how much they will now have to pull troops out of Ukraine in order to then please their paranoid asses that we're not going to step over the border. That is one thing. And it was something else I actually raised my hand for, which have completely left my mind now. Uh, I don't remember. And oh, yeah, another thing too is the first missile that actually went down in Poland. That was in 2022. That one killed 2 Polish farmers. So Poland has had people dying because of missiles that went wrong. And I have heard that it was a Russian missile, and I've heard that it was a Ukrainian missile that was trying to knock out a Russian missile. So I am not 100% sure. I wasn't there. I didn't look at it. But that missile would never have struck inside Poland if Russia hadn't decided to walk into Ukraine and start a genocidal war. So either way, the blame is all on Russia. I don't care that they could have come from Botswana for all I care. It still would not have been there if it hadn't been for Russia. And also, yeah, in order for us to start shooting and asking questions later, I personally, I'm all for it. But I also understand that why European countries are skittish about doing this when we don't know what kind of support we would get from North America. Because if we're going to start a full-scale war and involve NATO in it, we kind of want to have everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Yenny. Let's go back to Latin and then to Bill. Latin and Bill, thanks for staying up. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, Jenny, I got a question for you as a Europe, being a European citizen, but specifically as a Swedish citizen, because unilateral action is still possible, right? Being part of NATO doesn't take away your ability to operate independently. France used to deploy air power on a regular basis in the middle of the Cold War to countries that it was close to, former colonies in Africa primarily. They a lot of combat operations there that many people outside of France don't know anything about, but they just Google it. They saw a lot of action. Sweden is in a position to do that. Now, I realize that's a huge jump for Sweden because they're just processing now being part of this alliance, and after so much history of being neutral and their military being focused like a laser on defense of their own territory. That said, you might know that the Swedish Air Force actually flew combat operations in Africa as part of a UN operation in the 1960s. So it's not completely unprecedented. But and they have their own airspace they have to worry about. That's a very real concern. But I'm only raising this not because I think Sweden should unilaterally send forward deploy Gripen units and Swedish pilots and ground crews to Ukraine. I don't think that's going to happen. But as part of this broader discussion that I think Europe is probably headed for this year, just wondering, as it is theoretically possible, and it would have a real effect militarily. Make no mistake. How do you feel about that as a European citizen and as a Swedish citizen?
I would actually welcome it. I do know that since 2022, we've had airmen stationed in Poland. And this is before we actually joined the alliance. We were either asked or we asked, and Poland said, fine, that's okay with us. And we had our own version of the AWACS up in the air, and also helping NATO patrol the Polish, Russian, Belarus border just to make sure that it was going to be safe and to monitor things. That actually made the news here in Sweden, and I had no idea. Also, and I'm having a hard time finding this article. I know that Sweden signed a treaty a year ago at Ramstein, and it pretty much said that in case of an attack on any of the Nordic countries and including the Baltics, Sweden becomes the command center and we control the air force of Sweden, Norway, Finland, and Denmark. And we make up the attack plans and all these things. So I don't know if Sweden should send down pilots, maybe one of the other countries, or actually it doesn't matter. We still control the other planes. So I'm all for it if the Swedish pilots want to go. And we have a lot of Swedish I know that there is a really strong support for Ukraine here in Sweden, and we have more than one soldier that has gone AWOL or asked for a leave of absence and being granted that and is now fighting in Ukraine with the Foreign Legion. So I am pretty sure that you're going to have airmen that will do the same if they are, can borrow the plane as well.
Bill Barron, go ahead. And then I'm just going to call you the non-locality guy, Bill Barron.
Thank you. So Jeannie, I think that would be a great move for the Nordic countries to amass men and equipment on the border. And it was Sweden and the Nordic countries that first brought to my mind the idea of stop letting Russia dictate what goes on in the airspace of their sovereign nation. Shoot those MFs down, or at least shoot at them and warn them off, stating, stay away, Russia. We're not putting up with this anymore. The only way to handle a bully is to hit him in the face. And I would, yes, I would like to see that. And there was a point, and I lost it in my pumpkin head. So I will. Sorry.
It'll come back to you, Bill. And your audio is breaking up a little bit there in any event. So to non-locality guy, and then back to Jenny.
First and foremost, Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Jenny, to your point, jag är svensk också, två pass. I'm a dual citizen of Sweden and the States. In Ramstein in March of 2023, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland signed that joint declaration you spoke to, a historic agreement, unlike anything else I'm aware of, between the Scandinavian countries. Yeah, the history between Sweden and Russia is very unique in itself. The Swedes held the Kremlin longer than Napoleon did. To Bill's point about finding peace through strength, the way I look at this, the way I see this coming to an end, and I'm curious to hear Latin's perspective on this. I want to delve into the world of fantasy for a moment. When I think about our airborne divisions, the 82nd in the US, the 16 Air Assault Brigade in the UK, France's 11th Parachute Brigade. When we think about taking the Kremlin again, which is the reality of where we need to go, amassing a force of constituents to launch some sort of para attack. What's the feasibility of amassing forces along that scale? So many different countries, airborne operations, etc., tankers. That kind of scale of an invasion certainly would be on the radar of adversaries. I'd be curious to know your impression of how a phase like that might unfold.
Latin, are you still with us? Good.
Yeah, I'm trying to process this. I'm trying to process this. Are you talking about an invasion of Russia? Did I hear that right?
That is correct, sir. Taking the Kremlin.
No. You'd be giving them every excuse to use nuclear weapons. direct threat on. That's way past my pay grade, right? I mean, I just look at air power, but in the big picture sense, I just can't see that being. You would have to have a apocalyptic set of circumstances for the West to even consider doing that.
So you're saying we're far away from that calculation in your opinion?
Yeah, but I think that where the discussion was at the beginning of the full-scale invasion about a no-fly zone, and I mean that's not a no-fly zone is not something that's written in stone, right? It can mean many different things. I think we are moving towards a scenario where the West may have to consider something like that. But no, I don't see, just my opinion, I don't see any invasion of Russia as being anything feasible, anything that would be considered. Just my opinion.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Jenny, go ahead, please.
I just want to say to Bill that I'm very short. I'm only 5'2", so I go straight for the crotch. I don't mess with the face. Maybe once I hit the crotch, the face will come to a punching range for me, but it's easier that way. No, but I do think that the idea of amassing, so we see how Russia reacts when NATO has exercises in what we now call Lake NATO here in this room. That's the Baltic Sea for anybody else. They get really nervous and they push up their naval exercises to match Baltops for one. And Baltops is a NATO exercise that has been going on forever and then some. We saw how they got nervous around Murmansk this year with Nordic response when you had, I think it was like 22,000 troops, NATO troops, doing an exercise in northern Norway, Sweden, and Finland. And that's an exercise that Sweden and Finland has been a part of since the early 2000s. And that one is a yearly one. And there are more and more people or countries, not people, well, people too, that are joining in that exercise, because this is one of the few exercises that takes place up in above the Arctic Circle and fighting still in cold weather. And you have to, and it's sea, land, and air. So we do them all up there. And this year, Russia got nervous and they started hovering just on the other side of the outside of Norwegian waters, because that was reported in the Swedish papers. I think it was Aftonbladet, which is not a 100% serious one, but I have seen this nervousness from Russia's side after the full-scale invasion. They're a lot more skittish now. Personally, I would welcome Sweden shooting down, especially if they use drones. I don't care. Shoot them down. No questions asked. I do like Sweden's approach when we had the 2 MiGs and the 2 SUs that flew heading straight for Gotland, and the government still hasn't disclosed if they had any bombs on board or not. But the Gripen went up and met them, and they swiftly turned around. So I'm okay with that response if they leave that fast, but if they don't leave when they're asked to leave, they should be shot down. That is from a person that has at most 2 hours worth of time in the military, because after that they said that I was asking way too many questions and I probably wouldn't be good at obeying orders. And so I wouldn't be happy in the military. So I had to resign before I even got started. But that is a thing that I hope that Sweden has as a policy. And for anybody who is curious, yes, Russia comes on frequent visits, not as frequently to Sweden as they do Finland and the Baltics. That is a lot more, especially the Baltics. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Tracy, my app crashed there, but I'm back. Ordinarily, when there is a Russian encroachment of national airspace, these Russian jets are escorted out of the airspace. And we've seen that happen, I believe, over Poland, over Lithuania, over Estonia, quite possibly. And these Russian jets are simply escorted out of the national airspaces. But this carries a risk with it as well, Latin, because there's a set of rules for this kind of engagement, right?
Yeah, these things have been going on for decades. In my country here in Canada, we've been, well, along with our American partners, we've been dealing with this, wow, since at least the 1960s. It's been going on. There was a little bit of a decrease in that kind of activity after the Cold War, but interestingly, after Putin came to power, where he clearly now we can see it clearly that he had this issue with NATO, those flights increased. Yeah, there is a protocol, and it's because they're not actually violating airspace. They may enter the what do they call it? The space where that's monitored, but not sovereign airspace, because that's a much more serious thing. But close enough, essentially, for the local Air Force to take notice, there's something there, and if you see something and they know what it is with the technology we have today, it's incumbent upon them they have to intersect, they have to visually acquire it, and counter that presence. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that in Europe, especially in the north, as a way of the Russians to send a signal to the Nordics that, oh, okay, you want to be part of NATO? Okay, well, we're gonna mess around with you. Not that it didn't happen in the Cold War when, for example, Sweden was neutral. They had those encounters in the air. Google it, you'll see the images of it going back to the 1970s. It's something the Russians have always liked doing, and they will continue to. But I keep coming back to this thought that, Alan, I just had sent you a text about you. I think you read it, that I never quite imagined 2 years ago where the role that air power would be playing in this post-invasion era where we are today. I personally didn't see some of the way that the Russian Air Force is going about this, especially late in the game, after having stumbled around so much for the better part of the last 2 years. They seem to have, in a different way, in a almost asymmetric way, found a way to get past their shortcomings and still create a real threat for Ukraine. And I really got to wonder where this is going now, because we talk a lot on, I always regret every time I say anything about American politics, so I'll avoid it. We can look at what can happen, what can be done. And it just seems to me that Europe is increasingly, by the day, every day that Russia continues with this bombing campaign, Europeans are going to have to make a decision at some point, depending how far things go. And I do think the Russians will be maximalist on this. If they are in a position to destroy a Ukrainian city, they will. If somebody on the panel, if somebody in the space disagrees with that assessment, please share and why you believe that's impossible or not likely. I certainly believe the Russians will do it if they have a chance. And okay, the U.S. has its political process it has to go through, figure things out. We'll let them do that. But Europeans and individual European countries, by the way, there's no when Macron started making noises about being more actively involved in the war, my first thought, just based on what I've followed NATO do since 1990, my first thought was not the Foreign Legion being parachuted into eastern Ukraine. That's nonsensical. Much more practical is 2 squadrons of Rafales operating in eastern Ukraine. The effect they would have would be significant. And it would be a relatively low risk military operation for France. I think that's what we need to watch this year, whether something like that happens. And and for European citizens to be considering, is this, you know what I mean? Like, I haven't actually heard this discussion come up yet specifically in Europe, but we have heard Macron talk about the possibility of a more direct involvement. He must know, he surely does know. President Macron speaks to his military people. He must understand that, and I'm not going to call it a no-fly zone because it wouldn't be a no-fly zone, but a defensive aerial intervention by NATO or an individual country or a couple of countries from Europe has the possibility to really change this picture. And I come back to that image that I can't get out of my head. You know, I'm not going to have access to so much information this summer. I'm going to be kind of out of the loop for a while, but I have this image in my mind of Europeans enjoying the summer, enjoying the Euro, the football tournament, while at the same time on their phones or on TV watching the real possibility of a European city being destroyed like in the Second World War. And what will be the result of that? As a Canadian, I can only imagine, but maybe Europeans have a better idea of how that would play out.
You know, Latin, I think this is exactly. And I just want to read a couple of posts from Mick Ryan, the retired Australian general, who's a frequent guest here on MriyaReport. But these are his latest posts about Ukraine over the past day. He points out Russia has recovered psychologically from the shock of its early military failures. The Russian president and his government possess a renewed sense of optimism about the trajectory of Russian operations. In essence, the Russian military in the past 2 years has undertaken a transformation in its warfighting capability. And it is much more capable now than in February 2020. Draws a change in situation demands a shift in strategy. The resources necessary for such a strategy will mean higher defense budgets, increased orders from defense industry, and significantly increased aid to Ukraine. But given the threats made by Russian officials against Finland, Sweden, the Baltics, and other nations, the cost of not resourcing a defeat of Russia in Ukraine strategy may be far greater in the long run should Russia defeat Ukraine. This is the foundation that underlies the conversation we're having right now with Latin, Bill, Jenny, and others. Jenny, go ahead, please.
So this discussion is being had. It's just unfortunate that you guys sleep when we have it, for the most part. I've had this discussion a lot. I remember in the beginning, at the full-scale invasion, we discussed closing the skies. NATO or individual countries go in and patrol the air and make sure that there are no Russians there. And then one of the military people that was a part of that discussion, he said, on whose order are we shooting down Russians? If you have, because the US has planes and personnel stationed in Europe, and frankly, all of Europe has personnel and planes here in Europe. And if we send squadron of planes, each country sends a squadron, and that would effectively close the skies, and you will have seasoned pilots flying the planes. But on whose order are we shooting them down? Is it the individual country or is it NATO in particular? It may sound like a weird question. Hacking different systems around the world. I'm talking about you paint a target on your country once you decide to engage in this. And that is something that the political leaders in Europe are going to have to start. This conversation needs to happen on a government level in Europe and in NATO as well. When have we had enough? I personally am fed up. If I had any military training whatsoever, I would most likely be in Ukraine fighting right now. I have none. I would be useless. I'd be as good as a one-legged man in a butt kicking contest. So I'm not going to be of any use. I am of better use to be on social audio, talking about Ukraine, making sure that people don't forget about it, making sure that I can have at my disposal whatever means that they have in order to influence their political leaders in whatever country it is, and to have reasonable conversations. And I'm personally looking into how to get into parliament and talk to people who can actually move the needle, because I am sick and tired of waking up and seeing help fight, because I really can't. But I can do what I can, changing my political leaders, getting Gripen down to Ukraine faster, getting their pilots trained, have them finish up their training, getting them to fly over Ukraine, and have them be shooting down Russians, because the retaliation is already clear. And also with the threats that has been launched against Sweden from Russia, at this point, I'm just, and the Canadian and the because me sitting here complaining doesn't do much. There's still too many people dying, and Russia needs to be defeated. Russia does not need an off-ramp. Nobody needs an off-ramp to starting a genocidal war. That's nonsense. That is just silly. And those are the nicest words I can think of. Thank you.
You know, Jenny, I think you're asking the key questions. When will Ukraine's allies, all the European, NATO nations, when will they have had the Ukraine?
Point, which would be one of the complications of any kind of intervention, NATO aerial intervention, defensive, even if it's just defensive, which I'm sure it would be if it were to happen, is how do you who makes a decision on targeting? And for the most part, you would be looking at the pilots, at the crews, because that's the way Western air forces work. You don't tend to be so top heavy as far as the decision making. That's kind of one of the essential ways that Western air power works, is you give the crews a lot of autonomy. You train them well, and they know the parameters going in. They know what's expected, and also there's technology is a big part of that, of being able to identify a target. That has become much more sophisticated over the years. But that said, it's still not without risk. But and you were talking to the bigger picture of Europeans having to make a decision on this, which I believe that moment is coming probably this summer, because Russia is pushing this aerial bombardment of Ukraine. They know they're in a position of strength right now because the US is out of this fight right now. The US is not a factor in this at all. So they know that if anything's going to happen, it'll be the Europeans. They know the Ukrainians. You can't build up a modern Western fighter force that could take this threat on overnight. So there's a time factor. And we know what own country, Canada, in this because we can operate independently of the U.S. And we have been involved as part of NATO in those. Canadians were involved in the operations over former Yugoslavia and in Libya. So that's always a possibility. At the way the Russians are pursuing and pressing this aerial bombardment campaign. And like you said, Jenny, every morning we wake up and see these images. That's not going to stop. They are not going to back down on that. They see their moment. They understand clearly that there is something they can gain from this by pushing that right now. And decision time for Ukraine's allies is coming, because I think Ukraine's air defenses may not collapse, but they're under more pressure than they've ever been. And Russia is clearly moving towards every day swamping that defense more and more.
In fact, the delay of resuming U.S. military aid to Ukraine has given Russia an opportunity it would not otherwise have had. And frankly, America's indecision it makes it even more likely that a decisive time will arrive where NATO, European nations, France will have to make this decision about intervention and the scale of engagement to defend Ukraine effectively, and to defeat Russia in Ukraine. Tracy, Latin, Shaggy, Brian, Jenny, we all face these times of making a decision. Every single day here at MriyaReport is an opportunity for our listeners to decide what will they do today to help Ukraine. And I think one of the best things you first tweet in the nest is about the tactical gear fundraiser that this is simply fighting gear. It's not lethal gear. It's jackets, it's trousers, it's helmets, it's combat ear protection. It right for you, as it is for me, is the first tweet right up in the nest. Tracy? I understand. Christopher was Tracy's longtime co-host here, and
football that's going to be going on this summer. It's the Olympics, it's Wimbledon, it's all these sporting events that are going to be happening as usual, and with Belarusian and Russian athletes in them as well, while places like Kharkiv is being bombed into oblivion. Yeah, so there's lots of these things going on, which in one way, obviously, the Titanic having a few cocktails while it's sinking. But it also gives us the opportunity to maybe protest at these events and highlight what is going on as well. So there's two sides to that. The silver lining, almost, if you can even call it that, but you know what I mean. What Jenny said as well. Yeah, Spain. Niche for myself. I mean, we could always just go over there and drive trucks around, Jenny, work in logistics. But when I think about that, I think, well, they've got people driving trucks and stuff like that around, and fully trained up, but the new mobilization has happened. And there are triggers in my own mind of when I would actually just go over there and be able to fly my own sniper rifle or something like that and kick myself out if I had to. But in my mind, it hasn't reached that stage yet. In my own mind, I'm like you. I think I'm better off doing what I do, i.e., staying in a job here in the UK, earning some money that I can then send to various people and various causes over there and do my bonking and do my advocacy via the internet rather than driving a truck around or something like that in Ukraine. So yeah, it does kind of make me feel useless sometimes, but then when I think about it, I think, well, battle for everyone every day, what they could do. So yeah, and I forgot the third thing I was going to say, so I'll shut up.
Sorry, carry on, Alan. You should be leaving by now. Anyway,
Tracy here on MriyaReport. So let's go to Jenny, to James, to Chris Windley. And as we move to these hands, I will drop down, stay as a listener. Latin, thank you so much for devoting so much time this morning to talking about air power. And my speculative questions, Jenny's wonderful questions about when will we have had enough of this genocide and destruction unleashed by Russia in Ukraine? When will we actually finally get up and confront the threat that Russia is aiming at us? So with that, I will drop down. Tracy, James is coming up, I think, in my seat here. Thank you all. Please go to the first tweet in the nest, make a generous contribution to help the SBU Alpha Special Forces units. And thank you all. Slava Ukraini.
hello, Slava, and thank you so much, Alan. I really appreciate you being here, and it's very enjoyable hosting with you. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your kind words about Christopher. I really appreciate that too. Now then,
just to let you know, I'm here, Tracy, when you're ready, and that. So, you know, you come back to me when you want to. Oh.
I'm not making them sounds today, Chris. I'm sounding a bit funny, but thank you. I appreciate and joining me as co-host, I believe. Hello, welcome.
Oh, great to be here with you, Tracy. Is my headphone clear?
Very good. Yeah,
Very
thank
good.
you.
Okay, I don't usually wear them, but or at least your avatar. So that was my smart alecky, snarky. No, not snarky, just smart alecky comment about our fundraiser and how good it looks. So, anyways, I'm happy to be co-hosting with you, and understand you've got a lot of things planned. So happy to be.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, it is indeed cyber segment time, of course, we will be pivoting across to that, but we will have time to finish off this conversation first. Cycle and come back as Sir Shaggy Fella had to do, I think, a couple of times. So let's see. James, you are now situated in the seat next to me. Hello. Welcome again.
It's good to be here with you. Everybody's coming in clear so far. I'm expecting. So who knows? Maybe we'll be lucky and we'll have 3 hours of smooth sailing without any Twitter issues. It's possible. I mean, it's unlikely, but possible.
Yes, I'm glad you added that. Thank you very much, James. Unlikely, but definitely very.
Boots on the ground, airplanes in the skies, whatever. I think that is a conversation that is going on right now. I do know, for example, that the EU Parliament said that they won't sign off on the budget until 7 Patriot systems from Europe has been delivered to Ukraine. So they're pretty. The EU gets its shit together. I also do believe that Europe is waiting for the US to give directions. I don't know what they're scared of. My philosophy in life has always been it's easier to get forgiveness than permission. So do something and then go like, sorry, didn't know I couldn't do that. Has not done that. And then it's time for Europe to lead the way and say, this is the way we're going to. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to do this. I know I would have thrown the gloves and the punches a long time ago. I would have gotten into the fight. I understand why they were reluctant. They don't want the war to spread outside of Ukraine. It's easier to contain it in there. But I'm thinking if we just like close the border, fortify the border around Ukraine and Russia, just fortify it all the way up to northern Norway and have like a really hard defensive line. Don't step over the damn line. Just make sure that they can't either. And, you know, then have a, what is it they call it, lounge chair general. And in my book, you kick ass and take numbers. Anyway, thank you.
Jenny, I would just like to say it's the US and to Ukraine. You know, though, there are people just waiting for Joe Biden to make a mistake. They couldn't, so far, they haven't been able to impeach him and get him out of office as they've threatened to do with the concocted evidence from evidence. Election is what I would suggest. Tracy, over to you.
Thank you, James. Unfortunately, I absolutely agree with you. Nothing's happening from the US until after the election. However, I'm not for 1 minute saying that you should stop calling your representatives, or you should stop making that public pressure known. Now, I think. Oh, James, goodness me. I used to have somebody to do it for me, but never mind that. I'm joking, of course. So, yes, go to that post in the nest and don't forget, call your representative. It's important. I always say that you should call your representative wherever you live and make that public pressure known, because one, there are many elections coming up sooner than the US ones, actually, that are just as important, if not equally important, I think, for various different reasons, of course, as Alan was explaining earlier. Europe's going to have to step up more than it has done, because the US is, well, it's under attack. They're dealing with their own side of this hybrid war, and they've been and that's now just becoming very, very apparent and very public to everybody. So people have a lot of catching up to do, and that is our responsibility here. We have to be louder, we have to be noisier, we have to be more outraged, we have to gather more people together, right? We regarding propaganda, the psychology of misinformation, and something very interesting, which you will all find funny, called the bullshitting factor, which how
Learning something new every day. I didn't know that would make it into a paper, but that makes the journal a little bit spicier, I suppose, for its presence. And after you've read a few journal articles, you're looking for something spicy, I guarantee you. Well, depending on the field, honestly. Brian?
Hey everybody. First of all, Jenny, I'm going to deputize you as an honorary American. You are using way point with all of your American phrases that you're putting out on this space. So I'm deputizing you immediately. So I don't care that you have a Swedish passport. I on the subject of action in the United States before the election, just be careful with making that prediction. I understand the reasoning behind it, but there are things happening behind the scenes. And also remember that we're still down to that one in the House of Representatives, and there are potentially additional retirements coming on the GOP side. That is a hot rumor that's been out there for some time. Before November, and then you're then talking about Speaker Hakeem Jeffries as the new Speaker of the House. And I promise you that we will not need a discharge petition to go around Speaker Jeffries to get Ukraine legislation to the floor. The three mics that I guess that we've been all asked to contact is that, you know, what I've told them, the people that have answered the phone, is that there are moderate Republicans, the non-batshit, non-hardcore MAGA people that understand what's at stake here, and they are. I've told them that they are the possible dominoes to kind of where there are other Republicans that are looking for cover, essentially, to sign off on a discharge petition when they step forward and do it, and there'll be like a domino effect. And the and I went through my sort of nice rant, polite rant of what are we doing here? What are we doing here? And then after I'd gotten through a lot of what I was going to say, they he actually met with Zelensky. He was there with Senator Joe Ernst from Iowa, Republican, a Democratic representative, a Republican representative, and then two more Democratic representatives. They met with Zelensky, they met with other Ukrainian officials, and he defeated Madison Cawthorn in 2022 in the primary, and then was elected in the general. And so they sort of asked him, so what did you think, Congressman Edwards? What did you tell Zelensky about the path forward for Ukraine aid package? Great. Going through my normal news feed, of the top 20 stories, 11 were about Israel and Gaza, and there was one about Ukraine. The world seems to have lost interest in what's taking place over there, but the situation is very dire. And then the Post asked him, is there anything in particular that you've heard conflicting reports about that your trip cleared up? Representative Edwards, I wouldn't say conflicting, but I certainly developed a new sense of urgency for what's taking place over there. Here's the most powerful statement that I heard on the trip. I was standing in the basement, a dark, dank, moldy, smelly basement, not much bigger than the size of this room, and listening to accounts of survivors of having been locked was dying. They went upstairs to the door, pounded on it, and explained to the Russian soldiers that they had a 7-year-old child that was dying, and the response was, let him die, this is war. This is a cruelty that I don't believe anybody in the United States is aware of that's taking place. And then he said, what do you see? I'm I like the lease loan program. There's a lot of great deal of discussion about the advantages of the United States seizing Russian assets and paying for the aid in that manner. Been calling for adding border security measures to any sort of Ukraine aid bill. What is your take, Representative Edwards? I believe that while Americans are unbelievably frustrated with the Biden administration, that he's not given our border security the putting are being fired upon 10 times for every one shell that they can return. The situation is getting dire. And so there's some other discussion as well. Okay. Here's the part that I really liked. Many House Republicans are moment. In a democratic society. So that's really kind of the excerpt of this interview with the Washington Post and Representative Edwards. So no, he hasn't signed a discharge petition, but yes, he did go to Ukraine. He spent 4 nights there. He met with Zelensky, and he didn't have to do that. And if we have one more internally to say, hey, we need to get this shit done, and maybe we disagree about how we get there, and maybe it takes us a little longer, so we need to make some adjustments to the Senate bill, blah blah blah, whatever. At least somebody on the other side, I want to say the other side, on the Republican side, is actually going there and learning and taking lessons away, hammering the shit out of his staff, out of his email inbox, and out of his legislative assistant in a nice way. I mean, I'm not been a jerk about it, but I just feel like I feel a little better than I did when I wrote. Thank you.
Really.
That was something you reported on Faux News. I'm sorry, Fox News. Where there was none other than Laura Ingraham said that her please He did that to basically flip the bird at Mike Johnson and the MAGA, nut jobs, the French wing of the party. I'm sure that was done consciously, and so it wouldn't surprise me that maybe if there's any other future retirement.
That explanation. That was long, Brian, but it was very well worth listening to, and I appreciate you bringing that and the context and bringing that extra colour, because I do think that this is how we impact more people. Make them want to get up and act like we are and do more and continue to do more. We can say to people in their lives, their daily lives, oh, that favourite thing that you have there, do you know that costs more because Russia's doing this? Or do you know that company is still dealing with Russia? And they do this thing just like sports washing or greenwashing. It's kind of similar to that, or all those things. You can link it to things in people's life where it impacts them, a service that they may use. Where I think that I'm finding very useful to be able to reach people that I've not been able to reach before. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, Brian, because I think that's an excellent example of that. And like you say, one more vote. Okay, who is next, James? Do you remember? Was it Shaggy? I think we will go to Shaggy.
Yeah, to do it earlier, to flip the speakership over to the Democrats. That would be perfect. So yeah, that's something definitely to get on. I think.
Shaggy, so does that mean you're going to be getting out your
So, I'll do a little video for you, Brian.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. Now then, everybody's jumping around all over the place today. What on earth is going on? We did have Mary. I've been trying. Sending all those thoughts and good vibes to you right now from all this community here. So these are the things that happen in life, unfortunately. But lots of love, James, and thank you so much. Hopefully, James will be. actually, as Alan was just co-hosting. But we will keep trying. Thank you for that, Brian. I appreciate it. Let me see. Bull Terrier, you popped up. That wasn't me. Welcome, though.
So what I was gonna say. That year. So I think that the concern was what the congressman from North Carolina that you're just talking about, Brian, was he was talking about the through the whole fiscal year will be in a budget surplus because they're not spending anything. But I don't just making those 2 points. That's it.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, I'm trying to get a few people up, so we will try to do that. Also, I'm trying to get Paul James up as well, so we will carry on with these shenanigans, but we will be pivoting across to the cyber segment very shortly anyway, after this conversation, because that's, of course, we do not have any guests today, but we have a Chris Windley. He's just as good as a guest. So
conversation very long, but I just wanted to ask Brian about Republican Edwards. I wanted to say, like, well done. You know, I mean, the man visited Ukraine. That's fantastic. Have I got this right, Brian? That he interest on seized Russian assets? I think that's what I understood. Still waiting to see.
oh, Brian looks like he's connecting now, Bull Terrier, so I'm not sure. I think at the end of the day, those numbers are in. Protests that we saw and the marches that we saw in 2016 after what happened then, that's what I want to see, those types of protests all around the world. It's starting. We saw some protests in Hungary. I thought that was very good. Of course, that it's not a distraction. So I don't think anything's going to change until after the election. That's what I believe. However, I do not think that's any excuse to stop the pressure. In fact, actually, that's probably more reason to push even harder because, you know, it's as vital and critical now as it was. inform people all over again. It's like a next level of informing people, a next level of action, a next enough people on the side of good, and good will win out. But what we have to do is make that happen faster, so more Ukrainian lives are not lost in the process, because
so. But I don't want to interrupt the conversation too much. And I know that we've got your SBU section coming up soon and all sorts of things to be talking about. So
that was being posed to me, and that everything got belly up when that started. So I'm happy to answer the question if they could repeat it.
thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, Brian, I understood that you see that plan.
Yeah, there have been discussions. I've heard this more than once that this idea is getting some traction in terms of using this tech. And in the United States that could be confiscated and used to help subsidize some of this. I know Speaker Johnson has also mentioned this in some interviews that he finds that intriguing to be able to use. I do think that the fact that he's hearing it based on that interview, and he has some interest in it, that there could be some legs behind this concept. So there. So that's. I hope that answers your question.
I don't see her at all now, Brian. I saw her before and I was trying to add her, but I don't see her at all now. I don't even see her in listeners. But yeah, did you say you DM'd that to me already? I'll be.
Just going to actually say a couple of things before we get into the cyber bit. so a couple of little interesting things that maybe will segue tweets up and tagged you, and well, I tagged James as I've just come across an article in Newsweek, and it is entitled Ukraine positioned along the Belarus border, which I think we've heard of before, right? But also along the Moldovan border or the Transnistrian border, right? Which I've got to tell you, of how they might deploy French troops into Ukraine, right? So whilst denying that they will be on the front line, right? The French basically everything except the front line is what I read into that, Tracy, and that. So yeah, that's a nice little bit of that. As I say, I have.
That they use, isn't it, in this whole tangled web, is that to disarm people with that humour, with that silliness. Sometimes there's just a couple of things I want to quickly go over, Chris, before we really get started.
Go on then.
Just a couple of, thank you. Just a couple of important. Somewhere I didn't want to be, and that's not good, is it? So scrolling back we are. So yes, the Ministry of Reintegration reported that 99, I think it was, 99 by the government of Ukraine, and the transfer of the bodies took place with the efforts of the coordination Ministry of Internal Affairs. The armed forces are also involved in these exchanges, and the state emergency services, as you would imagine. So the people from, let's have a look, the defence sector of Ukraine, and with the assistance of the International Committee, are coming back without their lives. So, of course, this is in one way it's back. So, enforcement agencies, forensic and medical experts, of course, will now establish the identities, and after identification, the bodies of the fallen soldiers will then be handed over to the families for a dignified burial. So that's one thing. Leave the regional news and have a break in between. Or just to say that there has been a KH-59 just quickly, and we don't have to go into the whole details, but it's just an update because of course, we do not hide anything at the SBU, and if people are doing things wrong there, then they will be caught out. Now, Chris, did you hear about what's happened with the case involving the head of the information that came out from some journalists, some investigative journalists called Slivko Info. It's a difficult word to pronounce. It's like one of those with a B and a V and a T and all that together. Anyway, they've been doing some catching terrorists and all those things. Not that there's anything ordinary about that. They're all doing incredible work. But what I mean is these people are in positions of higher power, especially when you're the head of a department like that, Chris, right? I was thinking, anyway, he's got taken down, right? In short, he's been reassigned to the front line, and guess where he's been sent to serve his punishment, or labour they call it, only with SBU Alpha, Chris, which I thought was just absolutely delicious. Not accepting this kind of behaviour anymore. So Vasil Maliuk, General Maliuk, was absolutely furious, as you can imagine. Now, I will go into the details of it because there's a lot more to it than just that, is that he's been sent to do that labour with SBU Alpha. I was laughing my head off, Chris, when I told some of our friends that have friends in the SBU that have those connections for us. They said, for somebody very special to me, who's no longer with us, and loved a face plant, and of course would have been absolutely furious at people doing naughty things in the cybersecurity department, well, in any part of the SBU, but you get my point.
Oh my gosh, I assume you're going to tell us what he did at some point, are you?
Say that again.
I said, I assume you're going to tell us what he did.
Of the and they've been discovering that they have some properties, him and his wife own some property that basically outstrips their working into that. There's nothing come of it at the moment. And of course, these journalists are trying to say that he's committed corruption and all the rest of it, but there's nothing said like that at the moment. The watchdog's looking into it. Once that's proven, then that will deal with the corruption thing. So that side of it is still going on. Of course, the general prosecutor did bring some charges for what he's been charged with up to now, and that's abuse of power, because what he did is the journalist, it seems that the from basically, he's supposed to have told a friend in that TCC office, who then has served that mobilisation order to the journalist. So that's what he's charged with, which although the general prosecutor, interestingly, did not mention his name in the case, but they did mention seeing what happens next, but just proving it doesn't matter who you are going to get taken down by the SBU if you are up to no good, Chris. I think it's just delicious.
I don't know. You're going to get a good education there, that's for sure.
It's going to get a good workout.
My God, from desk to front line with the elite. Yeah, I've got to. I wouldn't want that. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I've got so many things going through my head on that. It's sort of exciting and that. I was just thinking, do I want to be ripped out from a desk?
On the position that he's in, it's more serious, I guess, than like, say, I don't know, a manager or a deputy or somebody like that, an abuse of power. I think maybe I'm wrong, but my perception is the higher up it goes, the more serious. Punishment. I think it's quite a stiff punishment, but of course, Judge Tracy always says the stiffest punishments are the best. Right, Chris?
Yeah, I'm sort of just.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, so can I make a special request that none of the fundraiser goes to this guy? He can buy his own crap. He appears to be rich enough. So
Of our special operations of the SBU, so a whole department all of their own, as you can imagine. They are basically like, I don't know, the Navy SEALs, Canadian Mounted Police, Mossad, FBI, and have become friends. So they are now friendships, not just relationships. So we are trying to help two units this time. We are trying to help Leon's unit and Alexander's unit. So both of them have been here to visit before. You can catch them episodes on Spotify. And I think we are going to be joined again that they can do. In fact, you can look on the MriyaReport Pro. In fact, I will find it for you. I've got a thread that's made especially for all you wonderful listeners, speakers, community members, all that morale boost. I'm not going to stop talking about that because I think it's extremely valuable to give them that morale boost, especially right now. Critical, I would say. Having morale is like having an so they will tell you themselves how valuable keeping up that morale is. And this is why you see Ukrainians incredibly, even now, and I know there's a lot of them that are really struggling, a lot of them that are worried. The situation is incredibly difficult in many, many areas. Some areas are doing better than others, of course. Waffle on now. So I'm finding this post, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, so let's help them. You know, for those types of things at this stage, more than 2 years into the full-scale invasion, that should really explain to you the critical need that there is for these things. And so we can fill those holes whilst and all the interfering that Russia has been doing over the past decades, getting itself positioned in many places in politics, within positions of power in institutions. Because this is the only thing that Russians can do, destroy and make things chaotic. So now I've put that in the nest, you can have a look at that. There's a video on there, on that thread from the SBU Alpha team, and that's when we raised funds to buy combat trousers for them, and that's for Alex. Because now they need jackets and boots and all those things to go with those combat trousers. Now, they could have asked for many lives, so let's help them get things that can protect them, that can help them save their lives, and that's tactical plate carriers, like I said, jackets, boots, all those things. So click on that link, it's the first one in the net. You can, if you cannot make a donation, retweet, reshare, tell everybody, tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell your dog. If your dog's got some money and your dog wants to donate, that being done, Chris Windley, public service announcement out of the way. Where shall we begin?
Well, I'm just going to quickly say, Tracy, before we leave the SBU, right, it did amuse me the other day. One of the hosts on Secret Service of Ukraine, which is a damn sight easier to remember. So just as a top tip, that is.
Of Ukraine, SSU.
Oh, sorry.
That's the English acronym, and SBU is the Ukrainian.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there you go. No, I got it wrong anyway. But there you go. You get what I mean. they're talking about us supplying space lasers to Ukraine and that. And I noticed a lovely picture with a Royal Navy ship with space lasers mounted on it, Tracy. So I had to mention that, right? So I'll get that one out of the way. Of the things as you can, and I have to mention Yana's one, Tracy. Yana's one. You know, I mean, you know, Yana is quite upset at the minute, right? Sad Slovakia or something like that, you know, because she's all in a depressed mood about Slovakia, lover, you know. So yeah, I had to that one stood out. So yeah, do go. Are we ready?
Yes, ready when you are. I guess, Chris. What I mean, I don't want. Like, I'm just thinking maybe. I'm just wondering whether to read the abstract on this science report or not.
Things here, right, that I'm going to talk about, right, and then you know, just shout if you want to interject or whatever. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about the speaker for next week. My fairly short list, right? I've got a bit to say about it, but just so that you know, that's what's coming up then, right? So just a bit of background. Under defense, right? So when we did the actually, because I said, you know, basically, obviously, I was trying to promote Ukrainian cyber in particular and tech companies at the International Security and Cybersecurity Expo, right? Have started a bit late in the day, right? Anyway, so, but one of the things that the expo said was they said, tell you what we can do for you, Chris, right, is it sounds to me like you've got some very interesting so I just did a little round robin of the companies that I was talking to, and we put forward, I think it ended up being Oksana speaking from U-Control, and I'll mention Oksana again in a minute. So Oksana from U-Control, so she and Anna and Oksana all met Christopher James there as well. You'll be glad to know, right? And I informed Andrew about Christopher and that, and obviously he sends his commiserations. Next week, so he and I are going to have a bit of a chat Tuesday, Wednesday, or something next week. But what was in my mind, Tracy, obviously trying to listen to the things so you're confirming that, right? So that so Andrew was saying to me, well, what do you want me to speak about? And I said, well, that's one of the things that actually came up, right? That people were going, okay, like this is great, you know, we're hearing about all of these Ukrainian cyber that's good. That I think is going to be sort of like my main theme. It was the insurance industry, and it's, well, unless Andrew might tell us different, because obviously we're going to get an update, right? But certainly when Andrew companies, right? And so basically, and the reason for that is that, generally speaking, as to whether to stay in the market or get out, right? And when I say that, you know, in cyber insurance companies, like all insurance companies, don't like paying out, right? So therefore, they're like going, yeah, this is all getting a bit risky now. There's way too in 2023. Don't know what it is for 2024 yet, but you know, probably a bigger number than that. So some cyber insurance companies just went, yeah, we're out, right? Other cyber insurance companies going to insure you, right, if we basically put you through an audit of some description, right, and you can prove to us under defense, working with closely with a number of insurance companies, whereby if you apply for insurance with, and then the other thing I think that I was thinking about was that under defense also has been doing a fantastic job of basically buying stuff to support military themselves with all sorts of stuff.
I nearly swore then. But yeah, it was quite, I was very intimidated because it was, of course, our wonderful mockers expose, Chris, and under defence, if I remember, were quite secretive. They didn't want to tell us a lot at the time, which is understandable, especially when you look back now with hindsight and you think where they were there then in terms of drone production. Don't think had been created by then. I don't remember hearing anything about it at that point.
Trying to think of his name now. It's gone out of my head for a minute. But the CEO of SBU cybersecurity, right? But so let's just call it Ukrainian cybersecurity, shall we? Right? You know, that is fairly public, right? And then Andrew himself, right? Defense, right? So you now that you've said that, you know, I remember it, right? But I think I'm not sure about this, but I got a feeling. So because basically, I didn't make it the first day, but of course, everybody was there. So Andrew was there. Yeah, so I don't know when, you know, mockers would have tried to interview him, but I think you are right. That's what happened. And I think so. I think he would have been guarded for a number of reasons, right? Obviously, he had his presentation. Right. Also, they are, I think I'm right in saying, right, that they are a listed company. So, you know, they have to be careful. With Jonathan Fink, and by the way, he also met Jonathan Fink at the expo as well. So that would be where that came from. So again, Jonathan was there the day that I wasn't there. So yeah, and actually, when I was just chatting to Andrew Tracy, he's he will have done a lot of speaking events. So that I can't.
Well, I'm absolutely fascinated to find out. So I will be looking forward to that. So we'll be very lucky to be joined by that guest next week, everybody. And also, we will be having Robert van der Norden, Norden. Be yet, we have to set a date because, of course, he's an extremely busy man.
Which is really exciting for me is so we have got, as you know, Tracy, the SME Expo coming up on the 23rd and 24th. And so basically, with the people that we have coming to or promoting You Control at the expo. We're promoting Osaval, and we're promoting Valacor, right? We are also promoting two companies that you won't have heard of. They're not Ukrainian. That one is very proud of them. So basically they are a Welsh startup. So they'll be there with us. And then the other company is a sort of a US American company that we work. We've booked and paid for this stand at the SME Expo. You are willing to, you are welcome to come and join us. And I'm delighted to say that subject to that, or the opportunity, right? And they are again sending promoting the fact that that they're going to be, well, the way that we've put it, it's like a joint stand, if you like, right? Now I can tell you my partner at UK Cybersecurity is particularly excited about this, because last year he was on the stand on his own, unfortunately, right? But the team from You Control and Oksana. I should also mention Jenny Mokienko, right, who has again volunteered yeah, so Jenny, I mean, she, for the International Security and Cybersecurity Expo, to show how dedicated she is, she actually went down a couple of weekends before, to basically scout everything out. So she was basically the first person there for the expo. Looking amazing. Of course, we will be promoting Ukraine widely, and we'll be doing some PR, trying
so I'll be looking forward to that. And no doubt I will be co-hosting, and you will bring me another guest to speak to, which would be absolutely fabulous, Chris.
Definitely, Tracy. Definitely.
No, that's okay. I mean, I want to talk about propaganda a bit more, and the psychology of misinformation, and this interesting paper that I've been reading is bringing together a lot of research, actually. variety of things that they've pulled together and scientific data. So it's very, very interesting. We won't have. We're always talking about, when I was reading it, and that it's being, performing active measures of some sort or another for, well, I don't know, probably forever, because that's really just what Russia does, isn't it? I can't really look. I've looked back far enough. I don't ever see any different guest who is now. Let me just get his name right this time, because it was terribly bad of me to get it wrong last time. It's Robert van der Noord. So he is a freelance Dutch investor. So we'll reminds me of the active measures book, in the way that it sets everything up and explains everything so that you can see where those different layers of psychology would then mix together, and it gives you a better picture, I think, and a better understanding of how people get sucked into that propaganda. And they engineer and build these networks of lies from the bottom upwards, like layers and layers and layers of networks like that, like lots of spider webs all on top of each other, all spreading out. Who are able to think of situations, think on their feet, manipulate situations, so that these people can then actually craft these stories and craft these intricate networks. We will be talking about the bullshit factor. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I just a quick comment on that. I mean, I know that we are in a bit of a bubble here, if you like, right? But hopefully, people will start to realise that we have been deeply infiltrated.
Absolutely, I couldn't have put it better myself, Chris.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Have to consider it, will they, Tracy? But for those that are and that, I think they're going to be shocked. Get over that one of the Russians in NATO, and we chucked out half of them, but we left the other half there to carry on spying. Oh my God, come on. Right. Too bloody soft. That's the problem, isn't it? That's the best way that I can put it. We're too nice and we're too soft. Anyway. So Fist. If she's there, don't know if she. Maybe she's not there. Okay, so voltage.
I'm searching for that account, and no, I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't?
No.
Wait,
Oh, you know what I'm like with names and acronyms around here. Sorry.
so, yeah. So no. Please go to his Twitter account. But this guy, right? This guy, folks, right? I know. I happen to know he gave up his IT job, right, to completely focus on hacking the Russians, right? And I think I heard to go. What you will see for I'm just trying to persuade my there it goes. Okay. I'm just at his account. I'm not going to read everything there, but you will see pinned to the top April the 10th, right? It says the Russian fist, right? The Putin one fist stands with Ukraine, right? And then later on, I think I'm right in saying, well, anyway, go. Hacking team that is working very closely, right, with Ukraine. And this got me interested. Well, actually, a couple of things got me interested, Tracy, because basically, I don't know whether you did or something. Yeah, good question. How many hacking groups are there, right? Well, again, I tweeted out earlier on, it'll be on my feed, right? That and there are a lot of them there. You know, beginning with A, anonymous. Think they.
Well, why don't you wait and ask him?
Why has he come up?
Well, he's requesting, but it's not working. So apologies if you can hear me, Team One. Keep trying. Oh, there we go. We
for
well, please. You know, I was just telling the story, right? And if so, please correct me first of all if I got this wrong, right? I was just telling the story. Of you basically having given up your IT.
Actually in trouble with the state of Michigan now for doing that because I didn't actually work formally with the foreign government. Ukraine can't ever admit that it works with a hacking group because the international laws for hacking are not yet just cyber when they do things that the Ukrainian government wants to thank them for. But that's how we got it. You know, we were the first group to get it along with the IT Army, and it was very, very motivating.
Right, voltage, is that
Well,
right?
no, it's not going to be me suing them. It'd be the state of Michigan. I'm not suing Comcast. I wouldn't have the time. I'm not really litigious. I've spent all of the team. That's also true, which is kind of funny that an 82-year-old grandmother in the United States is actually funding our team and hell. So it's, you know, it has been very, very difficult to make that work. But
yes,
yeah.
Well, and when you put it along
outed to the Russians long before all this publicity started. They know who I am, so I'm Chris Courtwright. There's no secret to be given there. So whatever you prefer, Chris or Christopher.
Well, Chris is one of our two Chris's again on the panel, right? But
I'd like to, yeah, I'll be here all the time now. I'll actually like your podcast, and if I can call it that, and we'll be a regular contributor.
Well, that would be absolutely fantastic.
So she's recycling. She'll be coming back up soon.
Okay, all cool, right? Okay, that's fine. Okay, Chris, right? So, so I'm not going to do this now, but let me just say to you that where I was getting to, right? Right, and hacker groups generally, right?
Yes.
So, and somebody basically was saying, you know, how many of these hacker groups are there out
52.
there, right? Pardon? Was going to basically go on and say, right, no, I'm not. I probably won't do it now because we've got you up there, and that's more interesting, right? But obviously, when the Russians invaded Ukraine for the second or third time, those that support Ukraine and those that support Russia. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. In the beginning. First career building the broadband internet in the United States. Installed one of the first high-speed modems in Michigan back in the early 90s. And so you could think of me as not an OG of hacking, but an OG of internet, I guess. I know how to make an ISP. Code. So I came into the war with that background, and the hacking side of it, I was always much better hackers than me on the team, especially some of our Poles and our fighter from the Netherlands, extremely good. And I've been learning from them, but my role primarily has been as a leader. I approached the IT Army in February and said, okay, what are we doing? There was no one else leading. He gave me a chance, gave me some targets. Like, well, here, gave me 10 targets and told me to go blow it up. So I blew those up, and I came back and was hungry for more, and that grew into 100. And after several months, they grew to trust me. That's how the trust began, and they started giving me their 22. We did a lot. We probably crashed 30 to 35,000 routers in 2022 of edge routers, going in, breaking them, forcing the Russians to fix them. At least that many. That fell apart, and in late last year, December, mid of last year, I came back and we kind of reformed up and attacked Moscow during the winter and conducted a number of operations that were high enough profile. Poland, as well as he just broke the Russian dark web for a couple of days this week. And this week we also hacked into, not this week, excuse me. In March, we hacked into the Russian military. We got into the gave them to Ukraine, and they went on a special op and really wrecked the We are recruiting to bulk up the team with what I call third squad. We're going to have a third team, and I've got a number of applications now. And
to tell you, this is so fantastic, right? We've had various sad and horrible, various bits of sad and horrible news, right? You coming up here is an absolute breath of fresh air. I want to ask everybody that's listening. We do this sometimes, Chris. I want to ask everybody that's listening, please. Moment, Tracy, Terry, would you? Is there anything you would like to say? Tracy, I think you're back up, are you?
I'm back. Chris, you can't get rid of me that easily. You know this. 24/7 we are around here, and I'm pretty much part of the furniture, don't you know? One of the topics that's very close to my heart, as you can see with the segment that we're having here. So I
can do very, very big things that they were impressed with. I can't talk about two of them, but I can talk about the three that I mentioned: the STC hack, the mil.ru hack, which are both because of what we've done and because of what will happen. That's the part I can't talk about. But we work very closely with the Ukrainian government. We work with the Ministry of Digital Transformation most closely. That's a big one, but we also work with the cyber police of Ukraine, and through them to the National Security Defense Council. So when we get big attack requests or big hacks, it actually goes to the ND
So because we cannot lose that. You know, one of the things on there,